the complete React course from beginner to pro. So in this course, you're going to learn exactly how React works, hooks, JSX, the virtual DOM, all that stuff. You're also going to learn about Recoil and sharing state across your entire React application as well as React context. And then at the end of this course, you're going to build a complete Tesla clone. And this is going to teach you how to apply some of the things that you learn in the first half of this course. And if you make it through this entire course, I'm very confident that you are going to learn a ton about React and learn the skills that you need to become a professional React developer. Now, each section of this course exists in isolation on my YouTube channel. So you can view all these individual pieces if you would like. And this also means that some of the transitions between different kind of parts of this course might not look totally seamless. So just be aware of that as you're going through this, but I think that there's a ton in here that is going to help you become a professional React developer. So first up, let's discuss what React actually is. In this video, I'm going to cover React, what it is, some core principles of React, some different features of React, and then we're going to go over kind of the job outlook for React versus some other popular front-end technologies, as well as the 2021 Stack Overflow survey that talks about React and some other popular frameworks and kind of where some different developer trends are going. So first things first, what is React? Well, React is a library for building user interfaces. So breaking that down a little bit more, a library is effectively some code that developers created in which other developers can use that code. So it's some pre-written code that some developers created, they tested it, they solve some common problems that you'll run into, and then you can basically install that into your own applications and then use some of that pre-written code that will make things a lot easier on you. And then for the user interface part, well, that is going to be the part of an application that the user actually sees. So here on the YouTube homepage here, it would help you build like these cards that the user interacts with, and maybe this sign in button here, and this input tab right up here. It would help you build the interface that a user actually sees and the part of an application that a user actually sees. So it's some pre-written code that was created by some other developers, in this case, developers from Facebook, some pre-written code that you can effectively install in your program that will allow you to build an interface that a user interacts with a lot easier. Okay, so that is kind of what React is. Now, what are some principles of React? So this kind of comes straight from their docs. And one of the first principles that they mention is that React is declarative. And effectively, you tell React what you want your page to look like. You basically say, hey, this is the HTML that I want my page to look like. And React will use JavaScript to implement what you want it to look like. You just kind of declare, hey, I want my page to look like this. And then React takes care of all of the DOM manipulation and creating elements, adding classes, all that for you. And in like just vanilla JavaScript, that would be much more what is called imperative, to where it's like step by step by step. First, you're going to call document.createElement. Then you're going to add a class to that element. Then you are going to append that element to a parent container. And then you're going to make sure that that parent container is appended to the right place in the DOM, and so on and so forth. It's very step by step, to where React, you're just like, hey, here's what I want my HTML to look like. Just figure out the rest using JavaScript. Okay, so it is a more declarative language compared to just using vanilla JavaScript. And the benefit of this is that it helps improve some predictability. It's easier to debug, and React can also optimize this. When you declare the HTML you want to look like, it can kind of render things to the page a little bit more optimal than just using vanilla JS. Okay. And then the second principle of React is that it is component based, meaning you are basically going to break your application down into these small components. And in React, a component these days is just going to be a function. And I say these days because there was a more kind of class-based way of working with React and using components that way. But these days, it's mostly just creating a JavaScript function, a regular JavaScript function, and then you basically just return
effectively the HTML that you want to render out to your page. And you create these individual components for every part of your app. So here on YouTube's homepage here, you would create individual components for, so see these little cards here, these little rectangle cards. Well, in React, I might make a component called, I don't know, rectangle card. That's probably not a good name there, but I would create something along those lines. And then I would just reuse the same component for all of these. And then to my function, which in React, a component is effectively just a JavaScript function, I would pass an argument that might be the title of these components. And then I would pass in a title of subscriptions, daily ideas, keyword inspector. And I would basically just write one component and make that a dynamic component and render different HTML based on the arguments I pass to that component or to that function, just like any other JavaScript function. So this could be a component. These icons up here could all be a component. These cards here could be components, and so on and so forth. So you break your app down into these small individual components, which are just JavaScript functions that can take arguments, and you can customize those components. And then you're allowed to reuse these components anywhere throughout your application, and allows you to break down these complex apps into easy to use and easy to create components. And that logic is written in JavaScript. These are just JavaScript functions. Additionally, a third principle of React is that you can learn once and write anywhere, meaning React isn't just for web development. You can use React Native, which allows you to build mobile apps. There's also things that you can do on desktop, and you can use React in a lot of different places of a tech stack, and it can be added incrementally to a tech stack. And there's also additional support for server-side React, which is super interesting, which I'll cover in future videos. But those are kind of the three core principles of React. It's declarative, component-based, and you can learn once and write it anywhere. Now, React also has some additional features that make it useful for developers. So one of them is it uses JSX, which is a syntax that looks like HTML, but it's actually JavaScript. And this, at first, can feel kind of weird, but I personally love it. Most people come to actually really like this after they get used to it. And this helps make React the declarative language that it is. So I have videos covering JSX in depth, but that is one of the core features of React. It also has a virtual DOM, which effectively allows it to improve performance. It kind of creates this lightweight virtual DOM, and we'll kind of compare that virtual DOM to the actual DOM and see kind of the best ways to render things and the most performant ways to render things and stuff like that. So it helps improve performance that way. It has one-way data flow, which makes things a little bit more easy to reason about. So in React, you can think of your application as this like tree-like structure of components to where you have parent and child components, and your data can only flow from parent to child, which kind of makes it a little bit more easy to reason about because you know which way your data is flowing throughout your application. Additionally, React has a very strong community. It's been around for a long time. It's been time tested. Really cool applications have been built with it. It's backed by Facebook, which people have different opinions about Facebook, but I think if one thing is true, they have a pretty strong dev team working on this React project, and they provide a lot of support for it. So those are some different features of React in addition to those principles we talked about and prerequisites for React. So I would definitely know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript before jumping into React. You don't necessarily need to be an expert at any one of these, but you should have a good fundamental understanding of how HTML works, how CSS works, and probably especially how JavaScript works, as at the end of the day, React components are just JavaScript functions. Now, there's definitely some React specific stuff that you need to know, but if you don't know any JavaScript, you're going to make it really hard on yourself. So for job outlooks here, I basically went to LinkedIn and I searched different kind of front-end library or framework technologies that are very common today. So a couple other technologies are Angular and Vue in the kind of user interface world. These are also pretty common libraries / frameworks to use. And when searching for this, these results are definitely going to be skewed because just having the word developer in there, like a lot of when I search React developer, I'm probably also going to get search results for some Angular developers and Vue developers and just front end developers in general. But the trend here, at least, is that React is at least one of the highest in job opportunities right now, to where it had about a similar amount as Angular, and then also it had about double as Vue, which, just with my general knowledge of following the space, I would say that it feels like there's the most opportunity right now for React jobs, especially if you would consider React native jobs and some mobile applications as well. But from this, I think the takeaway is that React has a lot of job opportunities, and I would say quite possibly the most job opportunities for a user interface library or framework. Okay. Now, the final thing I want to touch on is the Stack Overflow Developer Survey, in which they basically survey a bunch of different developers. You can see 58,000 responses here. And this is right here. This is for the most popular technologies. And right at the top, you can see it's JavaScript, which is the language that React uses. And then shortly after that, it is other front-end technologies like HTML and CSS, and so on and so forth. But this goes to show that JavaScript is definitely still a very popular language, and learning JavaScript to then learn React, it's likely not going to be a terrible route to go. And then that is databases, but let's go down to frameworks. So as you can see here, if we go to professional developers, it looks like the most popular right now is React.js. And then you can see some other kind of front end technologies here as well, going down the list a little bit. But I would say, this kind of goes with my intuitive feeling of kind of the state of the front end technologies right now. I feel like React is a very good choice for job outlook and stuff like that. So coming back here, React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. It uses the JavaScript language to build the parts of the app that a user interacts with. React is a declarative, component-based language in which you can learn once and then write in a bunch of different places like mobile applications, on the server, and stuff like that. React uses JSX, which is an HTML-like syntax that helps make React more declarative, and it also has some other benefits as well. It uses a virtual DOM to improve performance, as one-way data flow, has a strong community. Before learning React, I would know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It seems as though React is, if not the highest, it is right up there with the most job opportunity. And then as you saw in the developer survey, it is the most popular web framework right now going by this survey. And JavaScript is still at the top of the list of languages to know and most popular languages, which tells me that investing your time into learning JavaScript and React, it's unlikely to be a bad call. Okay. So I hope this video kind of described what React is, gave you a good idea of kind of the job outlook and stuff like that. If you're interested in learning more about React, check out my free videos here on my channel, and I'll see you in that next one. This video is going to cover everything you need to know about JSX within React. We're going to talk about what is JSX, how it actually works kind of under the hood, and then we're going to talk about the 6 rules of JSX that are very important to know if you're wanting to be a professional React developer. Okay, so first things first, what is JSX? Well, JSX stands for JavaScript XML, and it's effectively JavaScript that looks like HTML. So when you're writing JSX, you're going to write stuff that looks very similar to just regular HTML, but what you're actually writing is JavaScript. And what's eventually going to happen when you write this JSX, it's eventually going to produce DOM elements. It's going to be very similar to doing things like document.create element, and then you append that element to the DOM. But React is a library that's going to take care of all that DOM manipulation for you. And React can also be used in React Native and on mobile, so it doesn't necessarily have to be with the DOM, but this HTML syntax is actually just going to be JavaScript. So it's JavaScript XML. And like I said, it is syntactic sugar. And it's actually going to compile down to, or it's going to get transformed into react.createElement function calls, which will then produce these elements. And in the instance of working with the web, it's going to create DOM elements, and it's going to append those to the DOM, to that document object model. Now, technically, you don't need to use JSX when writing React apps. You could just call react.createElement everywhere and, create your React apps that way. However, I think that you're going to see in some examples here that JSX is going to be much easier to read. It's going to lead to much more maintainable code. It's much more concise. It's going to allow you to create components and create these independent components that you can use, kind of reuse all over your app. And it is the standard today for creating React apps. So I definitely recommend when using React to use JSX. So let me actually show you an example of what this looks like. And in this example here, what I'm using is a tool called Babel. And you can think of this as kind of like a transformer. It will transform our JSX into JavaScript and into those react.createElement calls. And React is a library, and it gives us this kind of React object. And what you're doing with react.createElement is you're accessing the .createElement on the overall React object that React gives you. So as you can see in this example here, on the left side here, this is me writing JSX. And on the right side is what this Babel transformer will turn this JSX into. So as I said before, the JSX I write here, it's going to look like HTML, but it's going to be transformed into these react.createElement calls. So on the left here, this is React code. And in React, your components should start with a capital letter. So I'm just fixing that up there. It should be capital my component there. And then as you can see in this return statement of this function here, I'm basically returning what looks a lot like HTML. This looks like just basic HTML, to where I have this kind of container div here, and then I'm returning an H1 with an ID and a title here, and then I'm returning a p tag with a class name and a little bit of text there. And we'll talk about why this is class name instead of class here later on. But then you can see that this gets compiled into, well, we still have the same function component here, and then a return statement. But then you can see I return these react.createElement calls, to where it's like, okay, I first pass an argument that is a string, that is a div, and then here within that div, I call react.createElement again. So I nest this react.createElement call, and then I pass in H1 so I can create an H1, and then I pass it an ID and then the text there. And then I do the same thing for this p tag. And as you can see here, it's going to be a bunch of function calls that are nested within each other. And this generally looks pretty messy, right? Whereas this looks like just writing basic HTML. And this right here is JSX. This is what we call JSX. Looks very much like HTML, but it's actually not. This is JavaScript, and a converter like Babel will transform this into regular JavaScript. But what you write in React is this right here. And this is that JavaScript XML syntax that gets converted into these JavaScript react.createElement calls. So just to be clear, this is JSX, and then it gets converted into these JavaScript calls here, to where we basically just call react.createElement to create all these elements. And then if you're working with a DOM, those will eventually be appended to the DOM, and React has very performant ways of doing that. So with that kind of gives you an idea of what JSX is. But JSX does have some specific rules to it. So this first one is that attributes within HTML, they aren't camel case. So for example, in HTML, you would add a on-click attribute to some element that handles a on-click. But as you can see here, this attribute is actually camel case, as it's JavaScript. So the standard here is to write your attributes in kind of camel case notation. All right. So that is the very first rule of JSX. They should be camel case. It should not be all lowercase like this. And as you can see, it kind of gives me a kind of code hint here in my editor to saying for this JSX attribute, do you want it to actually be on click to be camel case? All right. So your HTML attributes should be camel case. That is rule number 1. Rule number 2 is some HTML attributes will actually have name collisions within JavaScript. So since this isn't HTML, it's actually JavaScript. If I just wrote class here and used the keyword class, well, in JavaScript, the class keyword notates that you're going to actually create a class there. It's not saying that you're going to add a class attribute to something. So to avoid this name collision between a JSX attribute and regular JavaScript class keywords, you actually use the class name syntax as an attribute. So instead of class, you use class name as an attribute. And then another example of this is in regular HTML, for your labels, you would add a for attribute. But in JavaScript, you write for loops. So for is actually a keyword in JavaScript. So to get around that, React suggests that you use HTML for instead of just the for attribute. So for your labels within JSX, you're going to call your for attribute HTML for, and that's going to be camel case here. Now, if it's just a single word attribute that doesn't have a name collision in JavaScript, then it's just going to be that regular attribute name. So here on this input, you can see it's type, ID, name. None of those attributes change. The only attributes that will change is if they have a name collision within JavaScript, or if they are like 2-word attributes. So on click, it's actually going to be camel case instead of just all lowercase like it might be in HTML. Now, the third rule of JSX is that you must close all tags. So even if a tag is self-closing within HTML, in JSX, you actually have to close that tag. So here we can see this input tag in regular HTML. I don't need to close this. I can just write this input just like this, and it's automatically going to be self-closing, and there's nothing I need to do there. But within JSX, I have to close this tag. It's just a rule of JSX. So here you can see I get an error here, and it says expected a corresponding JSX closing tag for the input element. So it's telling me right there, I need to close this tag. And then after I close it here with the slash, my error goes away. So in JSX, you must close your element tags. The fourth rule here is that you can only return one parent element within your JSX. So here you can see that I try to return an H1 as a sibling to this P element. These are on the same level, so to speak. So I'm actually kind of trying to return 2 different parent elements here that are siblings to each other. But within JSX, this is not allowed. You can only return one parent element. So what I could do here is I could wrap these elements in a div, and then I could place this within here, and this, let me just get this formatted here a little bit better. So here you can see now that I place these elements within this div, the errors go away because this div is my one parent element here. Now, this is not good HTML semantics. Just placing divs everywhere doesn't actually describe what our page should look like. So this is generally not good practice to do within HTML, and within HTML, generally, it is a good idea to avoid divs wherever possible and to use more descriptive HTML. So here, depending on what it was, I might put this in a main tag like so, or I might put this in a section tag if that makes more sense based on the context of where I'm placing this. But just try to be aware that you still want to use proper HTML semantics when writing React, as that's going to make your code more accessible and is generally just a best practice for the web. Now, another thing you can do within React is using React fragments. So a fragment is basically allowing you to add one parent element to your returned JSX statement without adding anything else to the DOM. So here, what a React fragment looks like is just an empty pair of brackets like this. This is syntax for a React fragment. It's these left and right brackets here, and then this left and right brackets here, but you technically close the ending bracket. This is a React fragment, and this allows you to return one parent element, but it does not create anything for the DOM. It will not add anything to the DOM. Now you can do this a different way as well. You can do React.fragment here, and let me just copy this and put it in my closing tag here, and let me close that correctly there. So this is also valid. You can use React.fragment, and that is the very same thing as using those empty tags like I did earlier. And you might want to use this like if you need to add a key to something you're mapping over within React, which I'll talk about that in future videos, you would need to use React.fragment. But if you're not using a key, I kind of prefer to just use the empty brackets like so. But those two are both equivalent, and it won't add anything to the DOM, and it will allow you to return that one single parent element. Now, rule number 5 here is that any JavaScript expression within your JSX should be placed within curly braces. So you can think about it as anything within curly braces within your JSX here, you're entering just normal JavaScript land. You are no longer in JSX land, you are in JavaScript land. So you can inject your JavaScript right into your JSX here. So here I have a function in which outside of the return statement in the body of my function, I assign a string, my YouTube channel, to the constant title, and then I assign a string, my channel is called Code Ryan, to a constant with the title of paragraph. And here within my JSX, I return a overall parent element that is a section, and then I have an H1, and then here I open up these curly braces, and this is me saying, hey, this is JavaScript land now. No longer JSX, I just want to inject my regular JavaScript code. And then here, as you can see, I use a template literal. So I use the backticks, and then I say my title is, and then $ curly brace, title. So I access my JavaScript variable here within my JSX return statement. And I effectively do the same thing here. So this is perfectly acceptable to do. I am just injecting my JavaScript into my JSX. And whenever I open up those curly braces like I do here, I am just saying, hey, I'm entering JavaScript land here, and I can do any like valid JavaScript expression within these curly braces. Now there's a catch here with rule number 6, but I could do quite a bit of different things within this, and this helps make your JSX a lot more dynamic because you can basically do anything that you can do in JavaScript, or most things. So for example, a very common thing here to do as well is say I have an on click on this H1 here, which, doesn't make a lot of sense. But if I want to use JavaScript here, I can actually just inline a function into this on click here with JavaScript. So I'm going to open up the curly braces here, which is saying, hey, I want to be in JavaScript land right now. And here I can just pass a inline function here, and I could handle this on click event right within this function. So I could, I could set some state here within React, which I'll cover in future videos, but I could do any kind of valid JavaScript thing within this expression because I'm within these curly braces here. And I could also just, if I defined a function elsewhere in my program, I could just pass in the definition of that function here And that would also be a valid thing to do. Okay, so within curly braces, that is basically telling your JSX that you are entering JavaScript land. Now, there's one kind of catch to this, to where curly braces, it equals JavaScript land, but no looping is allowed. You can write expressions within your JSX, within curly braces, but you cannot loop within your JSX. So let me show you an example here. So here you can see that I open up curly braces right here, but I try to write a for loop and I try to do for const char of title and iterate over the characters and do something here. This is actually not a valid thing to do. I cannot write just a basic for loop within JSX. So for loops within JSX is not valid. But what you can do in JSX, which I will cover lists in JSX in future videos and mapping over lists, but just quickly here, you can map over an array within JSX and actually return new JSX elements from there. So I could do something like const my array is equal to just a array with some values there. And then valid JSX is to actually do my array.map. And then I could do the value, and then I could return something here. And this is actually valid to do within JSX. It's actually a very dynamic way to create new elements within your JSX and to do some cool things within JSX, but I will cover this specifically in future videos. Just know that a rule of JSX is that no looping is allowed. And not only is no looping allowed, but I also can't write conditionals. So I can't do something like if, my array dot length is greater than 0, do something. This is invalid JSX. It says it expected an expression, not this complete statement here. So I can't loop, I can't write if statements, but what you can do within JSX is you could use the double ampersand operators or a ternary operator and do your conditionals that way. And you could also write your if statements in your body of your function here. So here I have a Boolean called should show title and I assign it to true. So I could say if should show title, then I could manipulate some value here. I could maybe mutate the title or something and do title is equal to new title. And then it will render out my new title in my return statement there. So you can write your if statements in the bodies of your function. That is totally valid to do. But if you want to use conditionals in your JSX, the most common way of doing so is using the double ampersand operator or the double bar operator or a ternary operator. So here, if I say should show title, ampersand, ampersand, title. So if should show title is true, then it returns the title here. But if this is false, it just returns nothing. And then here I could say should show title or title. So I could use the double bar operator as well. And then I could say should show title question mark. Okay, show the title, else just render out that there's no title. So I could also use a ternary operator. So the double ampersand sign, the double bars, the ternary operators, those are all valid in JSX, but you cannot write if statements and you cannot write your for statements and you cannot loop within JSX. But you can map over an array, but I'll cover that in future videos. So JSX, it stands for JavaScript XML. It's JavaScript that looks like HTML, but it will get converted into JavaScript and it gets converted into React.createElement calls. And you could technically use those React create element calls everywhere, but as we saw in our example, that seems like maybe not the best approach and is definitely not standard. And then there are 6 rules of JSX. Your JSX attributes must be camel case. Additionally, if there are name collisions between your JSX attributes and JavaScript keywords, then you use some different attribute names for those. So class gets turned into class name. The 4 attribute gets turned into HTML4, and so on. Also, all tags must be closed. So like a self-closing input tag, that still needs to be closed within JSX. Additionally, you can only return one parent element, but still use semantic HTML and don't just throw divs around everywhere. Additionally, if you want to use JavaScript within your JSX, you must use curly braces and write your JavaScript within those curly braces to tell JSX that you're now entering just JavaScript land. However, even if you use curly braces, you still can't write statements. You can't write if statements, you cannot write for loops, but you can use ternaries, double ampersand signs, the or operator, so the double bars. Enjoyed this video. I hope you learned something. Stay tuned for more React videos, and I will see you in that next one. In this video, you are going to learn what React elements are, how to render them, how they are different than components, and we are also going to go over some examples right from the React docs so you can understand these a little bit better. I think that for creating React apps and becoming a professional React developer, or if you already are a React developer and you just want to understand your code better, knowing what React elements are and knowing how they play in React apps is an important thing to know. So first things first, what is a React element? Well, straight from the React docs, they mention that a React element is the smallest building block of a React app. And these React elements, much like HTML elements, they represent what the user will see on their web page. And here you can see an example of a React element here. I have an H1 tag, and then within that, I have the text of Code Ryan and then another H1 tag. And what the user would see on the page here is a title of Code Ryan. They would see this rendered out on the page, and I will show examples of this here in just a second. And what this technically is right here within the H1s and including the H1s, this is what's called JSX. And I have an entire video explaining JSX, so I recommend watching that full video. But this is kind of React's way of, it looks like HTML, but it's actually JavaScript. And like I say here, this looks quite similar to HTML, but this JSX here, it's actually going to turn into just a JavaScript object, a lightweight JavaScript object. And then based on the data within that object, React is going to take care of creating this HTML element for you, rendering it to the DOM, and so forth. And one of the ways it does that is through the React DOM library, as there's a React library and then also a React DOM library. And the reason that there are these two different libraries is because React is kind of platform agnostic. It doesn't care whether you are writing a native app. It doesn't care if it's like a specific desktop app or something like that. You can use the React library in all those different situations. But the React DOM library, that is the specific library that is used to render things to the web, to the actual document object model that you would see when interacting with a web page. Okay, so the React DOM will take this React element here, which is actually just a JavaScript object. It will take this object and it will render your HTML elements using kind of the data within that object. So a React element is the smallest building block of a React app. It looks a lot like an HTML element, but this is actually JSX, and it's actually just a lightweight JavaScript object in which React will use to then render your HTML elements. And it's important to remember that these are not components. A React element is different than components. A React component, which I will cover in full detail in future videos, that is just a JavaScript function that will render React elements. Components are made from React elements, and these components are functions that will just render out these React elements and eventually render out HTML elements to the DOM to help you create your user interface. Now, I kind of mentioned before rendering these React elements, and to do this, you actually need to use what's called a root element. And in most React apps, React elements are rendered within one single root element. Now, this isn't necessarily something you need to do. Like, you could potentially have multiple root elements to render your React app in. However, in most applications, you are going to have one root element that you are going to render all of your React elements within.
And you first need to create this root element. This is like, if you think of like a tree-like data structure, this is going to be the root of that tree. And then all of your React components are going to go down that tree. So a React app can kind of be thought of as a tree-like data structure in which your components are these nodes of your tree. And then it starts at this root element. And everything within this root element, React will kind of manage, and React DOM will manage and kind of control your user interface that way. So to create a root element, you first pass it to React DOM.createRoot. In this React DOM library that React will give you, it will create this root element. So here you can see that on this line, I assign a constant root is equal to the return value of React DOM.createRoot. So I'm accessing the createRoot method on the React DOM library. And then I am passing in an element. You pass in whatever element you want to be your root element. So in this case, I am querying the document and I'm getting an element by ID and with the ID of root. So this example assumes that you have an element with the ID of root. And in React apps, if you just use like create React app or a lot of kind of templates, it will automatically give you an HTML page that will have a div with an ID of root. And it kind of does this automatically for you, in which you get that root div and you create your root element, and then everything that you create within your React app will be rendered within that root element. And I'll show you an example of how this looks in a code pen here in just a bit, okay? So in React apps, you render your React elements within a root element. And like I said, you don't necessarily need to just have one root element, but this is kind of the standard practice in most React apps. Now, after you create this root element, so this is going to return this React DOM.createRoot returns a root element. And then after you create this root element, by calling React DOM.createRoot and passing in what you want to be your root element, you can then render your React elements by calling root.render. So here it would look something like this, in which I created this root element, and that's going to return an element that has a render method on it. And then I can pass my React element here into my root.render. And that will render out my React elements to my web page. Now, in React, when you create your React apps, it's common to have a single root component called something like app or index, and rendering that within your root element. And then from your root component, you kind of render everything else within your React app. But for the sake of this example, we're just showing one single React element here and how those elements are rendered within your root element that you create here. So let me show you an example of this to make things quite a bit more clear. So here I have a code pen here, and this is basically just it provides an environment in which I can write React code, some HTML, and then it shows what is rendered here. And in this code pen, you can see over on the right side here, this is me writing React. And what I do is exactly in my example. I say my root element is equal to calling React DOM.createRoot, and then I call document.getElementById, and I pass in root. And then as you can see in my HTML here, I have a div with an ID of root. So right here, I am getting my root element that is over in my HTML here. So when you create a root element, you have to pass a DOM element that exists in your page. And here I'm querying the document to get this root element here. And React's going to return that root object in which I can then render my elements within. So here I create an element just like I did in my code editor here before. Const element is equal to this JSX expression here, which remember, this is actually just an object, but this is just a basic React element here. And then I call root.render, and then I pass in my element. And when I do that, that is going to render my elements in between this div right here.
it's going to basically inject all of my React within this div. So this element's content is replaced with your component or your React elements. And as we discuss further, we will talk about how typically you won't just render like a single element within a React app like this. You'll render the root of your component, but we'll cover that in future videos. But here you can see to my web page here, it renders code Ryan because React will take this JSX here, it will inject it into my root element, and it will create this HTML here. And then you can see if I change this here, it will update my DOM to have the updated element here. So hopefully that makes React elements and rendering them a little bit more clear. There's one thing I want to mention regarding this topic, and then I'll come back to this to kind of summarize things a little bit for you here. So the last thing I want to touch on is updating elements. And one thing to remember is that React elements are immutable, meaning you can't change them. And the only way to change that element within the UI is to create a new element, to create a brand new element. Now, this doesn't mean that you need to constantly keep calling root.render, because React allows for your components, your functions, to hold some sort of state, which allows you to change your React elements over time. And it allows for dynamic React elements. But we will cover state and components in future tutorials. But one thing I do want to mention here is that React is pretty clever about updating these DOM elements, and it only updates what is necessary. So looking at the React docs here, we can see that in this example, React mentions it right here. React only updates what's necessary. And if you go to reactjs.org, you can read through these docs. They have an example on rendering elements. I think that would be a great supplement to this material here. But as you can see here in this example, what they have here is they're showing a web page and they're showing how this time is being incremented. And it's kind of in this constant loop right here. And they're also showing a snapshot of the inspector within the DOM, and they're showing what is being re-rendered to the DOM. And as you can see here, the only thing that's changing here is the time, is this specific React element right here. You can see that the hello world and the entire div and your entire React app, that is not changing. So when you update your elements in React, React is very smart about only updating what needs to be updated. But we will cover state, components, and managing that state in future videos. I just wanted to touch on this as it relates to updating React elements. So a React element is the smallest building block of a React app, and they effectively represent what the user will see on the page. It's similar to HTML elements. However, a React element is actually just a lightweight JavaScript object, and React will use the information of that object to render out your HTML elements. And in web applications, React will use the React DOM library to render out these elements. Now, when you render out your elements, you're first going to create a root element, and then you are going to call root.render to render out your React elements. And if we go back to the example here, you can see that first I need to pass in an element that exists in my DOM here. So I pass in this HTML root, and then I create my React elements. This could be several React components, but I will eventually render them by calling my root element, and I will call the .render method and pass them in there. And then React DOM will take care of rendering that to the DOM. And then keep in mind that React elements, when you change them, React is very smart about changing them and will prevent unnecessary re-rendering and stuff like that. So hopefully this gives you a good understanding of React elements. There's definitely more to know about React, so stay tuned for future videos on components, state, the lifecycle of components. And if you haven't already, make sure to check out my video on JSX to further your understanding of how React works. So thanks for tuning into this video, and I will see you in that next one. In this video, you are going to learn everything you need to know regarding React components. We're going to talk about what components are, why they're useful, how they work, as well as breaking components down into these kind of smaller pieces and the importance of doing so. So first things first, what are React components? Well, React components are JavaScript functions that return React elements. And if you haven't seen my video on React Elements, I would definitely watch that before I watch this. I would also watch my JSX video, as this video is going to build on both of those, and I'm not going to re-explain everything I went over in those videos. So it's going to return these React elements, and these React elements are then going to describe what the user is going to see on the web page. So it's going to effectively going to return these React elements that are going to get turned into HTML elements. So if we look at an example here on this youtube.com homepage, we can see that I have, different parts of this UI in which I have these icons up here. I have this input right here. I have these cards over on this left side, and I have these cards over in the middle. All of these could be individual components within React that will render React elements telling the web browser, hey, I want to have this image HTML here, and then I want to render out a title for this image. And then over here on the cards, I want to have some icon over to the left and a title to the right. So in React, you could create these JavaScript functions that return React elements that will tell the browser, hey, I want to render this sort of HTML to describe these individual pieces of the UI, which kind of brings me into why React components are important. They allow you to split your UI into these separate individual pieces that allow you to reuse those JavaScript functions that you created or those components that you created all over your app. So if you ever need to adjust a component, well, you just have to adjust it in one spot. It makes your code much more maintainable and more reusable. And you can break your complex app down into a small reusable piece. So instead of thinking about, oh, I have to build this entire YouTube homepage, that kind of feels overwhelming. There's quite a bit going on here when you actually start breaking things down. But if you actually think about, hey, I just need to create a single card component. Okay, and then you create that, and then it's like, all right, well, I need to create this icon component. And then you can break your UI into these small individual pieces and just reuse those pieces that you already created. So a React component is a JavaScript function that returns React elements. It returns JSX. And this JSX, this HTML-like syntax that's actually JavaScript, will then get turned into HTML to describe what the user sees on their page. And these components are important because they allow you to split your UI into separate individual reusable pieces and break that complex app into a small reusable piece. So how do these components work? Well, like I said, components at the end of the day are just JavaScript functions. So this is a React component. I just declare a function, and you could create a JavaScript function in many different ways, in which you could also use a function expression here. You could use a arrow function. All of those would be valid ways of creating a React component. All you need to do is create some JavaScript function that returns some JSX. So right here is JSX, or a React element. And these components will return either one or several React elements. But it's important to remember that in these components, you must return one parent element. So here, I can't just return a p tag or a p element right next to this h1 element. These would be sibling elements. And as you can see, JSX expressions must have one parent element. So I would need to wrap this in maybe a section tag. You can see that I no longer get an error because I'm returning one parent element that is this section tag. And then one other thing to note regarding React components is that unlike in JavaScript, the first letter of your name here needs to be capitalized. So React components, they need to be in this kind of title case here, to where they're camel case, except the first letter of your name should be capitalized. So in JavaScript, this would just be like say hello, but in React, that should be capitalized there. So you create a React component by creating a JavaScript function in which you have it in this title case. You capitalize the first letter of the name, and then you return some JSX, or either one or multiple React elements. And just keep in mind that you must return one parent element, and returning these sibling elements is going to cause an error. So if I just return these next to each other, that is an error. I must have one parent element. Okay, so now that we know how to create a React component, how do we actually render these components to our web page? Because, as you can see here, like I'm not doing anything with this component. I'm just creating it. But how do we actually use that component? Well, let's look at a CodePen example here, in which over here on the left, this is just some HTML that I have written. And then over here on the right, this is some JavaScript. Ignore this part for now. We'll just focus on the uncommented out parts. And then here is my browser output. And then as you can see over in the JavaScript part, or over in the React part, I've defined the same function that I did in my code editor. I create a function called sayHello, and then I return this React element, which is some JSX that is an HTML element that returns hello. And then what I do here, and I discuss what this is doing in more detail in my React elements video, as I also talk about rendering those, but you render this component just like you would any other React element, in which I get my root element here. So I query the DOM and I get this root element. And then I tell React that, okay, anything within this element here, I want you to control, and I want to inject my React within this element. And I do that by calling root.render. And then I pass in my component here, but you pass it as you would a React element. So I pass it with opening and closing HTML tags. So here you can see I have an opening tag here, and then I make this a self-closing element. Now I could also do this, in which I use an opening and closing pair of tags here, but I think it's a little bit more readable to just use the self-closing here. Now, there's instances in which you do want to use both tags, but we'll talk about that when I cover props and children and different things like that in future videos. So here, I render out this element by using opening and closing tags, and this is basically telling React, okay, I want you to call this React component, sayHello. So giving it these opening and closing tags is effectively me calling this component or calling this function. And then when I call this function, it returns this JSX here, which will eventually get turned into this HTML. So this call here is going to return this HTML, which is going to be outputted hello. And then you can see that if I change this here, that this call is going to change, and then it's going to return hello there, as you can see in my browser output. So you render out React components just like you would React elements. One important thing that you often do within React is you render components within other components. And kind of the fancy term for this is called component composition, in which you pass components into other components. So you compose these components together. So here I have a React component, which is a JavaScript function, and it is I just label it root component. In your React apps, it's common to have one single root component that will then render out all of your other components within your app. You can think of your app as like a tree-like data structure, in which you have the root of it, and then you have all these kind of branching components coming down off of it. So in React apps, it's common to have one root component. Usually this is called something like app or index or something like that. But for the sake of example, I just labeled it root component. And then you can see in the return statement here, it returns my sayHello component. So the way that I render this out is just like I did in my example earlier, to where I use opening and closing tags, and then I can render this component, or I can call this function as many times as I want to. And then every time I render this function here with opening and closing tags, that's going to create a brand new instance of this function call, which is going to evaluate to this hello element. So this should render hello 3 times every time I call this React component. So if we look at the example here again, if I uncomment this here, and now if I render my React component instead of my say hello component, you're going to see that I actually get hello there 3 separate times, because this root component is effectively going to call this say hello component 3 separate times, and this is going to evaluate to whatever the say hello component returns, which is hello there. So that's going to give me 3 instances of hello there. So this is composing these components together, in which you can render out components within other components and compose these components together. And this might seem a little tricky at first, but it will become second nature to you as you write your React apps. This will become very intuitive. And then one other thing, I render out a React fragment here, which is just basically like an empty tag. It's not going to get rendered out to my web page. It just allows me to render one parent element. But I touch on this more in either my JSX or my React Elements video. Okay, so that is composing components together. And then the final thing I want to touch on is breaking components down. So often when you start writing components, you might find yourself in a scenario in which you have one kind of large component. And if we look at another example here, what you'll see is that I have this overall component called comment. And there's quite a bit going on here to where I have this kind of container div here, and then I render out this image with a title, and then I render out a couple more kind of comments that are just text here. And as you can see in the web browser here, this is a valid way to do this. I can return all of these elements all within one component, and it works. But like, this is kind of starting to get a little bit more complex. And in general, when writing your React components, it's probably pretty good practice to create individual components for anything that's like in isolation of one another. So does this text here, does this need to know about this image here within this component? Or could I potentially have just a generic text component that I could plug in right here instead of like coupling this JSX here to this entire comment? Could I maybe just create a separate component and then reuse that within this component, and also wherever else I need to use text that might look like this? Yeah, I think that makes a little bit more sense. And that's going to allow you to prevent writing a lot of the same code and allow you to use these individual reusable components. So then if I ever need to change, like say I need to change the style of this text and I want to do it everywhere in my app, well, then I just need to tweak that one single component, that text component. I don't need to come change this overall comment component and then a different component that I do a similar thing with, and so on and so forth. So here, while this does work, I actually create a separate image component as well. And in this image component, I am basically just taking this here and I am copying this, and I'm just creating an image component and rendering that out here. And then also I'm creating a comment text component in which I render out effectively this right here, just a div with some text within it. So I create these two individual components. Now, I will touch on props in a future video. I kind of want you to just ignore this for the time being, but we will discuss this in a future video. So right now, I'm just rendering out my comment component. But how about I actually take this comment component and I'm going to use this component below my two other components here. And instead of rendering out this image here, I'm going to just render out my image component. So if I do that, you can see I removed a lot of code in this comment component, but I render out my image here in just a single isolated component. So when I use this image component here, it's going to call my image function, and it's going to return this JSX here, which is going to return this UI here. So I've kind of separated this comment component a little bit into smaller components. And then I can do the same thing with this comment text. Now you can see it takes an argument here called props, and it basically allows me to pass arguments to this function. I'll cover this more in future videos, but just for the sake of example, instead of rendering out this div with the text within it here, I'm going to actually just render out my comment component, and then I need to give it a argument here. This is a short example of how to give it an argument. And I'm going to just give it some new text and call it some text. And then as you can see, I render out some text right here. And then I can do the very same thing here. So instead of rendering out this div, I can render another comment text component, and then I can give it the same date that I had there. And then as you can see in my example, I get the very same result in both instances there, but look at how much more simple this overall comment component is. Like there's nothing really special about this comment component anymore. It now only returns like 5 lines of code because I broke it down into these smaller components, these smaller reusable components, and then I just compose them together into this overall comment component. And this is going to make your code much more readable, much more maintainable, and much more easy to reason about. Like I can just glance at this comment component and I know what's going on. But when I had it just all in that large function, it was a little bit more tricky to kind of wrap my head around what is going on there. So that is an example of breaking your components down, and hopefully it illustrates the importance of doing so. So React components are JavaScript functions that return React elements. These elements are then going to get turned into HTML, which will describe what the user will see on the page. And these React components, like I just showed in my example, they allow you to break your complex apps into these small individual pieces, and then you just reuse those pieces all throughout your apps. And they really have the same benefits as just using JavaScript functions in general. And then these components, you just define a JavaScript function, and then the function, it should be title cased. So the first letter of that function should be capitalized, and then it returns some JSX or returns some React elements. But you have to make sure that you return just one single parent element. And then you render these components just as you would with any other React element, in which you call a component by using opening and closing tags. And then you can also render components within other components. So in this example here, I have an overall root component, and then I render the say hello component 3 separate times within this overall component. So this is composing those components together. And this is effectively calling this say hello component 3 separate times. And that is going to evaluate to this JSX here, which will then be converted to HTML. And then when creating your components, try to break them down into these small reusable pieces of individual isolated JavaScript function calls to make your code more maintainable and easy to reason about. So up next, we will talk about props, state, the React lifecycle, and more kind of advanced React topics. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding props within React. We are going to talk about what props are, how they work, and then I'm going to show you some examples of using props within your components and some kind of key things to remember when using props. So first things first, what are props? Well, just how you can pass arguments to functions, you pass props into other components, and that helps make your components more dynamic. So props are very similar to how you would use arguments in regular JavaScript functions, as at the end of the day, a component within React is just a JavaScript function. So the way that we pass arguments to that function is using props. And if you haven't seen my video on components within React, or you're not familiar with using components, I would go check out that prior to this video. So props allow you to pass effectively arguments to other components and make your components more reusable, more dynamic, and much more useful throughout your application. So how do props actually work? Well, you use props just how you would use an HTML attribute, or very similar to how you would use an HTML attribute. And I will show you some examples of this in just a second, but React will pass these props as an object, and the properties of that object are going to be the arguments to that component that you want to create that dynamic component with. So when you pass a prop to a component, it's going to be on an object. And the properties of that object are going to be kind of the key value pair of that attribute that you put on the props. So since these are passed as an object and the properties of this object are your arguments, this is why it's kind of called props. But we'll show some examples of this here now. So right here on line 15, I defined a component called person. And it's very common within a component to take a single argument and call that argument props. So you can accept the properties of the argument that's passed in here. Now, here on line 25, I have a component called app. And here I render two instances of this person component. And as you can see here, it looks like I add some HTML attributes to this component. But what this is really doing is it's passing props here to this person component. And when I add this name is equal to Joe and age is equal to 30 within this person component here as kind of HTML attributes, but remember this is JSX, this is not HTML, it's going to actually pass those as arguments to this person function or this person component. And this is going to be an object here, and these attributes are going to be properties on this object. So this is going to create a name property with a value of Joe, and this attribute here is going to create an age property with a value of 30. And then in this person component, I can access those using props.name. So I'm accessing this object and accessing the name value. And then here I'm accessing the age value. And what this is going to do is for this person instance here, it's going to have a name of Joe and an age of 30. But for this person instance, it's going to have a name of Laura and an age of 40. So it's basically allowing me to call my component here. So when I render this JSX, it's effectively calling this component, and I'm passing in these attributes on this props object. So props allow you to pass arguments to a component, and this is going to create two unique instances of this person component, making this much more dynamic. And a key thing to remember here is that I can only pass props from parent to child and not vice versa. This is one-way data flow within React. It only goes down your component tree. You can't pass it back up. Now you can use callbacks and kind of effectively do that, but we can touch on that in future videos. So for example, when I render this person within the app component, then I can access these attributes within the person component, but nothing in here is going to allow me to access this app component within the person component. Like I can't do props.parent and then access that component in some way. Now you could potentially pass down a callback function into this person and then call that function within this component, and it could have some effect in this app. But in general, you pass props from parent to child and not vice versa. Now, a very common pattern that you're going to see when using props is instead of just labeling this parameter here props, you'll actually see people destructure properties from this object right in the parentheses here. So here I could do name and age. And what this is going to do is I know that this component is going to have an object passed to it, the props object. And you pass that props object using these attributes here. And on that object, I know I'm going to have the properties of name and age. So here I just destructure from this object name and age. And then I can use that within my person object and render out the name and age. So it makes things just a little bit more clean. And all this will make it more sense when I go to the example here. So going to this example, what I have over here on the left is some HTML. And then I have my React over on the right side here, in which I have the very same things I had in my code editor. I have my app component, and that renders 2 instances of this person component. And then I render my app within this root HTML component. So just like my example here, it renders 2 instances of my person component, and it passes these attributes here, or these props, to my person component. And as you can see, what this will render out to my page is Joe, and it has his age right underneath him, and then Laura with her age underneath her name. Because in this component, I render an h1 with props.name, and then a p tag with props.age. So in this instance, it's going to render the name of Joe and the age of 30, like it does here. And then this instance, it's going to render Laura with the age of 40. So as you can see, I render the same component here, but I pass props to that component to make things much more dynamic. Now, one thing that you might do somewhat often within React is called prop drilling, or passing props multiple levels down your component hierarchy. So here, I create another function called child, and it defines a parameter props. And it does a very similar thing to this person component here, and it says my parent is props.parentName, and then my name is props.childName. So if I want to use this child component, I need to pass it the props of parent name and child name. So here within my person, I'm going to render a child, and I'm going to give it parent name is equal to, well, what is the parent's name here? Well, it's actually this component's props.name. So I'm going to pass props.name, and that's going to pass the name of this person here. And then I can also pass my child name. And then here, this isn't specific to the person here, so I can pass any name here. So we'll just do that there. And then you can see when I render this person component and I render 2 instances of this person component, it's now going to have this child component here saying my parent is Joe, which is correct. The parent is Joe. And then it says my name is Sue for the child name. And then for Laura, it's going to say my parent is Laura and my name is Sue. So as you can see here, I passed the name prop of Joe to this person component, and then I pass it another level down to this child component. So you can keep passing props down your component hierarchy from parent to child. And you'll see that fairly often within your React apps, passing your props multiple levels. Now, if you find yourself doing this several levels, that might be a good sign that you should use something like Recoil or some other state management or potentially even context within React, but I'll cover those in separate videos. All right, so just to round out this example here, I have a main app component, and that renders 2 instances of the person component. I give it 2 HTML attributes here, and these attributes are going to be passed as one single argument to my person component, and that argument is going to be an object. And on that object, it is going to have a name and age property with the corresponding values here. And this is going to allow me to create much more dynamic components and much more dynamic apps. And then keep in mind that you can continue to pass your props down the hierarchy, in which I have a person component, and that renders a child component, and I pass the props all the way through to this child component here. Now, one key thing to remember about props is that they must be read-only, meaning you should not mutate your props in your child components. So here, I have another app component, and in this app component, I accept a little bit different arguments here, in which I pass one attribute to the person component, and that is of details. And this attribute here is going to be passed to my person as an object, and then I destructure the details property. And what I do in this person component is I mutate the details.name to equal just this hard-coded value of Ryan. This is a big no-no. You should not mutate your props within child components. These should be immutable, and they should be read-only. you should not mutate your props, as this can cause some tricky bugs in your programs. So props in React is how you pass arguments to your React components. They're just like how you would pass arguments to JavaScript functions. And you pass props to a component in a way that looks very similar to HTML attributes, but these are actually JSX attributes. And what this is going to do right here is it is going to pass an object to this person component. And on that object, it's going to have the properties of name and age with the corresponding values. And that allows me to render out a dynamic person component. And then it's common to see this pattern to where you destructure those properties right in the parentheses of your component name. And then you can only pass props from parent to child within React, and those props must remain read-only, and you should not mutate the props in your children components. So I hope you learned all about props here. I will have future videos on children within React, state management, and so on. So stay tuned for that, and I will see you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know about children within React. Not necessarily the parent-child relationship between React components, but children as they are passed on the props object. And if you haven't seen my video on props in React, I would recommend watching that prior to this one, or at least having a good understanding of how props work. So this video is going to be a full explanation on how those props.children work, and then we're going to show some examples of this and also kind of talk about where this might be most useful. So when using props.children, they are on the props object. So in React, when you pass something that looks like an HTML attribute to a React component, so this is a React component, when I pass a attribute here, and it's actually a JSX attribute, if I did like title is equal to this string title here, then whatever I pass as these attributes here, what React is going to do is it is going to pass an object to this component here containing all of these attributes. And these can act like arguments to this component function, as React components are just JavaScript functions. So on the props object, this would pass a title property with the value of title. And then if I had another property here, like description, and then some string here, it would pass a property of DESC is equal to whatever my value is here. So React will pass an object where all of the properties and values of that object are made up of those JSX attributes that you pass there. Now, with children, they are passed on that props object. However, you don't pass children within the opening JSX tags. You don't pass them as things that look like HTML attributes or as JSX attributes. You pass children between the component tags. So here I have my opening React component tags, and then here I have my closing React component tags, and then whatever I pass between the tags, and this can be anything. This can be simple text like it is here, or it can be another component, but whatever I pass between the opening and closing tags is going to be passed on that props object, but you're going to be able to access it on the children property of that props object. So React will automatically pass anything that you pass within these tags here on the children property of your props object. So let's look at an example here. And what's going on is this is a code pen, which basically gives me a environment to run some code. And over here on the left is my HTML. And then over here on the right is my React. And then here is what is outputted to the browser. So what I have going on here is I have two components. One is my main app component here, and this returns this component above. And in this title and description component, it takes one argument here called props, and then it returns a wrapper tag, which is just an HTML main tag, and then it returns an H1 that accesses props.title, and then below that H1, I render out props.children. So I access this children property on my props object. And then in my app component, when I render this title and description component, I give it a regular prop right here called title with a value of YouTube channel. And then between my title and description tags, I just render out some text. And what this is going to do is this is going to be passed on the children property of this props object. So then I'm going to render out this props.children right here. And then as you can see in my output here, I have an H1 that is YouTube channel. And then I render out whatever my children are right here. So this allows me to use this kind of title and description component similar to how you would use a regular HTML element in which you can pass text between the opening and closing tags. And then I access that on props.children. And then also what you will often see is just destructuring the properties right away from this props object. So I can do title and children. And then if I just render out title and children here, you're going to see that I should get the same effect, and I do. So whatever you pass between your opening and closing tags of a React component, that is going to be accessible on the children property of the overall props object. All right. Now, what if I define my own children prop here? What if I do something like children and then render some text there? Well, as you can see, that actually doesn't render anything because what is passed between the tags, that is going to overwrite the children property here. And I would recommend not labeling any of your props children because React is going to overwrite that with whatever you pass within the tags here. Now, if I remove this here and I don't pass any children, then what we're going to see is that does work. It has this is my child because React has nothing to overwrite this property with, so it doesn't overwrite it and it just keeps that. But I wouldn't really recommend doing that. I would just not use these attributes called children so you don't get those kind of props collisions there. All right. Now, one other thing I want to mention with this is that this can be particularly useful when you need to access children components. So often in my professional application that I work on, I have to create wrapper components that will wrap around other components and kind of customize that functionality and then return another component. So I might create a higher order component, which I have a video coming out on higher order functions in JavaScript, and it's a very similar concept, but I might create that higher order component that returns other components. And one thing that's very kind of easy to reason about is just passing those other components that you're wrapping around in as children, and then in your wrapper component, just rendering out your props.children. So let me show you an example of what this might look like. So in my second example here, I have a very similar example in which my HTML is over on the left here, and then I'm going to inject my React within this root component. And then here, I still have my app component just like I normally did. And then I render out my title and description. I give it a title attribute, and I have the same title and description component here that renders out props.title and all of its children. But then I create another component called description. And in this description component, it takes one property, text, and renders out a p tag with that text. And then what I do in my overall component is that I have my title and description component. And this might be better if I just labeled this a title component, which I actually will do here because I think that makes more sense. So now I have a title component. And then within my title component, I render out a description component with a text property. And this description component is going to work like any other React component. It's going to take my text prop and it's going to render that out within a p tag. But here in my title component, since I pass this description component within the opening and closing title tags, then the way that I am going to render out this description component is I need to render out these props.children here. And as you can see, I get the description outputted to my page. Now, what if I forget to render out the props.children? Well, if I do that, it's effectively that I don't get to see this description here. When I pass a component within the opening and closing tags of another component, I need to render out the props.children, or else it will not render that component. And if I wanted this title to be like some sort of wrapper component, I might customize the logic of this description here, or I might add some custom styles here to wrap around it, or whatever I might want to do. But this can be useful if you need to create those wrapper components to customize the logic of some of your components within React, but you don't necessarily want to adjust the entire component itself. All right. So children in React, they work just like props within React. They are passed on the props object, but the way that children work is that within your opening and closing tags of a React component, whatever you pass between those tags, React is automatically going to pass whatever value is here, whether that is another React component or just some text here, it's going to automatically pass that value on the children property of the props object. So I can still have other props here, and React is going to pass those on the props object as well, but it is going to pass this on the children property. So I hope this gives you a good explanation of how props.children work. React will just automatically pass whatever's between the opening and closing tags of your component on the children property of that props object. So I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you in that next one.
In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding state within React. We're first going to talk about what state even is, and then we're going to discuss the best way to use it in React. And this is going to include using the useState hook. And while I explain how that hook works, I'll also explain how hooks work in general, as well as a couple of rules that you need to know when using hooks. So first things first, what is state in React? And for now, you can just ignore this up here. I'll cover this in just a second. Right now, I am running a live React application, but first we're going to kind of cover things conceptually, and then I'll dive into an explanation. So state is the data of your application at any given point of time. And that data will lead to what the user will see on their page. So for example, you might have some data that is the user's name. And maybe on your welcome page, you'll have some introduction that says hello and then their name. So you're greeting the user. Well, depending on the user or depending on the current data of your application, that greeting is going to change, or that state of your application is going to change. So state is just some data in your program that is going to change over time. And the current state of your application represents what the user is currently seeing on your page. And when using state, or when using data that's going to change over time within your application, React gives you some ways to handle that, as you're not going to be able to just use like a basic vanilla JavaScript variable and have that change over time. And I'll show you an example of kind of using that and how it doesn't work within a React app. So state is the data of your application at any given point of time. Now, how do you use state within React? So I'm going to show you this example here, but to show you it, I'm going to first comment out this example here, and then we're going to come back up here and uncomment this function. So for this right here, I have a function called app. And what I'm basically doing here is I'm rendering this app function in my web page here. So if I show you my browser here, you're going to see that this is my currently running app. I just have this basic count here and then a button to change count. And if we look at my React app, you're going to see that I am rendering out this overall main tag, and I just add some styles here. I'm basically just centering things on my page. A quick CSS tip: if you want to center an element on a page, you can have it be a display grid and then do place item center, and that's going to place everything within this grid container just in the center, which can be helpful for centering things. But anyways, I render out a title here, which is my count, and then I render a button. And for my button, I have an on-click handler, and I pass in handle change account. And what I do when I click my button is I'm going to set my count to 1. And you can see here, I just use a vanilla JavaScript variable here. I don't do anything special. I just say let count is equal to 0. And then on my handle change account, I set my account to 1. So when I click this button, what you might expect is
I change my count to 1. But what you're going to see here is when I click this, you're going to see that nothing happens. The state is not reactive, because in React, if you want the data of your application to change over time like this, then it's a good idea to use state within React. So just using a JavaScript variable here isn't going to be reactive to this button click, and it's not actually going to change the state in ways that you would expect. So how do we actually handle this reactive state within React? Well, let me comment this out here, and I'm going to uncomment this here. And the way that React allows you to manage state within a React component is using the useState hook. This is how you use state within React, or this is how you handle data that changes over time, because that's what state is. It's data that changes over time. So to handle this, React gives you a useState hook. And that kind of brings me to, what is a hook? I might make a future video explaining hooks more in depth, but kind of the long story short of it is that a hook is just a JavaScript function that allows you to hook into some React features. And these React features are things like managing state, or managing the component lifecycle of rendering and mounting, unmounting to the page, and different things like that. Now, hooks do have a couple of rules to them, in which if you don't abide by these rules, React is going to yell at you. So for one, hooks must be called at the top of a function. So in this example here, I do have this. This is a useState hook. I'll explain all this in a second, but you can see that I call this right at the top of the body of this function. I call it right at the top. And the reason that this is needed is because we can't call hooks within loops, conditionals, or nested functions. They need to be executed within the same order. So I cannot call this hook within this nested function here. React is not going to like that. I need to call this hook in the top level of my React component. And also, I could not, if I had like an if statement here, so if I was like, okay, if my data is loading, then I'm just going to return null. I could not do that, because this hook needs to be at the top level of the function, because it has to be called in order. You can't have a situation in which, okay, sometimes when this component renders, we do call this state hook, but sometimes when it renders, we don't call it. No, it has to be called at the very top level of your component. And an additional rule is that hooks need to be called within a React functional component. You cannot use a hook within a React class component, and then you cannot use a hook within just a kind of vanilla JavaScript function. It needs to be a functional React component. So let's dive in to how this useState hook actually works. So first thing that you need to do here, and you'll see at the top of my page here, I am importing the useState hook from React. So you need to first import the hook from React, and that will give you access to use this hook or use this function. And then what you can see, I have my same app as earlier, but here at the very top of my app, I create two variables here, and then I assign it to the return value of running this useState function. And then I call it with an argument here. So this is me calling the React hook, and then I pass it an argument. So what's going on here? Well, this useState hook, it's just a function. And the first time I call this function, I pass it a default value. So when you first call the useState hook within React, you pass it a default value. So this is setting my count to 0 as a default value. Now, this function is actually going to return an array, and it's going to have an array of 2 elements. The first element, the 0th index of that array, is going to be your state. It's going to be a state value. So the first element is going to be a state value. And the second element is going to be a way to set that state. It's going to be a function that allows you to set your state. So this is going to allow me to change my state over time, and my web page is then going to be reactive to those state changes. And React will preserve this count value across multiple function calls. So, you could render this app function multiple times, meaning you're going to be calling this function multiple times, but this count will be preserved and it's not going to be set to 0 every single time. That's just going to be on the first time that this specific app function renders. But when you have re-renders or you call this app multiple times, the count will be preserved across those multiple function calls. All right. And this default value, it can also be of any type. It could be an object, it could be a string, so on and so forth. Now, for using more complex state like objects, I think a potentially better approach here might be to use something like useReducer, but I will have future videos on that. So the useState hook returns an array, and what I'm doing here, and you'll see this as kind of like best practice or the most common way to do this, is I am destructuring these values right away. So I'm destructuring the first element of this array that's returned here and assigning it to the variable of count. And then the second element, the first index, I'm setting to set count. And that's going to be the function to set state. And I could do the same thing here. I could just assign this to an array, and then I could create two variables. I could say const count is equal to array at 0. But I think destructuring here is just more readable and makes quite a bit of sense. So the useState hook is a React function that will return an array in which the first element is some state value and the second element is some way to set that state value. And then you pass the useState hook a default value. And on the first render of this app component, that's what this count is going to be set to, or that's what your state value will be set to. It's this default value. And then it's going to preserve that value across multiple renders. Now, in the body of my function, I have the very same thing. I render out my count in an H1, and then I render a button in which it has an onClick handler. And in this handle change count, I set my count to 1. So we're going to see if this now works within my app. So if I click this button, what you're going to see is I do indeed set this to a count of 1. So I do get that reactive state change. Now, what if I don't just want to set this to 1? What if I want to set this based on my previous state value? Well, you might think that the best way to do this would be to do something like, I'll just do count plus 1, and I'll pass that in. And when I do this here, you're going to see that, it looks like it works here. But you'll see that this kind of has a got you when doing this. So React will batch these state updates. So, here, theoretically, you'd think that I'm setting the count to +1, and then I'm doing it again. So theoretically, I am incrementing the count by 2 each time I call this handle change count. But what you see here is that when I click this button, it actually just continues to go up by 1. And that's because the way that React will batch its set state calls here is it's basically saying, okay, if the count right now is 17, then in this set state call, it's going to call, okay, give us 17 plus 1. But it's going to kind of batch these calls together. So in this set state call, it's going to say, give us 17 plus 1. So both of these calls are actually going to say 17 plus 1. So when I call this, it just gives us 18. So how do we fix this? Well, the way to fix this is that when you want to set state based on previous state within a set state function, so I'm using this set state function that React will give us as the second element of its return array from useState, we can actually pass in a function to set state. And in that function, React will automatically pass the current state as an argument to that function. So I can actually do count and pass in an anonymous function here, and then I can return what I want my state to be. So I return count plus 1. And I can do the very same thing here. So here, this is going to guarantee that I'm always setting the state based on my previous state, which will kind of prevent these bugs. So now you can see when I change this, it actually increments by 2 every time, because in both of these set state calls, it's going to guarantee me that this count right here is the most up-to-date previous state. And I just increment that by 1. And then, as you can see, it's still going to work just fine, like so. All right, so if you want to set state based off previous state, pass a function to your set state function, and React will pass the current state as an argument to that, and then you can set your state based off of your current state. Now, what if I actually want more than just one state value in my component? How should I handle this? Well, I think the easiest way to handle this is actually just to add another state variable here. So here, I'm going to set a description. I'm going to have a useState, and I'm going to just say this is my description. So here, if you want to use more than just one kind of state value within your component, you can just call useState again, and you can manage these separate pieces of state within your component. And here, I can just render out maybe a p tag and then pass in my description to that p tag. And then you're going to see I have this is my description rendered to the page here. And then if I wanted to change this, I could change it within here. So I'll just do set description. And then what should I do here? Well, I will actually use my previous description. So I will pass that a function to this setter here, and I am going to return a template literal in which I have a description, and then I'm going to actually just render out my count here. So you can see that this description, as well as my count, will change over time. So if I come back to here and I change my account, you can see that I'm just appending my account to my description every time. To handle multiple pieces of state within a component, you can just add additional useState calls. Now, we kind of talked about passing this its default value here, but what this is going to do is on every mounting of this app component, it is going to initialize this value here with your default value. Now, what if you had like some complex operation here in which, say you're calculating like a Fibonacci number, something with a very poor time complexity? Well, you can actually pass a function to this useState hook here. And when you pass the function, it will only initialize this with a default value on its very first mounting. So by passing it a function here, if I had some complex operation, that would prevent me from redoing that very complex operation every time that I mount this component. It would kind of effectively cache that operation, and I would be just fine here. Now, most of the time, you don't need to do this. I don't know if I've actually ever done this within my React components. Usually, I'm not doing a crazy complex calculation when I'm just using these component state calls, and usually it might be best to handle those elsewhere. But if you do want to prevent a complex calculation or a slow calculation to happen when you initialize this app component, then you can pass this useState call a function, and it will only be initialized on that very first mount. All right. Now, with that, there's one last thing that it's important to know about the useState hook, and that is if I use an object as my passed in value to this useState hook. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to initialize it with an object that has a count of 0, and then we'll do a description. I'm just going to do my description here. And then instead of calling this count and set count, I'm going to just say state and set state. So what this is going to return on this initial render is going to be an object containing a count property and a description property with these default values here of 0 and my description. And then it gives me a state setter just like it normally would. Now here, instead of just rendering count, I need to do state.count, And instead of description, I need to do state.description. And I will show you kind of the trick here that you need to know in just a second, but let me make sure everything works. So this all still works. I have my description initialized to my description, and then my count is 0. Now, if I want to set my state and my state is an object, well, in React classes, React would automatically merge your previous and your new state. So all I would have to do here is in a React class, I could just set my count is equal to 1, and that will automatically merge everything that existed on this object. So my description would still be there. It would just stay the same as it was. But you'll see that within React functional components here, when I change my account here, you actually see my description completely disappear. And that's because when an object is your state value that's returned from the useState hook, it's not going to do an auto merge of that object when you set your state. Which means that you need to make sure that you don't lose your properties of that object when you do those set state calls using an object. Now, luckily, with kind of new features of JavaScript, we can handle that fairly easily. So here, what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to pass this state setter a function, and I'm going to take my previous state, so I'll just say prev state, and then what I want to do here is I want to return an object. So here I'm going to return an object, and with this implicit return here, to return an object, I need to wrap it in parentheses so JavaScript can differentiate between the body of a function and the curly braces of an object here. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to first spread my previous state into this object, and I will have videos soon on the spread operator and destructuring, but what I can first do is spread this object, and basically it's going to add all the properties and values of my previous state here. And then for the property I want to change, I can just overwrite that property. As in JavaScript objects, if you add a property to an object twice, the property you add last is going to be the one that stays. It's going to overwrite the property that you wrote before you wrote your last property. So here I can set my count. I'll just set it to 1 here. And when I do this, this is going to maintain my description property because I'm spreading my count and my description onto my object here. And then I'm going to overwrite my count value with the value of 1. So if I refresh my page here and I get my description back, and then I change my count, you're going to see my description does stay now because I don't lose my property on my state object. That is going to persist because I spread it here. Now, what if I want to set my count based on my previous count? Well, I can do the very same thing that I did earlier. I can access my prev state dot count, and then I can just increment that by 1. And here, if I come back and I refresh my page, you can see that now I can increment my count here, and my description will remain the same because I am ensuring to spread that property into my object here. So when you're using an object as your state value, make sure to maintain your properties by using the spread operator here, or just be aware that React isn't going to do an auto merge, and you will lose properties if you don't handle that correctly here. And if you're finding yourself needing to use like more complex objects in your state, I would say maybe the useReducer hook that React gives you might be a better use case for that, as that's used for more kind of complex state, but we'll cover that in future videos. So state within React represents the data of your application at any given point of time. And this state will lead to what the user sees on their page. And the state can change over time. So the state of your application might vary because the data of your application might vary, and that will change what the user will see on the page. Now, in React, you're not going to be able to have a reactive state by just using JavaScript variables. You need to kind of hook into React and use their useState hook. And this useState hook, well, this is just a JavaScript function that allows you to use state within React. And this hook must be called at the top level of your function. You cannot call it within loops or conditions or any nested functions because it needs to be executed in the same order on each re-render. And this hook must also be called within a React functional component. And when you use the useState hook, you first pass it a default value. It can be of any type, and React will return an array of 2 elements. The first element is going to be that state value, and the second element is going to be a state setter, in which you can set that state over time and have your data be reactive. And your user is going to see those updates when you call that set state call. It's going to trigger a re-render of your app and set that state to change the data of your application. And if you want to use multiple pieces of state within your React component, you can just call the useState hook as many times as you want, and you'll have separate slices of state. And if you want to set your state based on previous state, then you should pass a function to the state setter and then use the argument that React gives you, which is the previous state. And then whatever you return is going to be set as your state there. And if you use objects within your state setter, React will not auto-merge your object with your previous state, so make sure you don't lose properties if you're wanting to maintain them across renders. So hopefully this gives you a good idea on how state works in React. Stay tuned for future videos on useReducer and other React hooks, and I will see you in that next one.
In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know about handling events within React. We're first going to talk about what an event is, and then we're going to talk about whether React events are the same as HTML events, as spoiler alert, they're actually not. And then, of course, we're going to talk about how do you actually handle events within React, and then also some kind of helpful things to know when handling events. So what is an event? Well, an event represents some action that the user takes. This might be something like a button click, or it might be something like a page navigation, or it could be something like the user swipes on the page, or the user submits a form, or they drag an element, something like that. And when these events occur, these events are going to be emitted, or these events are going to be fired. And these events are represented by just a plain old JavaScript object. So these events are literally going to look like an object, and it's going to have like a type property, and it's going to tell you the type of the event, and it will have a target property and tell you where on the web page that occurred, and so on and so forth. So an event represents some user action, and this event is just a JavaScript object that has some data in it representing the event. And when these events occur, you often want to capture that this event occurred. It's like, okay, the user clicks on a button. You want to do something after that button has been clicked to make your page nice and reactive. So that would be capturing that event. And then after you capture it, you usually want to perform some action. So if they click on submit for a form, the action that you're going to want to take is probably to submit that data to your database and then tell the user some success message like, hey, your form has been submitted. You're now going to be navigated to the homepage or something like that. That would be handling that submit event and then kind of directing the user where it might make sense to take them. So when a user takes an action and the event is emitted, that event is represented by a JavaScript object, and you often want to capture that event and perform some action. And that would be called handling the event. Now, HTML has a ton of different events that are going to be emitted, like on click and on drag over, so on and so forth. And in React, events are very similar, but they're not exactly the same. So what React actually uses is called a synthetic event. So kind of like a fake event. It's actually just a wrapper around the HTML native event. And the reason they use this wrapper is because it makes this event cross-browser compatible. So it's compatible across all browsers. And it will have a very similar user face to the native event, but like I said, it will work across browsers. Now, with React, there are some differences in the naming. So React events, those are going to be camel case. So instead of just lowercase on click, like it would be in HTML, in React, it's going to be lowercase on, and then it's going to be capital C, and then click. So in React, events are going to be camel case, as HTML in React is actually JSX, which is actually JavaScript, which JavaScript by convention is camel case. And then not only that, but there are differences in the naming of events within React compared to HTML. So, for example, in the React docs, they mentioned that on mouse leave, this camel case event here is an event in React, but in HTML, the equivalent event is actually just called a mouse out event. So this lowercase event, mouse out versus on mouse leave. Now, React in their docs has a list of the events they support. So if you're like, I'm trying to use this HTML event and say that you used mouse out but just camel cased it, that's a reasonable place to start. But if that's not working like you expect, then I would go to the React docs and see, okay, what are their events? Or, a Google search is going to return you what the equivalent mouse out event is. Okay. So React events, they are very similar to HTML events, but React will wrap them in a synthetic event to make them cross-browser compatible. React events are going to be camel case, and with React events, not all of them are going to have the exact same name as the HTML event. Now, with all that being said, how do you actually move forth and handle events in React? Well, in HTML, you would do something called adding an event listener. You would have the element in which you expect the event to occur on, and then you would do .add event listener and pass in a callback function to run when that event occurs. And in React, that's not typically how you do it, not generally how you do it. And if you find yourself like querying the document to add event listeners and stuff like that, there's a chance that you're doing something wrong. Now, don't get me wrong. I think that there's probably those edge cases in which you might actually have to do something like this, but most of the time, you probably should stay away from using the add event listener API. And instead, you should just provide the event listener within the JSX that you are rendering out. So here, this is a running app that I have running right now. And as you can see, it is a super boring counter app in which I just have this count here and then a button to change the count. But this will allow me to give examples on how these event listeners work. So just this basic app here in which you can see that I have a count and then a button to change the count. And to handle this on-click event for the button, well, within my JSX here, I can just add an attribute to my JSX with the name of the event that I want to handle. So I want to handle the on-click event here. So I just put in as an attribute on-click in camel case, and then I can pass in my function here. And notice here that I pass in a reference to my function. I don't call the function here. So if I call the function, that would just, as soon as this renders, it's going to call the function. But I don't want to call this function as soon as this button renders to the page. I only want to call this function when this button is clicked. So if you just pass a reference to this function, then the HTML that's effectively going to be rendered here is going to know that, hey, we're only supposed to call this function when this button is clicked on. And then I add this handle change count. By convention, usually for event handlers, you might use the kind of terminology of handle and then whatever the event is. So handle change count, or you might also see on change count. Both of those are used quite a bit in professional applications. But automatically here, when this button is clicked, it's going to call this function. And when it calls this function, React is automatically going to pass this function an event. So as an argument to this function, React is going to pass it this synthetic event. And this event is going to represent what occurred on the page. So it's going to have a type, it's going to have the element that was clicked on, so on and so forth. So here in my handle change account, I'm going to console log my event. And then all I'm going to do is I have some state here that is my count. And if you haven't seen my video on state, it might be helpful to watch that to know what's going on here. But then I just increment my count by 1. So if I go back to here and I'm going to actually open up my console here so you can see what is emitted to the console when I click this button so we can see the event. But you see, when I click on this, it increments the counter. So I correctly handled this event. And then over here, this is where I console log the event. So me console logging this event is going to emit this to my console here. And you can see that this is a synthetic base event. this is React wrapping the native HTML event in this synthetic event here. And as you can see, it has like the type of the event was click, and then where it was located on the page is here. And then there also is a target here, which is my button element. So you can see that this event has a lot of different properties and values to allow you to handle the event. And especially with something like an input, well, you're often going to want to know what the value of that input is. So you might need to use the target element. And then if you access the target.value, that would give you the value of an input. Now, you won't always use that because in React, you might use something called controlled components, but I will have a video on uncontrolled and controlled components, and we will specifically talk about inputs in a little bit more depth. But for the sake of this video, you can see that when I click on this element here, it emits this event, and then I capture this event, and all I do is perform some action after this event takes place. In this instance, I just increment this count here. And you can see it emits this synthetic event. Now, like I said, notice that this is an on-click with the camel case and not just a all lowercase on-click there as well. So that kind of gives you a general understanding of handling events in React. But I do want to cover one other thing that is particularly useful when handling events. And that is, what if you want to pass an argument to this function here? So here, I'm just referencing the function here, and this event gets automatically passed to the argument. But what if I wanted to pass like more arguments to this function? Well, that is something that you will very commonly do within your React applications, and it is fairly straightforward once you kind of get used to how it looks. So here, I have the very same app, except I just changed a few different things. So for one, my handle event function here is called handle change count, just like before. But now it expects 2 arguments, or it sets up these 2 parameters here in which I could pass 2 arguments to this function. And then one is called add or subtract. So depending on what's passed as an argument here, I'm going to determine whether I want to increment or decrement my count. And then here, I'm going to pass an argument called number, and that is how much I want to increment or decrement by. So I'm going to say if add or subtract is equal to add, then I'm going to set my count to current count plus my number. But if it's not add, I'm going to make sure to decrement my count here. And then I'm going to use my number to be what I increment or decrement by. Now, quick note, you probably wouldn't want to use a just like magic constant here. You'd probably want to have like some constant here called, I don't know, this is a very bad name, add or subtract. And with constants, it's generally consensus to use like all capital letters for them. But here I could do like add is equal to add, and subtract is equal to subtract. And then instead of just repeating this kind of magic constant everywhere, I could just do add or subtract dot add. And then I could do the same thing here. And this just prevents me from making a typo and kind of not knowing what's going on. So with that, now let's talk about actually passing these arguments to this function here. So in this onClick, what I actually decide to do here is I pass an inline function here. And then within my inline function, I then call my event handler function with these 2 arguments here. So I then call this handle change count with the first argument that is going to evaluate to add right here. And then the second argument, which is 4. So this should increment my counter by 4 when I call this. And notice here, it still passes the event into this inline function. So if I wanted to use the event in this function here, I definitely still could. And let's just go ahead and still console log the event here like we were normally doing. But now I need to make sure to pass it as an argument to this function here. So we're going to pass the event as the first argument. So to pass arguments to a event handler here, you actually will want to pass in an inline function And then in that inline function, that's where you're going to receive the event. And if I want to use the event in my overall function handler here, then I need to then pass an argument of my event to this handler. And then I can also pass any other arguments as well. So if I didn't mess anything up and I run this here, you're going to see that when I click on the button, it increments my count by 4, and you can see it emits this event every time. And then if I come back here and let's say that I change this const to subtract, and then let's subtract by 2, we should see this now decrement by 2. And we do see that. So this is me handling this event. Now, one thing to note here is, like I mentioned earlier, I don't want to just pass this function like this, because what this is going to do is every time that this button renders, it's just going to call this function right away. So by passing this a inline function, it's only going to call this inline function here, because this inline function, I'm still just passing a function reference here. And I could, create a whole nother function, say handler, and then here I could create a function that then calls this handle change account, and I could just pass in this handler as a reference right here, and that would work the very same way. But often you'll see these passed as just an inline function. So here I just need to pass an inline function reference. And quick side note, I definitely spell things wrong all the time in my videos, so feel free to call me out on that. I tend to speak JavaScript and not English. But with this, you just pass an inline function here, and then you can call your handler with the arguments that you want. So for events in React, an event represents some action that the user takes. And this event is represented by just a JavaScript object. And when a user takes some action, this event gets emitted, and you often want to capture the event that was emitted and perform some action when the user takes an action. And in React, events aren't exactly the same as just basic HTML events. The events are going to be camel case, and React is going to wrap the HTML native event in a synthetic event to make it cross-browser compatible. And then there's also going to be some differences in naming conventions. Like in React, it's going to be called on mouse leave, and the equivalent HTML is mouse out. But you can consult the React docs for a list of the event handlers that they have. And then to handle events, you should probably, in most circumstances, stay away from add event listener, and you should just pass your event as a JSX attribute, and then pass in a reference to a function to be called when that event occurs. Don't call your function immediately when you pass your event like that. That's going to call your function every time this renders instead of just on click. And then automatically, React is going to pass a synthetic event to your function reference here. And if you want to use arguments for your function handler, then one of the most common things to do is pass an inline function, and React is then going to pass your event to that inline function, and then you can call your overall handler with arguments as well as kind of passing the event along as well. And this doesn't have to be an inline function. You could create a separate outside function as well. But if you do need to use those arguments, you're going to have to pass pretty much 2 functions to this handler. So you can use some arguments here in which you're not forced to just call this function immediately every time that your element gets rendered. So hopefully that gives you a good idea on handling events in React. Stay tuned for more videos, and I will catch you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding lists and keys within React. So let's first say that you have a list of data within your program. So here on line 5, I create a constant, and I assign this constant called programming languages to a list. And each item in this list contains an object, and the object has a language and a devs property, in which the language property points to the name of a programming language and the devs property points to some number. These are definitely not accurate numbers representing how many devs there are for JavaScript. I literally just banged on my keyboard for a little bit for the sake of having some dummy data. So we have this list of data here, and let's also say that we have a component that will use this list of data. So I have a component called programming language that takes 2 props here. language and developers. And it's going to return just some HTML that tells you what the programming language name is and how many developers there are. And let's also say that we want to render this programming language component for each item in this list. Well, how would we solve this problem within React? Well, luckily, React gives us a fairly straightforward way of doing this. So in order to do this, there's kind of a couple of different approaches that you could take. Let's first talk about the kind of first option you could take, in which you could assign a list to some element and then render that element out within your component. So what I'm going to do here, so I have my main overall app component. And within this app component, I'm going to render a list of these programming language components using this data here. So what you can do here is you can actually map over your list and you can return a new component for each item within the list. So on my list here, I'm calling the .map method. I'm taking my programming language data here, which is going to be an object with the language and the devs. And then all I need to do is return from this map method a new component for each item in my list. And this doesn't necessarily have to be a component. You could just render out some basic JSX here and it would still work. But in this situation, we're going to render out a programming language component and we are going to add the props of language and developers, and we're going to assign that to the data item .language and .devs. So for every item in this programming languages array, we're going to map over it and return a programming language component and create a new list of these components and assign it to this language components constant. Now, one key thing, pun is definitely intended, to remember with creating lists in React is that the list is going to need a key property. So you need to add a key prop to your outermost element that you render within your map method. So if I had this programming language component wrapped in a div, let's say, I would want to add my key prop to this div because the div would be the outermost component. So you need to add a key prop to the outermost component. But here, I don't need to wrap it in anything. I can just add my key prop to my programming language component. Now, my programming language component, it can't access the key prop here. That is only for React, right? So it's not actually going to pass this property as a prop here to the programming language component. So you need to pass a key prop to the outermost element that you return from your map method when trying to render out a list within React. And the reason you need to do this is because it basically allows React to know which item of that list is being changed or added or removed, and it allows React to be much more performant when it has the keys of these elements within the list. Now, these keys need to be unique, and since they need to be unique and they also need to be stable, meaning they shouldn't change, because of that, you shouldn't use an index. Like that should be your very last resort. So I really don't want to just, take my index in my map method and add that as my key. As if you add and remove elements from this list, then the indexes of those elements is going to change. So it's not going to be stable, and that's not going to allow React to know like when you add, change, remove an element, and allow React to be performant with that. So the key needs to be unique. Probably not the best idea to use an index. It should be a stable key throughout. Now, the keys need to be unique among siblings. So every component that I return here, it would need to have a unique key. So in this example, I use my language property of my data object. So for every programming language here, each language is different. So they're all going to have a unique key. So this object here is going to have the key of JavaScript, this one of Python, this one of Dart, so on and so forth. Now they need to be unique among siblings. They don't need to be unique among your entire application. They don't need to be globally unique. Like if you have multiple lists that you're rendering out throughout your app, not every single one of those lists needs to have unique keys across all lists. It just has to be within this single list here, within all of these sibling elements. They need to have unique keys. So you can just return an element from the map method into a new element here called language components. And then here, all I need to do is render out language components. And if we look at my browser here, you're going to see that I actually get a component for every different language. So this is my first component. The programming language is JavaScript. This is the current developers. And then you can see Python, Dart, Rust, Assembly, Java. And this gives me a new component for each item in my list here, because I map over this programming languages here and I just create a new component here and assign it to this language components and render that right here. Now, this is the first option you can take. You can also do a very similar thing, but just do it right within your JSX. So here I can take my programming language array and I can open up my curly braces here within my JSX and say, hey, this is JavaScript land. And then if I just paste this here and I map over my programming languages and I return a programming language for every iteration of my map method, and I don't even assign the return value to anything, this will actually still work. So if I look at my output of my program here and I'll refresh the page here so you know I'm not lying to you, you can see that I get this very same result. Because within React, if it sees that you map over an array and you return that directly in your JSX, it's going to return one of these components here that you return from your map method on each iteration of this map method. So it's going to create a brand new component for each piece of data within your overall array. So you can also just, within your JSX, open up a pair of curly braces and map over an array, and whatever you return there is going to be what's rendered to your web page. So when rendering out a list within your React applications, all you need to do is map over an array within your component, and then in your map method, you can return a new component for each item within your array or any JSX element. Just make sure that in that element, in the outermost element within your map method, that you add a key property to that method. And for that key property, just make sure that it is unique across the siblings of kind of your array that you're mapping over. And then you can either assign the return value of that map method to a different variable and just render out that variable within your JSX, or you can directly do your map method within your JSX, and whatever component you return from your map method, React will automatically know that that's what you want to render to the page, and it will render a single component for every iteration of your map method. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you in that next one. Controlled versus uncontrolled components within React. So we're going to first talk about what that even means, and then we're going to get into what it looks like, and then some benefits of using controlled components over uncontrolled and why you might use those in the first place. So first off, what does it mean for something to be controlled? Well, what we're kind of talking about here is whether you, the programmer, are managing the value within some element. So if you had an input element, are you, the programmer, managing the value within that element? Or are you just allowing the default behavior of the browser to occur? Are you allowing that value to be controlled by the browser? So it would be considered controlled if the developer is managing that value, and uncontrolled if you're just allowing the browser manage that value through its default behavior. So what does this actually look like in practice? Well, I first want to show you an example of what an uncontrolled component looks like. So here I'm running my React app right now, and I will show you the browser here in a sec, but I'm running my React app and I basically just have a label and an input here, in which in my input, I am not setting the value of my input. So I don't have an attribute here that says value equals some value. I am just letting the browser manage whatever value is within my input here. And then all I'm doing here is when a change event occurs for this input, I'm just console logging the event. And the reason I'm doing this is because I just want to show you that the input here is still going to have a value assigned to it. But as you can see, I'm not managing that value of this input. We're just letting the browser do it. So if I go to my browser here, you're going to see that I just have a very nicely styled input with a label of full name. And I have my console open here, and we're going to see what gets logged out to my console when an on-change event occurs. So if I type my name here, we can see a bunch of on-change events. And if I open up one of these and I look at the target right here, and the target of a change event is going to be the element in which that event occurred, and I look at the value of this event, you can see that it's the string Ryan Solomon. So we can see here that my input still has the value of Ryan Solomon, even though I'm not setting that within my React component. So in this situation, this input would be considered uncontrolled. We are just letting the browser manage this value with its default behavior. All right. And this isn't necessarily inherently bad. Like, people have been doing this with web pages for a very long time and just letting the browser kind of manage these inputs. But that's what we're talking about with an uncontrolled component. Now, what would this look like if we turn this into a controlled component? So if I go down here, I have the very same example, but I make this a controlled component. And to do that, all I need to do is manage the state within my React component, or manage that value within my React component. So here I initialize some state. I have full name and set full name, and I assign that to the return value of useState, and I initialize it to just an empty string. And then down here with my input, all I need to do is set a value attribute of my input, and then that value is going to be my full name state, or the state that I've initialized within React. So this is me managing this value within this React component. So this would be considered controlled because I'm managing this value. I'm going to set this value on an on-change event. So I'm going to get that event, and I'm going to set my full name to the target.value on every change event. And then I'm going to just kind of manually inject that value within my input, making this a controlled input. So if I go back to my browser here, you're going to see that I get the very same result here, in which I type in Ryan Solomon, and then if I go back to my app here and I just console log my full name value, you're going to see that I'm going to get the very same thing, in which I get Ryan Solomon here. So I'm setting that value within React, and then let me also console log out the event, and you're going to see that my input is still going to have the target.value of Ryan Solo right now. So if I look at the target and I look at the value, you're going to see that I'm still setting that value here on the input, but I'm just managing this value within my React component. And as you can see, my React state is the same thing as the value of this input. So this is me just managing that input. So this would be a controlled component here. Now, what's the benefit of doing this? You can see that we get the same result both ways. Why would I want to do a controlled component over an uncontrolled component? Well, there's a few benefits of this. So one of the benefits is that you can do instant validation and enforce formats on these inputs. So, as I'm typing in my input here, it might be a little bit easier for me to, check some validation. So a certain length of the input, or certain values within the input that it needs to be. Or let's say I'm typing in a phone number and I want to make sure that it is formatted in a certain way. So maybe it has dashes after the area code and different things like that. Well, that might be a little bit easier for me to manage within just React state here, and when I have control over that input. Additionally, I think one big benefit here is it kind of makes React the single source of truth of the data within your application. You're not kind of going back and forth between, okay, well, with this input, we get the value just from the browser and we let the browser manage this value. But for this input, we thought it was best to manage this value within React. I think it makes it a lot easier to just have one single source of truth in which, okay, the way that we manage our inputs within our application is a way in which that's controlled, and we just manage those values within our component. And then it also can give you some more flexibility when using the input values. So this kind of comes back to enforcing formats and validation and stuff like that. And this is by no means all of the benefits of using controlled inputs. It's just to kind of get you thinking of some different things that might be easier to do if they are controlled. So the difference between a controlled and uncontrolled component within React is a controlled component is in which you manage the value of that component within some React state. Whereas with an uncontrolled, you allow the browser to manage that value with just its default behavior. And the way that a controlled component would work is
for some element here, so for this input element, I would set a value attribute on this element, and this value attribute, I would tie it to some React state. So I'm controlling this state and just injecting the value of this input. So I, the developer, am controlling the value of this input. And then on some change event here, I can set my state, and that is also going to inject that new state into my input. So that would be me controlling this input and creating a controlled component. And then some benefits of these controlled components, you might have some more flexibility when it comes to validation and enforcing different formats. And you also have just kind of one single source of truth within your React applications of the different values and data within your apps, which might make things a little bit easier to reason about and a little bit more kind of maintainable and scalable over the long run. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding the useEffect hook within React. We're first going to go over kind of an explanation of what the useEffect hook is. Then we'll dive into some examples to make that explanation a little bit more clear. And then at the end, I will give you just some kind of overall general tips when working with the useEffect hook. As you know, I know when I was first starting out with React, this useEffect hook was probably the most tricky one to kind of wrap my head around. So I think these general tips will also be helpful for you. So first things first, what is the useEffect hook? Well, this is a hook that React gives you to perform side effects or to perform effects. And a side effect is effectively whenever you have a component that needs to do a task that influences something outside of that component. So whenever you have some code that needs to influence kind of the outside world, outside of just the isolated component that you have. So some examples of this might be an API request. It could be setting up a subscription so you can better handle some different events. It could be manually manipulating the DOM, so taking the document title and changing that, or grabbing an element manually from the DOM and manipulating that in some way. All of these would be considered side effects because they all influence something outside of just the running of that single component that you're in. Now, these effects can be categorized into kind of two different categories. You'll have effects that require cleanup and effects that don't require cleanup. So an example of an effect that doesn't require cleanup would be something like an API request. Usually, you just make the API request, and then once that request has resolved, there's not really, you might handle that data in some way, but it's not like you have to go back in time to making that request and clean something up. Like it kind of automatically cleans itself up. It doesn't keep making that API request over and over and over again. So that would be something that you don't necessarily need to clean up, even though it is a side effect. However, if you added something like a set interval and you set an interval to run some code over and over again, well, it's likely that you'll want to clean that code up so it doesn't continuously keep running throughout the duration of your entire application. So that might be an effect in which you do want to clean up. And luckily in the useEffect hook, we do have ways to kind of clean up these effects that we have. So let's kind of dive in a little bit more on how the useEffect hook works and some examples of working with it. So the useEffect hook, it is a function that you get from React. And then once you import it, you can use this useEffect hook. Now here, I'm using the useEffect hook by just accessing the useEffect method on the React object. So I'm importing React from React, and then I'm accessing the useEffect hook. You don't need to necessarily do this. You can just do useEffect here, and you can import useEffect from React. All right, but sometimes I think this makes it a little bit more clear just to kind of say, hey, we are using useEffect from React here, but it's totally standard to just import useEffect in isolation and not access it on the React object that you import from React. All right. But this useEffect hook is going to be a function, and it's going to take two arguments. The first argument that you pass to useEffect is a function. So as you can see in this example here, I am passing useEffect an anonymous inline arrow function. And this is fairly standard to do, just to pass a useEffect, a function anonymously right in as the first argument. So here I'm calling useEffect,
And then I'm creating this inline function and passing it directly into useEffect here as my first argument. All right, so the first argument the useEffect takes is a function. And by default, the useEffect hook will call this function after every render of the component that it's within. So every time this app component renders, currently this useEffect hook here is going to run the function that I pass in. So it's going to run this window.alert every time this app renders. So you're going to see every time I open up my browser here, I get this alert, Code Ryan. And if I click OK and I refresh it, I'm going to get this alert again because my component is going to remount. So it's going to run my inner function and it's going to give me this alert again. All right. So by default, the useEffect hook will run the function you pass in on every render of your component. Now, you have to be careful with this because say I set some state within this function that I pass into useEffect. Well, every time your state changes within a component, it's going to re-render that component. So if I change some state that I had in my application, it's going to trigger a re-render. And if this function runs on every re-render, well, it's going to re-render again, and it's going to change that state. And then since state changed, it's going to re-render. And then you're in this infinite loop of setting state, re-rendering, running your function, setting state, re-rendering, and that can cause infinite loops. So sometimes you do want to set some state within the function that you pass into useEffect, but you don't want it to trigger on every re-render. And I would say in most instances, you don't want this default behavior of the useEffect hook running on every re-render. So to avoid this, you can pass a second argument to the useEffect function. And this second argument is going to be an array of dependencies. And all that means is that you're going to pass an array of values to this useEffect method here. And anytime those values change, that is going to trigger your first argument that you pass to the useEffect, your function, that will trigger the running of that function. So I can pass it a second array here, just like so. And every time that a value within my array changes, that is going to trigger the rerunning of this first argument here, my function that I passed to useEffect. So if I had some different state in here, I could pass in my state, and then maybe I have another value in here that is, some number, and then I can pass in these values to this useEffect hook, and that basically says, hey, only run the function that I pass into useEffect whenever one of these values change. Now, sometimes there's not really an appropriate value for you to pass in to run this inner useEffect hook, but you still only want your function to run maybe when this component mounts. So the initial mounting of this component, the first time it's rendered. Well, for useEffect, if you only want your passed in function here to run when this component mounts here, so when this app component mounts, let's say I only want it to run once when it first mounts. Well, to do that, you pass an empty dependency array. So if I pass this empty dependency array here, that's telling useEffect here, hey, only run my passed in function here. So this passed in inline function, only run that function when my app component first mounts to my page. All right, so pass an empty array as your array of dependencies if you only want to run something on mount, but you pass in values to this dependency array if you want your inner function to run every time a certain value changes. Now, we'll talk about kind of one key thing to remember here when I get into my general tips later, but those are the fundamentals of how the useEffect method works within React. You pass in two arguments. The first argument is a function that you want to run, and the second argument basically tells useEffect when you want to run that function. If you don't pass any second argument here, then it's going to run on every single re-render of the component it's within. If you pass an empty array here, it's going to run only when this component first mounts to your page, when it's first rendered to the page. but you can also pass in an array of values here. So I could have several values within my array, and that's telling useEffect, hey, only run my passed in function here. It will first run it on mount, and then it will run this function every time one of those values within my dependency array changes. Now, the useEffect hook has one additional feature that I definitely need to discuss here for you to gain a full understanding of how it works. And this extra feature here is being able to do that cleanup we talked about earlier. So how do we handle the case when we have an effect and that effect needs us to clean up after it? Well, in the useEffect method here, within our passed in function, we can actually return a function, and that function that we return, it's going to be called when our overall component unmounts from the page, and that function is going to be called before the next time your passed in function is ran. Sounds a little bit confusing. Let me kind of explain via this example here. So I have an overall component called counter, and I define a useEffect hook right here, and then I pass in an inline function as my first argument. So my first argument to useEffect is my inline function. And within my inline function, you can see that I set an interval. And my interval is going to call this passed in prop here, this set count function, and it's going to increment this count by 1. But within my passed in function to useEffect here, I'm actually going to return an additional function. So here, this is me creating an inline function here, and it's actually going to be me clearing this interval with this ID. Now, there's potentially better ways to do this with refs, but this is just kind of for the sake of example, all right? And we'll go over useRef in future videos. But here, this function that I return from my passed in function here, this function right here is going to be called when my counter component unmounts, and it's going to be called before the next running of my inline function that I pass into useEffect. And then additionally, I only pass an empty array as my array of dependencies. So this is telling useEffect, hey, only run this passed in function on mount, on the first rendering of this component. Let's say I did have some value within this dependency array to trigger it to run my inline function multiple times. Well, then next time my inline function gets called, React will actually call my cleanup function here first, and then it would call my passed in inline function. So the way this would work is it would run this inline function on mount, and then before the next time this inline function is called, it's going to run my cleanup function again. And additionally, whenever this counter component gets unmounted from the page, it's going to call this cleanup function. All right, so you can return a function from your passed in function to useEffect, and that will act as a cleanup function, and it will be called before the next running of your passed in function and when this component is unmounted to the page. So if I show you this example here, I have an overall app component, and I create some state, which is just my count, and then here I'm going to render my counter, and I'm going to pass in my set count function, because it expects that as a prop right here. And it's going to increment the count on an interval here every second. And then once this component gets unmounted, I'm going to make sure to clear my interval to clean up here. And in my kind of main React code here, I have some logic that says, hey, if the count is less than 10, then I want to render my counter. But if it's not less than 10, then I do not want to render my counter. So what I would expect here is when my count is greater than 10, it's not going to render my counter. So that is effectively going to stop this incrementing of this count, because it's going to unmount my counter and it's going to clear my interval. So my count is no longer going to be incremented here. So we should see that my count is just going to remain at 10 here, because I'm no longer going to be incrementing my counter because I make sure to clean up my interval here. So let's see this in action in my browser here. And let me refresh here just to make sure that my state is good. So first you're going to see, okay, my counter is incrementing up here because it's no longer less than 10. It's going to keep that interval going. But then it hits 10 here. And then my logic in my code, it's like, hey, since my count is no longer less than 10, I'm not going to render my counter. I'm going to clear my interval here, and I'm no longer going to increment my count. So my count here is just going to stay at 10. And as we can see, my count does just stay at 10. But what if I forget my cleanup function and I forget to clean this up here? Well, if I remove this here, you're going to see that, okay, even if my component unmounts here, I'm never going to clear this interval. So this set count function is going to keep running and keep running and keep running. So this is going to actually cause a bug in which my count doesn't stop incrementing. And if I refresh my page here and we see this start counting up, we first see it gets kind of a weird behavior because I'm not kind of incrementing it correctly and I'm not cleaning up after the running of my function. And then we also see that since I never clear this interval, it just is going to keep going and keep going and keep going because I don't remember to clean up within my useEffect function. So in your useEffects here, make sure that if you have an effect in which you need to clean up after, return a function from your passed in function, and that returned function, it will be ran whenever this component is unmounted from the page and before the next running of your passed in function. Now, for some general tips with useEffect, it's helpful to just do one task within each useEffect. So let's say you need to make an API request, and then you also need to, reset the document title to some string or something like that after that API request is made, and then you need to perform some effect after that. Well, it's probably best, and this is recommended through the React docs, to have your useEffect hooks do one thing and only one thing. So instead of just having one long useEffect hook to where we handle that API request and then we set the title of the document and then we adjust everything there, it would probably be better to have like 3 separate useEffect hooks that just do one thing on mount. Now, of course, if something needs to occur sequentially, one thing after another, it might make sense to do it within just a single useEffect hook. But in general, if you can keep your useEffect hooks kind of isolated to just doing one thing, it's probably going to make your code a bit less buggy and a bit more easy to reason about. Additionally, one tricky thing about the useEffect hook is that dependency array. So managing when your function runs based on the values that change within that dependency array. And you have to be especially careful if you have a value that is passed by reference within that dependency array. So a non-primitive value. So within this dependency array, let's say I had, some object within it or some array within it. These values are passed by reference and they are not passed by value. So they're non-primitive values within JavaScript. Well, every single time my counter component re-renders here, it's going to create a whole new object here. And since it creates a whole new object here, it's going to see it as a new value. So it's going to recall this useEffect. And then if this useEffect hook changes some state, well, it's going to re-render my counter. And then since my counter was re-rendered, well, this is now going to be a new object. And then we're stuck in that cycle again. So if you have a value in there that is a non-primitive value, it can trigger some issues because those values are going to be reinitialized every single time your counter re-renders here, and that can cause issues. And it works the same way if I had a function here within my dependency array. It would reinitialize that function on every re-render. The dependency array sees that as an entirely new value, and then it would trigger more re-renders, and it just can cause bugs. So be very careful in your dependency array when using values that are passed by reference, because often those are reinitialized on every re-render, and React will see those as completely new values and trigger your inner function to continuously keep running. So in general, I would try to avoid values that are non-primitive values within that dependency array. You'll want to use things like numbers, strings, booleans, those primitive values within that dependency array whenever you can, as that's going to lead to less of these bugs that, you actually end up reinitializing a object, and that causes a different kind of reference to that object every time a component re-renders, and that just can trigger some errors. And then in general, I think that the useEffect hook I've worked in a professional application using React for the last almost 3 years now. I would say the most common bugs that occur in our application, they tend to occur from just kind of mismanaging this useEffect hook and having incorrect values in the dependency array, forgetting to clean up, doing different things like that. So in general, if you have ways to structure your code in which you can use the useEffect hook a bit less overall, I think that is generally a good idea. So for example, let's say you need to set some state after something in your UI is clicked. And then let's also say after your state change, you want to change something else in your program. Well, it might be better to do all of that within your on-click handler, rather than like a way that you could do it is you could write a useEffect hook and you put some of your state within your dependency array. And then let's say that state gets changed on your on-click, and then you want to run something else within your useEffect hook. You could technically do that by just passing that state within your dependency array, and the function that you pass into useEffect will be called anytime that state changes. Well, I think a better approach is just not writing the useEffect hook whatsoever and just handling those different functionality that you want to do when that state changes. Just handle that within your on-click handler. And then that can kind of help prevent a whole host of issues of using your useEffect hook a bunch throughout your application, and you're trying to use your useEffect hook like every time a piece of state changes, rather than like just trying to use your useEffect hook when you have to perform certain side effects within your app. All right. So in general, if you can avoid your useEffect hook, this doesn't mean that it's bad to use by any means. Like, it's a hook within React for a reason. However, just, consider that sometimes if you can handle some functionality outside of useEffect without writing a useEffect hook at all, that might be a better approach, rather than having a bunch of different useEffects throughout your entire application. All right, so the useEffect hook within React is how you perform effects or side effects within React. And a side effect is whenever you need to perform some task within your application that affects the outside world. So let's say I have a component and I need to affect something in my outside world, something outside of that component. That would be an effect. This could be API requests. This could be manually manipulating the DOM, different things like that. Now your effects, you're going to have effects that require cleanup and effects that don't require cleanup. For the ones that require cleanup, you can do that within your useEffect hook. And the way that the useEffect hook works is the first argument you pass to useEffect is going to be a function, and you basically tell useEffect when to run that function. And the way that you do that is the second argument you pass to useEffect is an array of dependencies. And anytime a value within that array changes, it's going to re-render your passed in function. Now, if you only want to run something on mount, you can pass an empty array to your useEffect hook. And if you want to rerun your passed in function every re-render, you could just not pass a dependency array whatsoever. And then for your useEffect hook, if you need to perform cleanup, return a function from your overall passed in function that you pass as a first argument to useEffect. And this function will be ran when your overall component unmounts and before the next running of your passed in function. So I hope you enjoyed this video and learned a lot about useEffect within it. It's definitely an important hook to understand when writing professional React code. And I will see you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding the useRef hook within React. We're going to talk about what this hook is, how it works, and then we're going to go over some examples of where using this hook within your application is actually going to be kind of useful and helpful. So the useRef hook is a hook within React that React will give you for free. You can import this hook from the React library, or you can access it on the React object. So you could do react.useRef, or you could import useRef from React. And useRef is a hook within React that allows you to effectively create an object and persist that object across re-renders. So similar to how you can persist state across the re-renders with the useState hook, you can use the useRef hook to persist some object across re-renders. Now, for this persisted value, you are going to have a .current property on this object. So when you create a ref, you're creating an object, and on this current property of the object, that's where your value is going to be. Now, the ref object, it will not be reinitialized on every re-render of your application. So this allows you to have some value on your .current property that isn't going to change throughout the duration of your component, and it's going to persist across re-renders, but you're not going to reinitialize that object on every re-render. Now, additionally, if you mutate your .current property, the value on that .current property, if you mutate that, it's not going to trigger a re-render within that component. So if you change state within a component, your component's going to be reactive to that, and it's going to trigger a re-render so it can update the page with that new state. But if your ref object, if that changes, React does not care. It's not going to re-render your component. And this can potentially be a really nice feature of the useRef hook because you can track some value that changes over time. But when that value changes, it's not necessarily going to trigger a re-render of your component. So this useRef hook, when you call it within React, it's going to return an object. And on that .current property, it's going to have a value that persists across re-renders. And if that value changes, React is not going to trigger a re-render, kind of like it would if a state value changed. And this object is not going to reinitialize on every re-render. It'll be persisted across re-renders. Now, this is commonly used to gain a reference to a DOM element. So in HTML, elements can have a ref attribute that allows you to basically gain access to this element on the DOM. And this ref here, this useRef hook, it is often used to just gain access to these DOM elements. However, as mentioned in the React docs, this is definitely not the only use case for this useRef hook. And it can really be used anytime you want to persist some value across re-renders and you don't want to reinitialize that value over and over again. But you also don't need your application to be reactive if that value changes. So it can be used in any of those cases as well. So let's go over some examples of how this works. So here on line 39, I am calling this useRef hook, and this is going to return an object to my input element here. And this object is going to have a .current property. And right now, since I didn't pass any value to the useRef hook, it's not going to initialize that .current property with any value. However, if I passed it the value of, say, true here, well, it would return an object with a .current property that has the value of true. Now, in this example, I want to show you how you can gain access to a DOM element. So what I'm going to do here is I have this input element here on line 53, and I set its ref attribute. So like I said earlier, HTML elements, they have a ref attribute in which you can gain access to that element. And here, all I need to do is pass my ref constant here to my ref attribute of my HTML element. So I'm passing my input element ref here as my ref to my input element. And this will basically give me access to this HTML element on my web page. So an example of what you might do with this input element ref, now that I'm going to have reference to this input element, well, I can access that element on the .current property of the object returned from useRef. So here, when I click, I also have a button here, and when I click this button, it's going to focus the input. So my onClick handler, all I do is I access my input element, and then I access the .current property because that is going to point to my mounted input element, as I have mentioned here. And then all I'm going to do is call .focus on my input element. And calling focus on an element is going to focus whatever element you call the focus method on. So essentially, since I have this input element ref here, all I need to do is access that element on the .current property of my ref,
and then focus that element. So if we look at my example here, what you're going to see is that when I click my button here, you can see that it focuses my element. And it does this because I have access to my kind of ref element. Now, I will console log out my input element here just to show you what this looks like. And I focus my element here. You can see I'm going to console log an object here. And this object, well, it has a dot current property here. And then this dot current property, it points to this input element. So I maintain a reference to my DOM element because I passed my ref to the ref attribute of this element. So that gives me access to this DOM element here. So that's one way the useRef hook can be used. It can be used to gain reference to an HTML element, and then you could write some logic and use that element in some way. Here I decide to focus it, but you might, blur the element or do other things like that, or just gain access to a value of an element if you would like. Now, the useRef hook can be used in other ways. It doesn't have to just be used to gain access to an element, and it can definitely be useful in other ways. And let me just comment out all of this here, and let's go to this next example. So what you can do is you can track whether your element is mounted or not, and then you can prevent yourself from trying to set state on an element that is not currently mounted. As in React, if you try to set state on an element that is not mounted, your application isn't necessarily going to error, but you are going to get quite a bit of console errors from React saying, hey, you're trying to update state on an unmounted component. This is likely a bug in your application. You should probably fix it. So this can be really useful for avoiding those errors and also just like making sure that you're not doing anything funky within your application. So sometimes it can be useful to know whether your component is mounted to the page or not. So here in this example, I create a ref here and I initialize my ref to true because when this line of code runs here, then that means that my app component, it's been called and it's going to be rendered to the page. It's going to return this JSX and render my component to the page because this line of code is hit. So I can initialize this isMountedRef to true. And then all I need to do here is I create a useEffect hook and I want this hook to run when my component unmounts. So here, I'm going to return a function from useEffect, and check out my video on useEffect if this doesn't make sense to you, but I return a function from useEffect to run this logic on unmount of my component. And all I do is I set the current property to false. So when this component is unmounted and its kind of life cycle is over, it's going to set the current property to false. And when it's mounted, it's going to initialize it to true right here. And then to use kind of this logic of whether my component is mounted or not, I might have a on-click handler. And then before I set some state, I can just check, okay, if isMountedRef.current. If that is a truthy value, my component is mounted and I can set some state. But if it's not, I don't need to set some state because my component's not mounted anymore. You don't need to go around and use this in every single component that you write or anything like that. This is just for example purposes of another use case of this hook. All right. Now, another kind of interesting use case of this hook is actually storing functions or other kind of reference values on the current property of this hook. So what I mean by that is if you create a function in JavaScript and say I initialized a function within this component here, well, that function would be reinitialized on every single re-render of this app component. And if I passed that function as a prop or something like that, I'd be passing a brand new function every time as a prop to another component. And if you pass a different value as a prop, well, it's going to re-render that component that accepts that prop because a component will re-render if its props change or if its state changes. So if I'm passing a function that reinitializes on every re-render, I'm passing a new value every single time to that child, which triggers a re-render. So sometimes it can be useful to use a function or an object that doesn't reinitialize on every re-render. And that's exactly what useRef gives us. Now you can also use something like useMemo to kind of prevent this as well. But sometimes this could be useful, and this could be a potential use case of this useRef hook. So this is by no means an example that I've really tested out and that I'm very confident that this is functional working code right now, but this is just for example purposes of you could do something like this. All right. This is by no means like hashed out as good quality code right now. All right. But for example, on your useRef object, and I might actually have to add this on my .current property, but for the sake of example, it shouldn't matter to the point I'm trying to make, but you could add a function like a handle click function. And I add this to my useRef object here. And then as a on-click handler, I could just call my ref.current.handleClick. And that will call the handle click property on my useRef object that persists across re-renders. And in this particular example, there's not a ton of value of having like this within a useRef here instead of having it within just like my app component. But say I have another child component here and I need to pass some on-click handler. Well, in this instance, if I passed this ref here, well, that's going to have the same reference to my function on every re-render. But if I pass this, if I just created a like function on click here that did some stuff and I initialized that within my app component, well, this is going to be reinitialized on every single re-render, which is going to pass a new value to this child component on every re-render, which means that this child component is going to be re-rendered every single time as well because its props are changing. So by storing a function or an object on this useRef hook, it can prevent you from running into some of these issues with re-rendering things just because they are being reinitialized on every re-render. And you could also imagine that if I had a useEffect hook in this component and I needed to store like an object in its dependency array, well, it's going to trigger that useEffect hook to run every time that object reinitializes. But if you stored that object in a useRef hook, it might prevent that useRef hook from re-rendering a bunch when you don't need it to, because that object from useRef is going to be maintained across your re-renders of your application. All right. So within React, the useRef hook is a hook that allows you to maintain some data or maintain a value across re-renders. And when you call useRef, you are going to return an object. And this object is going to have a .current property. And you can pass an argument to useRef when you first call it, and that will initialize your .current property to whatever value you pass into useRef. And React will persist the value on that .current property across re-renders. And this value on the useRef object here, it will not be reinitialized on every re-render. It will have the same reference on each re-render. And if this .current property value changes, you will not trigger a re-render of the component you're within. Now, the useRef hook has several kind of use cases to it. One of the biggest ones is gaining access to DOM elements, in which you can create your ref like I do here. And then once I've created this ref, I can pass it as an attribute to an element, and that gives me a reference to this input element here across re-renders, and I can access it on the .current property of my ref. Now, you can also check whether a component is mounted or not by using the useRef hook by just kind of manually updating that .current property. And then you could also potentially prevent certain functions and objects from reinitializing on every re-render, which can potentially help improve performance and prevent some bugs by just maintaining the same function reference or object reference on every render by storing it on the useRef object. So I hope you enjoyed this video and that you learned a lot about useRef and some use cases of it. Stay tuned for more React videos, and I'll see you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding the useReducer hook within React. First, we're going to go over just an overview of useReducer. Then we're going to talk about what exactly is a reducer anyways. And then we'll kind of get into the specifics of how useReducer works, as well as an example of where you might use this within your applications. So for the useReducer hook, it is an alternative to useState. So
it's a hook within React that allows you to manage state. And it is preferable to use state when you have a bit more complex state. So say you have several similar state values that you need to manage within a component, you might decide to use useReducer rather than creating like 7 different calls to use state. Additionally, it's also a bit more easy to use useReducer when your state values typically rely on your previous state. So if you're constantly setting a new state based on previous state, it can be more helpful to just use the useReducer hook rather than useState. Now, to kind of get into this hook a little bit more, I think it's important to understand kind of overall, just like conceptually, what is a reducer? Well, a reducer is a function that takes multiple things and outputs just one thing. So if you think about JavaScript, you can use the .reduce method on an array. And this method will take the collection of elements within that array and it will output one single thing. And that's fairly similar to how the useReducer hook works. You can take the previous state as well as some data passed into your reducer function, and then you output just one single state value. So you'll take multiple things and just output one single thing with your reducer hook. And that one single thing will be a new state value for your component in which you're calling that useReducer hook within. So how does the useReducer hook actually work? Well, the useReducer hook takes 2 required arguments. The first of which is going to be a reducer function. And the second argument is going to be the initial state of that component. And your useReducer hook is going to return an array of 2 elements, similar to how the useState hook returns an array of 2 elements. But the useReducer hook, the 2 elements, the first element is going to be your state. And the second element is actually going to be a function to update your state. This is typically called a dispatch function. And I will go over all of this in more detail here. This is more so an overview of how this works, and then we'll go into examples of how this works to make things more clear. But your reducer function that you pass in to useReducer as the first argument, that is going to be a function that takes 2 arguments. The first argument is going to be your previous state. So when you use your dispatch function to update your state, since you use that function, React is automatically going to call your reducer function with the previous state as the first argument. So you're going to write a reducer function, and the first argument is going to be the previous state of your component. And the second argument is going to be an action. And this action is going to be an object containing some data to help you update your state. So in kind of this reducer pattern, typically you dispatch an object to update your state, and this object is called an action. And this action has a type property, and that type property will let the reducer know what kind of action is occurring and allow you to update your state accordingly. Now, inside this action, you might also have a payload property with some new data to update your state as well. But I will show you an example of this, and it will come together to make more sense. But just know that the useReducer hook, it is a little bit tricky. And the first time I learned about it, I didn't understand it at all. Like, I watched a video tutorial about it, and I literally thought to myself, I have zero idea of what just went down in this video. So if you're feeling like that and you're not just like programming prodigy that knows everything the first time you hear it, then I'm with you. It is okay. You will understand it. I would just recommend like doing your own test applications and really playing around with this on yourself. That's what really helped me learn this as well. But a reducer function will take 2 arguments. The first is going to be the previous state of your component. React will automatically pass that previous state in to your reducer function as the first argument when you update your state with your dispatch function that is returned from your useReducer call. And the second argument is going to be an action that's going to have a type property to let the reducer know how you should update your state. And then that action might also have a payload property with some new data to also allow you to update your state with that new data. But let's get into an example of how this actually looks in some kind of live code here
and what's going on. Now, this is going to be a lot to take in. Like I said earlier, I would recommend going over this multiple times, but the biggest thing is playing around with this yourself and really getting the hang of this. All right, because I do think that it's very likely you'll see this within your React code. And if you use anything like Redux, which is a state management library for React, you're going to see this pattern. And this pattern, I think, in general, is helpful to know. It just takes a second to wrap your head around it. At least it did for me. So let's go down to my component here first. And what I have going on here is I have a form component. And what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to have just a basic form, and then I'm going to manage my state with useReducer for the state of my form. Now, I'm not saying this is how you should manage state within forms. There's other libraries to help you take care of that. But if you think of a form, you have several inputs within a form that is all kind of a related state. They're all inputs of that form, right? So it's all related in some way. However, for each input, you're likely going to be updating your state on your onChange event. So you're going to be updating your state a lot based on previous state. So adding a character and different things like that. And you're going to want to manage your entire form state together, most likely. So I think this is a good example to where you'll have several pieces of state and managing that within the useReducer hook, because it's a little bit more complex and you have several pieces of related state here. And you'll be updating state a lot on previous state. So I think this is a good kind of example for that. So I just have a basic form component here. And what I have is I just have a kind of a wrapper main tag. And then within that, I have my form tag. Then I just have some labels with some different inputs. So we have a first name input, a last name input, and then an email input. So 3 separate inputs. And then if we look at a web browser here, you're going to see I have a very nicely styled web page here with my 3 inputs. So what I do here up at the top of my component is I call my useReducer hook. And when calling this useReducer hook, I first import it at the top of my file, import useReducer from React. But here I call it with my 2 arguments. The first is my reducer function. So let's go check out my reducer function. As I said in kind of my overview, this reducer function right here is just a plain JavaScript function. I know it can seem scary, but it's just a JavaScript function. And in this reducer function, React is automatically going to pass the previous state of my component as my first argument. So you can see when I set up my function, the first argument I have here is my previous state. And as I also mentioned in my overview, the second argument to your reducer function is going to be some action. And this is going to be an object that is going to have a type property that kind of lets you know how you should update your state. So within this reducer function, I have a few different if statements, and then I return some new state based on those if statements. So I access the action.type property here, and I check, okay, is that action.type property, is it equal to a certain action? And if true, then I'm going to return some new state here. And whatever you return from your reducer function, that's going to be your new state of your application. And a good convention to follow is to have some constant of all of the different actions that you expect within your reducer. So here I have a constant called action types, and I have 3 different actions or 3 different action types that I expect. One is on first name change. So this is how I'm going to handle when a user changes their first name within their inputs. On last name change, how I'll handle when the user changes their last name. And then on email change, how I'm going to handle when the user changes their email. And within my reducer function, I handle all 3 of these cases. I check, okay, is my action type equal to on first name change? Or is it equal to on last name change? And then I handle my state updates accordingly. Now, if none of these action types come true, it means that I'm calling my reducer function with some action type that I'm not handling. And that is almost always an error, and I like to throw an error here. You could also maybe return just your previous state, although when something happens in my program, I like to know about it. The most tricky bugs to solve for me anyways are the ones in which I have no error message. So here I like to throw a new error. Now, it's also very common within a reducer function to see a switch statement here. Personally, I kind of like if statements a little bit better. I find this very readable here with just doing if and then doing an early return here if this logic is true. I find this structure a little bit more readable than a switch statement, but you might also see someone writing a switch statement in which they put the action.type within their switch condition and then kind of handle those different cases accordingly. All right. But what I'm going to do here in my reducer function is, okay, if the action type is on first name change, then I'm going to spread my previous state into this new state object that I'm returning. So the reason that you need to do this is because if I didn't spread my previous state within this object, I would lose all of the state for my different inputs within my application. So here, if I only set my first name value here, then I would lose my last name value and my email value and different things like that if I didn't make sure to spread my previous state. So in your reducer functions, you're probably going to have to make sure that you maintain your previous state when you're returning your new state. Because if I didn't do this and I just returned my first name is equal to this new value here, then it's only going to have my first name value within my inputs and it's going to get rid of my other values, which is probably not what you want. So here, since my action type is on first name change, then when I call my reducer function, I'm also going to set my payload property to the new first name value that the user types in. So that is going to be my payload property of my action. I'll show you how I call this in just a second. But then I'm going to set my first name property within my state to my action.payload, my new first name value. And I'm doing that for really any of these. But the only difference is that, so on last name change, I'm spreading the previous state and I'm updating my last name value to my action.payload, my new value that the user types in. And then for email, I'm spreading the previous state and I'm updating my email to my new value, my action.payload. All right. Now, the second argument I pass to useReducer is my initial state. So my initial state here, I am just initializing this to an object that has first name, last name, and email. All of those are just set to empty strings. So this will initialize my state to this object with these three properties all as empty strings. And what it returns here is my state. So I'm just calling this my form state. And then it also returns a dispatch value. And I am automatically just destructuring these from my useState hook. But keep in mind what's going on here is that useReducer is returning an array of these two elements. And I'm just destructuring these elements right away from that array. But I could just set a constant to some array and then say array at index 0 is my form state, array at index 1 is my dispatch value. And then within the body of my form component, I'm going to console log my form state. Now, in my return statement here, in my input values, this is where the main logic is going to occur as it relates to the useReducer hook here. So first off, I'm going to set my values of my inputs to my state. So I'm going to make these controlled inputs here in which I'm going to control the state within my useReducer hook. So I'm setting my first name input. The value of that is going to be my form state dot first name. And then same thing for my last name input. The value is going to be my form state last name, and same thing for my email input here. Now, when a change event occurs, so I'm handling this on change event, I'm going to call this function that I pass in here. So I'm just using an inline anonymous function that I pass into my on change event. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to call my dispatch function to update my state. So I'm going to call this dispatch function here. And what do I need to dispatch? Well, I need to dispatch an action. And this action is going to be an object that has a type property to tell my reducer here what type of action that it needs to handle. And then it's also, in this case, not every action that you'll use within your components will have a payload, but in this case, I need to also tell my reducer what new value the user is typing in here. So when this onChange event occurs and the user's typing in their first name, I need to know what values they're typing in. And what are those values going to be? Well, that is going to be accessible on my event object here, and it's going to be accessed on the target.value property. So here I'm calling my dispatch function and I'm passing in an object with a type of onFirstNameChange and a payload of my event.target.value, which will be the new value the user types in. And it's the same way for all my other inputs. On the onChange, I dispatch an action with a type property here called onLastNameChange, since this is my last name input, with my new payload. And what this is going to do when I call this dispatch function, it's going to call my reducer function here. It's going to automatically pass in the previous state of my component. And then my action, that object that I dispatched, is then going to be passed in as an argument to my second parameter here of my reducer function, which will allow me to return some new state here, because whatever I return from my reducer will be the new state of my component. All right. Now, let me go back to my browser, type into my inputs, and then we'll console log my current state of my application so you can kind of see this at work. So here, if I come back here and I open up my inspector, you're going to see, if I just refresh my page here, I see my form state. It's just going to be what I initialized my state to. So I'm going to have first name, last name, and email all set to an empty string. But here, when I type in to my first name input here, you see that right away when I type my first letter, that's going to trigger an onChange event for this first name input. And what that's going to do is as soon as I start typing into this first name input, it's going to trigger this onChange event, and it's going to call this function here. And within this function, I'm going to dispatch an action or dispatch an object with a type and payload property. The payload is going to be whatever kind of new characters that I type into my input. And the type here is going to be onFirstNameChange. So this dispatch function, when I call this function, it's going to call my reducer here. It's going to pass in the previous state of my application automatically. And then it's going to assign that object that I'm dispatching here. It's going to assign this object to my second parameter of this reducer function. And since my action that I'm dispatching has the type of onFirstNameChange, we're going to enter this if condition, and I'm going to return all of my previous state, and then I'm going to update my first name property to my action.payload, or whatever characters that the user is typing in. And then when I update that state, it's going to set this value here is going to be equivalent to that new state that I returned from my reducer function, because I've made this a controlled component. So if I go back to my browser here and finish this out, you can see first name gets updated to Ryan here. And then I just realized that I have a mistake here. This should actually be last name for my input label. But going back here, if I update my last name here, you see that my first name is now Ryan, my last name is now Solomon, and this is my new updated state. But if I forgot to update my previous state within my reducer function and forgot to maintain my previous state, so I'll actually do this here. When I update my email here, I'm going to forget to pass in my previous state. And when I do this here, you're going to see that once I start typing a new email, it's going to update my email value, but I'm going to actually lose my previous state from my other values. So if I start typing in my new values here, you're going to see that my current state, it only includes my email property. Now, it didn't necessarily make my values here disappear in these other inputs, because I then have switched this from a controlled to uncontrolled input, in which my browser, it still knows the values of these components, but I'm not managing them anymore within React, because my state here only has my email property, because I forgot to maintain my state in my reducer function by passing in my previous state. And then you can see this error that I'm getting here. A component is changing from controlled input to uncontrolled, because I'm no longer managing these values within my state, because I'm forgetting to spread my previous state here when I'm updating my email. So that is how the useReducer hook works within React. It is definitely a little bit tricky, but go over this a couple times. Honestly, this probably isn't best for my own YouTube growth, but watching like different people explain this also helped me. Just getting different perspectives on different teaching styles and stuff like that can help. But the number one thing is actually just playing around with this on your own and trying to figure out how this works, and just running through these examples on your own and playing around with it yourself. I think that is going to help the most. So hopefully this gives you a good idea of how the useReducer hook works and kind of where you would use this instead of useState. And I will see you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding lifting state in React. We're first going to kind of give a conceptual overview on what lifting state is, and then I'm going to show you an example of a situation in which we need to lift state to solve a problem. So in React, data flows one way. Data will flow from parent to child component within React. And you can think of React as structuring its components in a tree-like data structure, in which you have a root component, which is technically like your parent element, and then you have a bunch of children components that kind of branch off of that root component. And your data within React can only flow from that parent element to more child-most elements. So data flows one way from parent to child. Now, you can use things like context and other state management libraries to change this behavior a bit and pass data a bit differently. But by default, data will flow just from parent to child within kind of the core React library. Now, sometimes you'll find that you have two sibling components. So two components that they don't have a parent-child relationship. They are actually kind of just across from each other in the React hierarchy, meaning one is not a parent or child of the other. However, you might find that you might need some of your data within one child component. Let's say you also need that data within the other kind of sibling component. So sibling 1 has the data you need, but sibling 2, it also needs that data. But since you can't pass your data from, sibling to sibling within React, well, at least by default, then how can you actually go about making sure that both siblings have the data that they need? Well, in this situation, you can actually lift this data up, or you can lift this state up to the lowest common ancestor or the lowest common parent of both of these children. So if that data is in sibling 1 and you need it to be in sibling 2, and let's say they both share a common parent, well, you would lift that data up to that parent, and then you would then pass the data from that parent down to each sibling, so they both can have that data that they need. So that is what's going on when someone's talking about lifting state up. You have two siblings that need the same state or the same data, and you are lifting that data up to the lowest common parent, so then you can then pass that data down to each sibling. And the reason you need to do this is because you can only pass data down from parent to child within React. And that's also assuming that you're just kind of using the default React library. You're not using something like context or state management and things like that. So let me actually show you an example of what this looks like so it comes together a little bit better. So in this example here, I have a very sophisticated kind of counter game. So I'm going to have one component that holds this count, and you can increment and decrement the count, as you can see here. And then I can also clear the count. And then you also have another component
that has the game rules and shows you whether you are a winner or a loser. So the rules are, if the count is above 10, you win. If it's below 10, you lose. So in this example, I have two separate child components. This is a component right here. It's called child1. And this is going to manage my count and my incrementing, decrementing, and the clearing of that count. And you can see in the JSX that this returns, it has the count is whatever the state of my count is. And then on my increment, decrement, and clear, I'm going to call my handle increment, handle decrement, and handle clear functions to kind of have those working accordingly. Now, this video isn't about like managing state or the useState hook or on change events or anything like that, but I do have videos on that if any of this isn't clear. Now, my child 2, this is where my game rules are. So I have another component right here. Child 2, it has the game rules, and it lists those rules here in just a ordered list. And then here, this is where I want to show the result of my game. And currently it just says, you're currently a loser. But I'm going to want this to be reactive to what the count actually is. But we'll get to this in just a second. And then here in my app component, this is where I basically just render my two children right here. But as I alluded to earlier, I kind of have an issue here. I want this line of code here to be dynamic based on what the count of my game is. Right now, it's just hard-coded, you're currently a loser. But I actually want some logic that kind of says, okay, if the count is greater than 10, you win. If the count is less than 10, you lose. So how am I going to handle this? Like, as you can see in my JSX here, what I mean by two sibling components is these two components, they are just rendered out right next to each other here. Meaning this child 1 is not a parent of child 2 and vice versa. These are siblings because they are rendered out next to each other right here. Now this app component, this is the root of my application. So the lowest common parent right now is this app component for these two children. But these two children are just siblings because they are just rendered right next to each other here in this JSX, and neither one of these children here is a parent of the other. So how can we solve this problem here of I need this count state within my child 2 component, but right now it's being managed in my child 1 component, and since these children are just rendered out right next to each other here, they're siblings, I can't go and pass my child 1 state right now to my child 2 state because there's not a parent-child relationship there. So as I alluded to in my conceptual overview, I need some sort of parent component to manage my count state and then pass that count state down to both of my children components here. So there's kind of two different ways that I could go about doing this. I could manage my state within my overall app component here, and that would work just fine. And then I could pass it down to my children here. Alternatively, I could create a kind of a wrapper component or a overall parent component here called counter game. And this component can manage the state and then render out my two children. And that's actually the approach I'm going to go with, as I think in your kind of professional code, it's probably a little bit better to maybe create a wrapper component like this specific to this counter game, other than just sticking a bunch of data within your main overall app component, as you know, that could get a little bit hairy and a little bit unmaintainable if you're sticking all of your state management within this app component, right? So here we're going to create a new component, and this is going to be a parent component for both of these children right here. So what I'm going to want to do here is to create this component. Well, we're first going to want to make sure that we can return both of these children components here. So I am going to go ahead and we are going to copy these here and paste this within the return statement. So this counter game is going to return both of these children components. So this is going to be like a wrapper component to render these two. And for both of these components to have the state that I want, I'm going to actually want to manage my state within my counter game component and then pass that down to my children. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to copy all of this from child 1, and we are now going to manage the state within my counter game component. So here, I manage my state within my counter game component. And now you're going to see, all right, well, what data does child 1 need? Well, it's going to need my count, and it's going to need all of my functions here. It's going to need handle increment, decrement, and clear. So I'm going to actually just pass those as props. So now I'm passing the props of count and then all of my increment and decrement functions here. So in my child 1 component, well, I now need to get my count and these functions from my props here. So I'm going to destructure all of these as props here because I'm passing them in right here. And then my child 2, that's also going to need the count of my game. And in my child 2, I'm going to destructure my count here. Now, what I want to do here is I want to make this dynamic, like I said. So the way that I'm going to do this here is I'm going to say let title equal, and I'm going to just default it to it's a tie. And then I'm going to say if my count is greater than 10, then title is equal to you win. Else if my count is less than 10, then my title is equal to you lose. And then in the case to where it is 10, I'm just going to say that it is a tie. And then instead of here, I'm going to make this dynamic. So I'm going to just say that this is my title, and it's going to render that out there. And then what I also need to do here is within my app component here, instead of rendering my children, I need to render my counter game, because that is now my parent component to my 2 children component for my counter game. So if I go back to my browser here, if I didn't mess anything up, you're going to see that, okay, when I increment this counter here, everything still works. And then when I get above 10, you see, I get the result of you win. So this is showing me that my, child 2 now works based off of my state dynamically. And if I go to 10, I get result is it's a tie. And then when it's below 10, they lose. So as you can see here, within my counter game, I've been able to solve the problem of not having this count state in both of my sibling components. And the way that I solve that problem is by lifting state up to a parent component and then passing that data down to both of those children. So lifting state within React is where you have 2 sibling components that both need the same data, but you only have that data within one of those sibling components. And since you can only pass data from parent to child within React, a common practice is to lift that data or lift that state up to the lowest common parent component and then pass that down to both children components. Now, sometimes you don't have like a good parent component and you need to create a wrapper component like I did here, a counter game component, and then I just render my 2 children here with the state that they need. So hopefully this video gives you a good understanding of lifting state within React and helps you out in your applications. I appreciate you tuning in, and I will see you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn exactly what code splitting is and how it relates to React.js. And this is going to be more of a conceptual overview of what it is and why it's useful. But in future videos, we will go into detail on how to actually implement this and other things that are important to know when it comes to code splitting. So when you create a React application or any front-end application in general, you are going to have your JavaScript code to add interactivity to the web page. And you're going to need to send this code to the browser so you can add that interactivity. And when you send this code, this is typically going to be called your bundle. Now, when this bundle of code, when it grows quite large, it's going to take the browser a long time to kind of load up all this code. And the effect of this is that when you initially go to load your application, it could take, a handful of seconds for your page to load up. And from a user experience standpoint, if you go to a website and it's just constantly loading and loading and loading, and like you give it a few seconds, but you don't see your page yet, What do users often do? Well, they usually just leave. And this can have a dramatic effect on someone's business behind the application and just the overall user experience and the impression that someone gets from a certain company. So this initial load time is super important. And I believe Google even did some research on how much business value is lost with just seconds of differences in load time. So if you have too large of a bundle here, it can dramatically increase this load time and just decrease the overall performance of your app. And that can have some serious consequences when it comes to the business behind the app and the user experience. So we kind of want to avoid this problem of needing to load up all this code. And this is where code splitting comes in. So code splitting is one potential solution for this, and it's exactly what it sounds like. Instead of just sending this very large bundle to your browser, you are going to split your code up into chunks and then just send certain chunks to the browser. And these chunks that you send are only going to be the code that is needed for the user to interact with your page. So for example, let's say that you have an application in which you have a sign-in page to where a user can put in some information and then they can log into your app. Well, before they're logged into your app, you probably don't need to send them all of the code that deals with a logged in user. You probably only really need that sign-in page and the logic for, you probably have a database where you're storing the user's credentials and kind of validating them and stuff like that. So you really only need to send to the browser the sign-in page. You don't need to send anything related to, once you have a signed in user. And if you just split your code into these chunks and you have one chunk for the sign-in page and you just send that chunk, well, that is dramatically going to increase your load time and it's going to make your page show up super quickly. And it's especially going to become important when a user is on a slower network or they are on a mobile device and stuff like that. So you could just create this sign-in page chunk, send that, it's going to load really quickly. And then once the user is logged in and they go to your homepage, well, you could load your code for your homepage. And then let's say they go to like a account settings page, well, you could then load the code for the account settings page. So you're kind of loading this incrementally. And this is also called lazy loading. You're only loading what you need up front, and then you're just kind of lazily loading everything else when it's needed. And this can dramatically increase the performance of your application. And as I said earlier, I will cover much more in depth of how to implement this, but an example of how this might look in React is React has this lazy method on the React object that you get when you import React from React, and it allows you to kind of lazily load your components. So here, instead of importing my component directly from a file, so instead of saying like import component from some file path, you would actually use this React lazy function and you would assign your component to some variable. So I'm saying const comp component is equal to the return value of calling react.lazy and then calling this import function. And then I'll cover this in more detail in the future, but effectively what this is going to do here is React is going to know that you only need this component to be imported when you first go to render this to the page. So React is going to wait to load this component up to the page until you actually go to render this on the page. So this allows the component to only be within a bundle in which it's needed. So if this component has nothing to do with the sign-in page, you're not going to load it right away. You're only going to load it when you go to render whatever page uses this component. So this allows you to kind of split your application into these chunks and you only load the components or the code for the components for when you actually need them and when they're actually going to be rendered on the page, rather than just loading everything kind of greedily up front. Now, there's definitely much more to this in which, we have topics regarding suspense within React and using fallbacks and kind of the detriments of using fallbacks, and then using error boundaries, route-based code splitting. So you might have certain routes like homepage, account settings, different things like that, and you could code split based on those routes. All of this can help with preventing you from needing to send a large bundle to the browser and just having a really long initial load time, really hurting UX and most likely business value within your application. I know when I implemented this professionally within our code base, we were able to increase our initial load time by about 3 times, which dramatically increased the amount of user signups we were getting. And, at the end of the day, user signups are super important for the business behind your application. So this is definitely an important topic to understand. And hopefully this conceptual overview gives you an idea of kind of the solution that code splitting solves and how it works. But in future videos, we will cover the actual implementation of this. So thanks for tuning in. Stay tuned for those future episodes here. Maybe I'll link them if I already have them created, and I'll see you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn how to code split within React. If you have not seen my video on what code splitting is and you're not super familiar with what it is, I would check that out before watching this video. All right. So how do you actually perform code splitting within React? Well, the way that this is done within React is you can use a method from React. And this method is react.lazy. So using the React object, so you can import React from React. And then on that React object, you can access the lazy method. You could also just import lazy from React and do kind of a named import and use it that way as well. So you don't have to use the dot notation. But you are going to use this lazy method from React, and this is going to allow you to lazily load a component. And the way that this is going to work is you're going to use react.lazy to dynamically import a component from a certain file. And then what's going to happen is that the only time that that code is actually going to be shipped to the browser is when you first render that component to a page. So if you don't need to render that component to a page, it's not going to ship that code to the browser. All right. So let me show you an example of what this actually looks like. So as you can see here, this is straight from the React docs here. The react.lazy function lets you render a dynamic import as a regular component. So the before is you just import a component from a certain file. So in this example, import other component from this file name. And this is not lazily loading a component. This will include this component in your overall bundle that you ship to the browser right away. However, you can use the react.lazy method, as I said earlier, to dynamically import the component just as you see here. So you call the react.lazy method, and that method is going to take a function. And the return value of that function here should be you calling the import method. All right, so you can also use this import method within your React applications. And this is React's way of supporting a dynamic import. So what's going to happen here is that, as you can see straight from the docs, this will automatically load the bundle containing other component when this component is first rendered. So when you kind of code split your application, it's going to split your entire application into different chunks. And based on where you use react.lazy, it's going to create a new chunk for that component. And it's not going to ship that chunk of code or that smaller bundle of code to the browser until this component is actually first rendered to the page. So this kind of lazily loads this component for when it's actually needed instead of just upfront. So the non-lazily way to do it is right here. You just use the import statement, and then you give your component a name and then from a file name. And then the way to lazy load a component is you actually assign react.lazy, passing it a function, and then using the import statement and passing in the path in which you want to import the component. And then you assign that to the name of your component. So then you would use these the same way within your application. You would use other component and other component exactly the same, but this one is just an import statement here. And this one, you're assigning this variable other component. They make it a constant here. And I, in general, would recommend making this a constant. And they assign that to the return value of calling React lazy. And then within React lazy, passing an inline function here and calling the import statement, passing in the file name where this component lives. All right. So this will lazily load this component for when it's first rendered on the page. And as you can see in the React docs here below, the React.lazy takes a function that must call a dynamic import. So calling this right here, and this will return a promise, which will resolve to kind of this module right here. And we'll call about the kind of default exports here in just a bit. But heading back here, one thing that's important to remember when lazily loading components is that you must render a lazily loaded component within a suspense component. And you must provide this suspense component a fallback prop. And the reason you need to do this is because, all right, when you lazily load a component, when you go to that page, you don't already have that bundle of code. So once you go to that page, well, React then needs to like send that bundle of code to the browser, and that time takes a little bit. So since you're lazily loading that component, when you first go to that lazily loaded page, it's going to take a second to load up that page because you haven't sent that code to the browser yet. So while that code is being sent to the browser and you're loading up that page, you need to render some component in the meantime. And kind of a standard thing to do is to render a kind of fallback component that is like a loading indicator, a loading spinner, or something like that. So the way that this looks is that if we go down here, as you can see, the lazy component should be rendered within a suspense component, which allows us to show some fallback content while we're waiting for the lazy component to load. So as you can see here, they lazy load the other component right here, and then they import suspense here from React, and then they render out the lazily loaded component within the suspense component. So you pass it in as a child to the suspense component, or you make sure the suspense component wraps around your lazily loaded component. And then the suspense component, it takes one required prop, which is your fallback component. And here they just pass a div element that renders loading. And this could be anything. This could be an entirely different loading component or something like that. But this is going to show when the browser is then loading this lazily loaded component when you first go to the page that uses this lazily loaded component. All right. So anytime you lazily load a component, you must render it within a suspense component and provide it some fallback to show while you are loading up this lazily loaded component here. Now, you can also render multiple components within an overall suspense component. So if we look at this down here, you can see that we lazily load these two different components, other component and another component, with our React.lazy calls. And then we can render them both within this overall suspense component. So regardless of whether we're first rendering the other component to the page or another component to the page here, either time we do that, we're going to render this fallback here first while we kind of ship that code to the browser. So you can wrap multiple components at the same time within an overall suspense component. It doesn't have to just be one suspense component wrapping one lazily loaded component. You can have several in there. Now, one thing that can be a little bit tricky with code splitting is deciding where to code split. As you know, you want the performance improvements of code splitting to kind of split up the chunks of your application so you're not shipping all of that code to the browser at that initial load time of your page. However, as I said earlier, we need to render these components within a suspense component and provide that a fallback component. And if you lazily loaded like every component in your page, well, every time you went to like a different part of your page or you go through a different user experience with your page and you render one of these lazily loaded components, well, you're first probably going to show that loading indicator and then show that lazily loaded component, which can be kind of disruptive to the UI. Now, there are different things you can do here, like using different transitions within React so you can avoid these fallbacks, which I'll get to in future videos. But we don't want to lazily load so much that it's becoming disruptive to our UI. And one kind of nice balance here, or a good place to start code splitting, is code splitting on a route level. So say you have like React router set up and you have different path names. So maybe a home page and an account settings page and some other page within your application. Well, you could just lazily load those different pages. And the reason why this might make sense is because, for one, you're code splitting probably fairly evenly throughout your application on a per page level, and you're not having to send all of your code right away to the browser, which provides those performance improvements. But also, it's probably not super disruptive to the UX, because when you transition from one page to the next in just most applications, you often expect there to be some kind of a loading to take place. So it's usual to see, when you go from the home page to an account settings page in normal applications, to see some sort of loading indicator or something like that as it loads up that data. So since users are already kind of used to this experience, it's probably not going to be super disruptive to them. So code splitting on a per route basis can be a good place to start. So the way that this would look is that in this example here, you have they're using React router DOM here, and they basically have their router set up within their overall app component. And then right within the router, they render out a suspense component. And then for every route in their application, these are going to be lazily loaded. So here they say const home is equal to calling the lazy function that is imported with React. This is the same thing as calling React.lazy. They call this lazy function and pass in an anonymous function calling the import statement and the path name to their kind of overall homepage component. And they do the same thing for their about page. And they render these two routes here within a suspense component. So this is effectively going to lazily load on a per route basis within their overall app. And you're just going to show this loading indicator when you're transitioning here between routes, which probably doesn't disrupt the UI, but you do get the benefit of not needing to send all of the code for the homepage and the about page up front. So you could potentially just have a sign-in page that you ship right away, and that is, super quick and provides a good user experience. But then when you log in and you head to the homepage, then you would load this loading indicator for a sec. You would send the homepage, that code, to the browser, and then you would render that to the page. So this is probably a good place to start when it comes to lazily loading throughout your application, to provide kind of a nice balance between UX and also gaining those performance improvements from code splitting your application. Now, one thing to note is that when using React.lazy, it only supports default exports. You cannot use named exports when using React Lazy. Now, one solution here is using an intermediate file export, which I'll show in a second. But just remember that when using React.lazy, you cannot use named exports and you must use default exports, or else you're not going to be able to lazily load those components. All right, so showing you an example here. As you can see right from the docs, React Lazy only supports default exports. And they suggest if you want to use named exports, then you can create an intermediate module. So what this would look like, so you create this intermediate module, then you basically re-export those components as default export, so you can still use React Lazy. So here, let's say you have several components within a single file, and you use named exports. So export const some component name, instead of calling like export default some component name. So you have these named exports, and then you want to use these with React.lazy. Well, we can't use these named exports here. So what we have to do instead is, in this example, they create an intermediate file called the name of one of these named exports here. So they call this file mycomponent.js. And then within this file, all they do is they re-export the myComponent component as a default export. So they access the mini components.js, this path right here, And then since my component here is a named export, they use the label of my component because that's what's exported here. And then they export it again as a default component. And then since they kind of re-export this as a default, they can now lazily load this component within their application from this mycomponent.js where it's being exported as a default. If this seems a little bit tricky to you, it might be at first, but after doing it, you'll gain a good understanding of it. All right. Now, the last thing I want to end on is how do you know if your code splitting is actually working? Well, there's a few things that I would look at. For one, the goal of code splitting is to improve the performance of your application. So what I would do is I would create a production build of your application. So you might use npm build or yarn build or something like that and build the production ready application. And then in the network tab of your browser here, I can go over to the network tab in my browser here, and then I can throttle my browser. So I can go up to this drop down and I could go to like slow 3G. And then with my kind of bundled application, I could refresh my page here and I could see how long it takes to kind of load up my entire page. And you can look at the kind of time it takes here to load these different bundles. And you can see if you get a performance improvement from lazily loading different parts of your application. All right. Now, additionally, just by seeing the different chunks coming in the network tab, you know that you are code splitting your application. So if you go back to the network tab, you're going to see we have all these different like chunks of code here coming in. And after you code split your application, you should see kind of several chunks come in. And before code splitting, you will probably only see like one main JavaScript chunk come in with all of your React code. So if you code splitted correctly, you should see several of these chunks come in. And also to check if your code splitting is working, you can see if your fallbacks are showing when you go to different pages. So if you code split on a per route basis, you can go to a different route and then you can see, okay, is my fallback showing? If it shows for just a little bit, and it could be pretty quick, so you might want to throttle your network tab a little bit. But if it shows your fallback for at least a split second, then you know, okay, I am lazily loading this component. I have set this up correctly. So you can look at the network tab to see your kind of how long it takes to load up your application. And you could also use Lighthouse within your kind of browser tools as well to see like your time to first paint. And if you want to check out that more on depth, I would just Google Lighthouse time to first paint and you can see like how to do that. I might create a video on Lighthouse in the future because it is a useful tool. And then you can also check the network tab to see several different chunks coming in. And then you can also check and see if your fallbacks are showing. And that will kind of tell you, okay, is my kind of lazily loading working here? All right. But the number one thing I would look at is whether it actually improves your performance, because that's kind of your goal with code splitting. And if you notice it's not improving your performance, then you might just be adding complexity to your application for kind of no reason. All right. So hopefully this gives you a good idea on how to code split, how to know if it's working, and some different strategies for kind of where code splitting is potentially useful in your application and some things to watch out for. So thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding context within React. We are first going to talk about what context is, then we're going to talk about when to use context, and then we'll discuss the 3 different steps to creating context and consuming it within different components within React. And we'll also cover the use context hook as well. So with that, what is context? Well, within React, context allows you to pass data throughout your component hierarchy without needing to explicitly pass that data as a prop from parent to child. So it can be thought of as global data throughout your app in which you can just consume that data within an individual component rather than needing to pass it as props from parent to child. So it could be useful to prevent you from needing to lift state to the lowest common ancestor to pass that data down. And then it can be helpful for passing data across siblings and different things like that. So if we just look at this kind of example here, if you had some data that you wanted to use in child 1 and child 2, well, in kind of default React, you would need to maintain that data probably in this app component here. in the lowest common parent ancestor of these two children components right here. But if you're using context, you could just consume that data within these individual components, and you wouldn't need to then pass it down from the app component. And then similarly, let's say you have some data that you need to use in child 4 and it's being maintained in child 2. Well, you would have to pass that data all the way down. In this situation, it's just passing it down a couple components. So you only have to prop drill a couple components here. But there are situations in when you might have to prop drill several components. Now you could use component composition to potentially prevent this a little bit, but it can also help with needing to kind of send data just down several different components and really have to prop drill that data. So it allows you to have some global data just to share across your application and kind of prevents some of these maybe not so great patterns and some of these issues that you might run into. Now, when should you actually use context within your application? Well, React is very careful in their docs to kind of mention that you shouldn't just go around using context whenever you need any kind of global data or state. And they talk about how context is designed to share data that can be considered global, as I kind of mentioned before. So examples of this is the current authenticated user, the theme of your application, so maybe the different styles or a light or dark theme. And it could be like the user's preferred language if you support multiple languages and different things like that. But before just using context, it's probably a good idea to make sure that you have several components that would actually use that data as you're making that data global. And it's generally best practice to have your data as kind of private as reasonable or as private as possible. That can kind of prevent different bugs that happen when you have just kind of this global data that you're trying to manage. And on top of that, React also mentions that if you have a bunch of components that are using context, it can make those components less reusable because they are dependent on this global data. Those components aren't just like individual isolated components that can work just individually as is. They require that data coming from your global context. So that potentially makes them a little bit less reusable. So kind of my approach to using context is I tend to use it for more just like static data. So kind of the examples that React mentioned earlier. So a theme, a language, the authenticated user, all of that data isn't really going to be changing much over time throughout your application. Like I wouldn't necessarily expect a user to select English as their language and then 5 minutes later select Spanish. And then, I mean, unless they're like a super impressive human, but most of us aren't that impressive. I know I definitely am not. So with that, I tend to use it for more static data. But when it comes to actually managing state, so data that changes fairly frequently over time, then I would use something more like a state management library if you need that data to be kind of more global. And if you don't need it to be global, just use kind of the built-in state within React. So useState, useReducer, different things like that. But for more global state that changes a bit more frequently, then I would look maybe using more of a state management library like Recoil or Redux, opposed to using context for data that changes quite a bit. So for more static data that is global data throughout your application, I think context can be a good use case for that, especially if you have several components that are going to want to use that data. But if it's for data that changes quite a bit, I would look for more so a state management library or a different approach to solve that problem. All right. But now let's get into the 3 steps on how context actually works in your application. So step 1 is you need to create a context object. So to do this, what you can see in my program here is I'm going to set up a context for a theme in my application. And I'm going to have a light and a dark theme. And you see I just have a foreground and background set for my light and dark themes here. Now, to create this context so I can share it across my application, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a function from React called create context. Fairly fitting name, right? So for the create context function, you're going to pass it an initial value. So you can pass it an initial context object on whatever you want your initial kind of data to be for your context. And I just have a little note here to kind of more so remind myself to mention that when your context value changes, so if this, themes.light, if that changes, then anything that consumes this context here or anything that uses this context would be re-rendered anytime a change occurred. But as I was saying, you can use this create context function from React, and you can see up here, I'm importing this from React. This is a little bit poorly spaced here, but you can see I'm importing the create context function from React here. And then after I import it, you can initialize some context with an object. So I'm passing an object in to this create context function here, which is going to be my light theme object. And then that's going to return a context. All right. So step one for using context within your application is to first create context, and you use the react.createContext function, and you pass it an object to initialize some data that you want to be your context. Now, step two for using context within your application is this context that is returned by create context. It's going to have a .provider property on it. And that is going to be a component. And that component is supposed to be wrapped around any other components in your application that want to kind of consume or that want to use the context that you created. So this theme context will have a .provider property that will provide your context to the components that are rendered within your theme context .provider. Okay, and I'll show examples of how this looks. But this theme context .provider, this component takes a prop, and the name of the prop is value. So you're going to set a value prop on your theme context .provider, and that is going to be the value of your context that you're going to share across components that are rendered as children from your theme context .provider component. So I know that was a lot, but let me show you an example of this. So right here, I have a function called app, and I'm accessing my theme context here. So this theme context that I created, and I'm accessing the .provider property on it. And this is going to be a component. So you would use this just like a component. So theme context .provider. And then it takes a prop here, which is value. And then you are going to set that value equal to whatever data you want to share across different components throughout your app. So here, I initialize my context to be themes.light, but when I render my provider here, I'm actually setting my value to themes.dark. So you can imagine that in this app here, I could have some logic that would change my theme based on some action the user takes. So I might have a button in my application, and and it could be like a light theme toggle. And when the user toggles that button, I could change this value here to themes.light. And that would change my theme to my light theme. But I'll show you an example here of this in just a second. And then within this app component here, I render out a themed button. And this button now will have access to the value within my theme context .provider here. All right. So you create a context with react.createContext, this function from React, and you can initialize it with an initial object that is going to be the value that is shared throughout your application. And that's going to return this theme context component, and you can access the .provider property of your theme context. And when you render this component here, you need to have a value prop and set that value prop to whatever data you want to share throughout your application. And then for any components that are going to want to use that context in your application, you can render them within your context provider. And that's going to give you access to this context within the component you render as a child to your theme context .provider. And then step 3, now I want to actually use my context within my themed button here, the button I render within my theme context .provider. So here, step 3, as you can see, is within the component that's wrapped within your context provider, you can use the use context hook to then use that data being shared in your context. So the way that this works is now I'm in my themed button component, which is rendered right here within my theme context. And what I want to do is I want to use the use context hook from React. So I import this from React right up here. And what I need to do is I need to pass this hook one argument. And this argument needs to be the context that I created. So I need to pass it my theme context here as an argument, the return value of create context. And when I pass use context, my theme context, React is going to know, okay, this button here wants to consume my theme context value, whatever value is set as the prop of the theme context provider. So this is going to return my value of my context right here. And then as you can see in this button that I render right here, I'm setting the styles of my button based on my theme. So my background is going to be my theme.background and my color is going to be my theme.foreground. And if we look at my web browser here, and I am running this application live right now, you can see that I have my dark theme applied. My background is dark and my color is light. But if I change the value of my theme context provider here, if I then change it to my themes.light, and as I said earlier, you could definitely have like some state here saying const theme and set theme is equal to useState and set an initial theme, and then be able to change your theme more dynamically rather than needing to just kind of manually change it here. But just for the sake of example, you'll see that when I change this theme to my light theme, it actually changes my button here to have a background that is light and then a foreground that is dark. All right. So context within React allows you to pass data through your component hierarchy without needing to explicitly pass data from parent to child using props. And it's used for kind of global data throughout your application. And then you should use context. I personally prefer to use it when you have some global data that is a little bit more static within your application that doesn't change very frequently. And then make sure that when you're using your context, make sure that it actually should be global data and that several components need to use it, as there are some considerations when it comes to performance of using context and having that context change and then triggering some re-renders. But then to use context, you can follow a 3-step process. Step number 1 is creating your context using the create context function from React. You can pass the create context function and object, and that is going to be the initial value of your context. And then once you create your context, you can then wrap your context around any component that you want to provide the value of your context to. So if you have a component that is going to need to use your context, then you should use your context.provider and wrap it around the component that's going to want to consume that context. And then to that context provider, you should provide a value prop that is going to be the value of your context. And then within the component that you render within your provider, you can use your context by calling the use context hook from React, passing in the context that wraps this component, and then you can access the value of that context within your component. So hopefully this gives you a understanding of what context is, when you would use context, and kind of how you can use it within your components. It can definitely be a little bit tricky to wrap your head around what's going on here, but if you play around with it a little bit, I'm definitely confident that you'll gain a good understanding of how it works. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding the useCallback hook within React. We're first going to talk about what this kind of useCallback hook is, how it works, and then we'll get into some examples and use cases of kind of where this hook would be useful to use. So first off, what is useCallback? Well, it's a hook in React that allows you to memoize a function. And memoization is an optimization technique used in programming that allows you to kind of speed up your programs by storing the return value of certain functions depending on the inputs. So if a function takes inputs A and B, well, what memoization would do is like, okay, let's store these inputs A and B and also the return value corresponding to these inputs. And then if we call this function again with these very same inputs, just return that return value. Don't rerun the function all over again. So it's an optimization technique in which when you call a function with the same inputs multiple times, it only needs to make that calculation or run the entire function the first time, and then it stores that result. And then any other time you call that function with those inputs, it will just return that kind of stored or cached value instead of rerunning the function all over again. And in React, when you use the useCallback hook, you can kind of use this memoization technique for functions. And the kind of practical implications of this within React is you can prevent a function from reinitializing, because by default, if you have some function that you're creating within a React component, well, that function is going to be reinitialized on every single re-render. And this can potentially cause issues in React if, say, you need to pass that function as a prop to a child. Well, a child component is going to re-render anytime their props change. So if you reinitialize a function in a parent component on every re-render, well, that's going to re-render the child on every re-render. And you might be thinking, well, doesn't a child re-render anyways if a parent re-renders? Yes. However, you could use the kind of memo function within React and memoize the child, in which you can make it only re-render when the props or state change of that specific child, but it wouldn't solve kind of the problem of re-rendering when that function reinitializes. Also, you might need to put a function in a dependency array or something like that of the useEffect hook. And when you put that function in the dependency array, well, if you reinitialize that function on every re-render of your component, well, the dependency array is going to view that function as having a completely new value, because it's not going to have the same reference as it did previously because you reinitialized that function. So by using this useCallback hook, you can prevent functions from reinitializing, and you can have a function maintain its kind of a reference value across component re-renders, which can be helpful in those situations I mentioned of passing functions as prop and helping you prevent re-renders. And also if you have a dependency array that you need to put your function in or something like that. Okay. Now, how does the useCallback hook work? Well, if you're familiar with some of the other hooks in React, I think this will come fairly easy to you because it kind of uses some of the same principles as, like, say, the useEffect hook and the dependency array there. So in this like little example here, and I'll show you a full example here in a second, what you do is first you import useCallback from React, and then useCallback here, it's going to take two arguments. The first is going to be the function that you want to memoize. So in this example, I first pass it this function here, this anonymous inline function, and this is what I want to memoize here. And all this function does, it's, just for the sake of example, it just takes a plus b. So the first argument to useCallback is a function you want to memoize. And the second argument to useCallback is a dependency array. So what this dependency array is it's going to tell useCallback to, okay, I only want you to reinitialize this function here when these inputs change or when these values of my dependency array change. So you're going to want your dependency array to be anything that your memoized function here, your first argument, anything that is dependent on or anything that function relies on. So in this example, for this function to work, it kind of relies on the values A and B. So in my dependency array, I place the values A and B in there. Now, if your function, for whatever reason, didn't depend on anything, you could just use a empty dependency array like so. All right. So the useCallback hook here, it's going to return a memoized function that only reinitializes when something in the dependency array changes. And the useCallback hook takes two arguments. The first is the function that you want to memoize, and the second is an array of values that your function that you pass as a first argument depends on. And useCallback will return a memoized function that will only reinitialize when a value of your dependency array changes. Okay, so let me show you an example of when you might use this. And I talked about this a little bit earlier. When you're going to want to use useCallback is anytime you're worried about referential equality of a function, or you want to maintain a function's kind of equality across component re-renders. And you want that function to have the same reference in memory across re-renders, and you want to prevent that function from reinitializing on every re-render. So this could be times to where you need to put a function in a useEffect kind of dependency array, or when you're passing a function as a prop, you don't want it to, trigger re-renders in children, because children are going to re-render anytime their props change and different things like that. So to show you this example here, what I've got going on here is I just have a main app component, and I am running this live in my browser. I'll show you it in a second. And I just have a count here, some state that is set up to a count, and then some state that is set up to an array of to-dos. And then I have a function within my app called increment, which just increments my count. And then I have a function that is add to-do, and that basically just adds a to-do, the string new to-do. So it's going to create a list of to-dos here, and every to-do is just going to be called new to-do. And then within my return statement here, I return my to-dos here, in which I set a to-dos prop to my to-dos array, and then I set my add to-do function to my add to-do function right here. And then my to-dos component, as you can imagine, that basically just renders out my to-dos here. Now, in this component, what we're going to do is we're going to track when this component re-renders. So I'm console logging child render. And what this is going to do, it's just going to console log anytime my to-dos component re-renders. And then I also have just my count set up right here, in which you have a button in which you can increment the count, and then I display the count right here. Now, what we're going to do here is we are going to track when this to-dos component re-renders. So this is a child component here to my overall app component. And what you're going to see here is we're actually going to have a little bit of a problem, in which when I increment this count here, it's actually going to trigger my to-dos component to re-render, which might not make a lot of sense, because is there anything in this to-do component that is dependent on my count? Well, no, there's not. I am not using my count whatsoever in my to-dos component. But currently, as it stands, we are going to trigger a re-render of this to-do component, because when I increment my count, that's going to re-render my app component. And then when I re-render my app component, well, I'm going to reinitialize my add to-do function. And when I reinitialize this function, well, I'm passing that as a prop to my to-dos component. So what happens when your props change? It's going to re-render this child component. So if I go to my browser here, and you see a very well-styled application here, and if I open up my console and I click increment my count here, you're going to see I am indeed rendering my child. And you see this double console log here. That's because I'm running in development right now, and React will by default render things twice or show you it twice. So that's why you're seeing it here. But that's just a small note. And the main point is that when I increment my count here, you can see that I get a child render of my to-do component. Now, you might be thinking, well, doesn't a child component re-render anyways when a parent component is re-rendered? Yes, that's the default behavior of React. However, what I am doing here is I am memoizing my child component. So I'm importing memo from React and I'm memoizing it. And what this memo function does is it's going to make sure that this child component only re-renders when its props or state change. Okay, so that's why this example is going to work for us here, is because I am making sure to memoize this to-dos component here, but I will create a separate video on this memo function and where that might be particularly useful as well. But coming back to this here, how can we fix this problem of re-rendering this to-dos component when I increment my count, when my to-dos component has nothing to do with my count? I just keep reinitializing this function here, which passes a new function every time as a prop, and it reinitializes my to-dos component. Well, as you can imagine, we can actually use the useCallback hook to memoize this function and cause it to only re-render when something in the dependency array changes. So now I'm changing my function here to be the return value of my useCallback hook, and it's basically going to do the same exact thing as my previous function did,
I'm going to pass an inline function here to my useCallback hook, and I'm just going to set my to-dos by adding a new to-do with a string value of new to-do. And then in my dependency array, I'm telling useCallback to say, hey, only reinitialize this function when my to-dos change. I do not care about reinitializing this function when my count changes. So if I come back to my application here and I make sure to refresh my page, when I increment my count now, you can see that I get nothing outputted to the console here. Because now that I've memoized this function, it doesn't reinitialize on every kind of component re-render, which means that I'm not passing a different function every time to props, and it's maintaining referential equality across re-renders. So my to-dos component is like, hey, we have the same props here, we have the same state, there's no reason for us to trigger a re-render. But if I add a to-do here, you can see that I do indeed get my kind of child render. And I'm very glad that my to-dos worked because I did not test that before I actually rate this application. But hopefully that gives you a good idea on how this useCallback hook can be helpful in this situation in which you want to prevent re-renders from children components. Now, just a note here, you don't need to go around your application and add your useCallback hook everywhere and just memoize all of your functions, because there is going to be a cost to memoization. Like, it's going to take up some extra memory to memoize functions, and it's going to take some extra kind of efficiency to do this memoization technique. So it's probably not the best idea to just go around and memoize and use the useCallback hook for every single function that you have. And I would make sure to actually use the useCallback hook when you like see a problem in your application. So if you're noticing poor performance, specifically because a child component keeps getting re-rendered when it doesn't have to, that's where you might use useCallback. Or if you keep running a useEffect hook because you have a function in your dependency array, okay, maybe use useCallback there. But in general, React is pretty dang fast, and the default behavior of React is still fast. So usually you really don't need to use this hook that much until you have a specific use case to do so. So I hope you enjoyed this video and you learned everything you need to know about the useCallback hook, and I'll see you in that next one. In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding useMemo within React. We're first going to kind of give you an overview of what this hook does, and then we're going to set up a problem that you might run into within your React applications and how you can solve that problem using useMemo. So first off, what is useMemo in React.js? Well, useMemo is a hook in React that allows you to cache a value. And this helps you prevent kind of non-efficient calculations within your application. And caching can kind of be used synonymously with memoization. So it allows you to kind of hold on to a value across your renders within your application rather than needing to recalculate that value on every single re-render. And if it's a non-efficient calculation, if you can cache that value and you don't have to recompute that application on every re-render, you can see how this might help improve performance throughout your application. Now, useMemo, it's pretty similar to useCallback, but the main kind of difference there is that useMemo, it's going to be used to cache or memoize a value, in which useCallback is going to be used to memoize or cache a function. Okay, so let's set up this kind of problem here, and then I'll take you through how you can solve a similar problem with the useMemo hook. So starting at line 20 here, I'm creating my application and I'm just running a create React app application here in my browser, and I'll show you that in just a second. But basically what I have going on is I have a counter as well as a kind of to-dos list in which I initialize some state of my count and my to-dos. And I also have this kind of calculation that I'm going to be doing on every render, at least by default here. And I call this expensive calculation function, and I pass in my count state. And what this expensive calculation function does is effectively, it's going to iterate up to this really large number. So it's going to have this really long for loop, and it's effectively just going to add this large number here to whatever my count is. So every time my count is incremented, it's going to go through this calculation and take quite some time
to then add it here. And kind of down below here, you'll see that I have two functions, increment and add to do. This is just used to add a to do and to increment my count. And then here within the body of my return statement here, I return some JSX that is effectively going to output what you see in my browser right here. So I have an ability to add to-dos, and I also have an ability to increment my count. Now, right now, what you're going to see is when I add a to-do, you see that there is a very long delay there. And if I show you my browser here, in my expensive calculation function, I'm console logging, calculating, and you can see that when I'm adding a to-do, it's starting off this function. Because on every re-render, we're going to call this function, which is going to trigger this calculating, and then it's going to go through this entire loop and then return the number, which is the same number that I output to my browser right here. Okay, so you can see that when I add a to-do here, I'm still running this calculation because when I add a to-do, I'm triggering a re-render, and this calculation, it's taking a long time here. Because you can see that I console log calculating, and then a couple seconds later, it outputs the to-do. So how could we fix this problem in which my expensive calculation is leading to me to anytime I update some state, even when like I don't need to keep running my calculation here because my calculation, it's not dependent on my to-dos here. But just triggering this re-render is going to recall this expensive calculation and really slow down my application. So as you might have guessed, you can fix this using the useMemo hook with some caching here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get rid of this, and we're going to use the useMemo hook instead. So what I do to use the useMemo hook is first, I import it from React. So if you look at my import statement here, you can see that I import React, comma, and then I destructure useMemo and useState from React. So you can import the hook just like you would import any other hook from React. Now, once I've imported this hook, I'm going to use it within my application to cache my expensive calculation return value here. So for the useMemo hook, it works very similar to some other hooks in React like useCallback and useEffect, in which it takes an initial function as a first argument and then a dependency array as the second argument to tell the useMemo hook when you actually need to re-update your value instead of just returning the cached value. So the useMemo hook in React, it takes two arguments. The first argument is going to be a function. And this function from your useMemo hook, this is where you're going to do your expensive calculation to cache your value. So here I'm passing in a function, and then within my function, I'm calling my expensive calculation function and passing in my value. So this is what is going to be cached right here. Now, as a second argument to the useMemo hook, you can pass it a dependency array. If you don't pass it a dependency array, it's just going to run on every re-render, which kind of defeats the purpose of the hook. So within this dependency array, what you're going to want to place in here is any value that your expensive calculation depends on. So in my case here, my expensive calculation, it depends on my count. So I'm going to pass my dependency array, my count value here. And this is going to tell useMemo, hey, anytime my count changes, I want you to recalculate my expensive calculation because my expensive calculation depends on my count. I don't want you to just return my cached value. But if my count remains the same across re-renders, then don't do my expensive calculation again. Just return the cached value that you store for me. Now, if you only wanted to run this expensive calculation once, you could just pass it an empty array, and that would just run the expensive calculation on mount. So the useMemo hook, it takes two arguments. The first is going to be a function, and within that function, that's where you're going to do your expensive calculation. And what useMemo is going to do for you is it's going to store the return value of that expensive calculation, and it's only going to rerun that expensive calculation when something in your dependency array changes, which is the second argument of your useMemo hook. You pass it a dependency array, And you're effectively telling React that, okay, when anything in my dependency array changes, I want you to recompute my expensive calculation. But if nothing changes, I want you just to return the cached value from my expensive calculation. So if we go back to my browser here, what you're going to see is that, and I'm going to clear this, if I now add a to-do, well, my expensive calculation, it's not dependent on my to-dos. I didn't add my to-dos into my dependency array. So when I click add to-do, it should be very quick because I should be avoiding my expensive calculation. So you can check out the console here. And if I did everything right, you should not see it output calculating. You should just see a new to-do come to the page. So as you can see, when I click add to-do, I'm not making that calculation and it is much faster. And if I go back here and say I add my to-dos here to my dependency array, well, that's telling React, I want you to recompute my expensive calculation even when I add a to-do. So here you can see that really slows things down again because I did add my to-dos to my dependency array. So it's remaking this calculation and it's taken a really long time with things. But when I just have my count in there, which is all I need in there, that's all this calculation is dependent on, you can see that I don't continue to console log my to-dos, and adding a to-do is nice and quick here. All right, so the useMemo hook here is definitely helping me solve this problem of recomputing that expensive calculation when I don't need to. Now, with the useMemo hook, one important thing to remember is that you still don't want to kind of prematurely optimize things. Like if this for loop, say it was just to the value of 10 here in which it was calculating, well, it would be overkill for me to kind of use this useMemo here because there is going to be a performance cost to memoization and to caching values. So if you don't actually have a performance issue, then I wouldn't just go around and use the useMemo hook everywhere in your application. I would wait until you have a kind of specific use case in which you're like, okay, I know this expensive calculation is going to take some time and hurt performance. So in this specific instance, I'm going to use this useMemo hook to solve this problem. But I'm not just going to throw it around for every single calculation that I need to do in my React application. All right. So hopefully this gives you a good idea on how useMemo works within React and how it can solve some of these problems with some expensive calculations. So thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you in future videos. In today's video, you're going to learn exactly what a React fragment is, why they are useful, as well as how to create them within React. So there is a rule of JSX in which you can only return one single parent element. So if we look at this example down here, and I comment this out, right now I'm getting an error because I'm trying to return two kind of parent elements here, this H1 and this P tag, meaning they are on the same level of HTML. This H1 is not a parent of this P tag. So since these are just siblings and I'm trying to return them both as the outermost element within this JSX, I get an error because JSX expressions must have one parent element. So one way to solve this is by wrapping this in a div. However, within your HTML, it's probably not the most semantic thing to do to just place divs everywhere within your program. And there's also issues where this can trigger invalid HTML. So if you're rendering out a table within your HTML and you're rendering out these table cells and you need to wrap them in one parent element, well, if you wrap them in a div and then you render them out within a table, that's actually invalid HTML to render a div within a table. So how can we get around that error, and how can we kind of prevent needing to wrap our elements within divs and then having all these kind of random div containers within our program that don't really make a lot of kind of semantic sense when it comes to our HTML? Well, that's where fragments come in. And a fragment allows you to group a list of children elements without needing to add extra elements to the DOM. So when you create a fragment, you can wrap your elements within the fragment so you can return one parent element, but it's not going to add anything else to the DOM. It's just going to kind of be a ghost element that doesn't get added to the DOM. And there are two ways that you can create fragments in React. The first is just to use the React.fragment element. And you could also just import fragment from React. So I could import fragment here and use it like that. But just to make sure that we are clear, I'm going to use React.fragment here. And then the second way is to just use an empty set of left and right arrow brackets. So you can use a pair of opening and closing empty brackets here. Now, there is one scenario in which you definitely do want to use the React.fragment version of creating a fragment. And that's if you need to add a key prop to an element. Because if you just use an empty pair of brackets here, you can't do something like key equals, some value for your key. That's going to be invalid. But you can, on a React fragment, you can add a key to a React.fragment. Okay, so definitely use this version if you're going to use a key prop. So to fix my example here, I can fix this. Instead of rendering out a div, I can just render out a React.fragment. And you see I get some autocomplete there as well. And then I still need to close this just like any other element. And I can do so there. So this allows me to return these elements, and it allows me to kind of wrap around these elements and return one parent element without adding any other elements to the DOM. And then the very same thing is going to work if I just use an opening and closing pair of brackets here. That is another way to use fragments. So a fragment in React allows you to group a list of child elements so you can just return one parent element, but the fragment isn't going to be rendered to the DOM, and it's going to prevent you from needing to wrap everything in a div or add elements to the DOM just to return that one parent element. And the two ways to create a fragment is to use the React.fragment element, or you can just use a opening and closing pair of arrow brackets like you see here, and that will also create a fragment. But if you need to add a key to your parent element, like if you're rendering out a list of items and you need to add a key, then you should use this syntax here of a fragment, the React.fragment syntax, instead of the left and right arrow brackets here. So hopefully that gives you a good understanding of how fragments work in React. Stay tuned for future React tutorials, and I'll see you in that next one. What is the virtual DOM in React, and why is it actually useful? Why does React use a virtual DOM? Well, in today's video, you're going to learn just that. So first off, let's just kind of start off with what the DOM is. And the DOM is the document object model. Once you send your HTML to the browser is going to create this object model that is going to represent your web page. And this object model is going to allow developers to interact with the web page and add some of this interactivity and make the dynamic web pages that we're used to today. And the virtual DOM is actually fairly similar to the actual DOM. However, it's just a lightweight representation of the actual DOM, and it's stored in memory and synced with the actual DOM by the library React DOM. And this syncing of the actual DOM and the real DOM is called a reconciliation, which is a question that you might get on your interviews. So the virtual DOM is a representation of the actual DOM. It's stored in memory and it's synced with the actual DOM, and that syncing process is called a reconciliation. Now, that's nice and all. We know what the virtual DOM is, but what's the point of this? Like, why? Why do we use this? Well, manipulating the actual DOM in the web browser, it's pretty dang slow and takes quite a bit of time because you make one of your kind of manipulations and then the browser needs to repaint the entire page. And this process is just fairly slow, and it can kind of cause some page jank and some poor user experience. But manipulating the virtual DOM, it's actually very fast, as just manipulating this DOM, when you do that, nothing gets repainted on your page. So it's not actually slow. It's very fast to do. So each time there's a change in the state of your application, React's going to create a new virtual DOM instead of just going and manipulating the real DOM. And then once they have this newly created virtual DOM, they'll actually compare it to your old virtual DOM, and they'll check if there are any differences. This process is called diffing. And if they do find differences between your old virtual DOM and your new virtual DOM, React will find only the elements that need to be updated and it will then update those based on the differences between your old virtual DOM and your new virtual DOM. And React can also make these updates in batches instead of updating everything individually, needing to repaint your entire web page, updating another element individually, repainting your up page, so on and so forth. It will find the elements, just the elements that need to be updated, and then it will make a batch update. So then you experience less kind of total repainting of your web page, which will drastically increase your performance. So let's actually look at an example of this in the React docs. So in this kind of rendering elements portion of the React docs, they have this cool example in which you can see that their web page here, right up top, it says hello world, and then it has a time that just increments from 46 to 49 seconds here. And they show a little snapshot of their inspector tab, and this little purple right here shows you what's being updated. And you can see within this DOM here, the only thing that's being updated is the time, because that's the only thing that's changing. React isn't repainting hello world, and it's not repainting it is right here. It's only changing the time. This is because it's comparing the old virtual DOM to the new virtual DOM, and it's seeing, okay, well, the only thing that's changing here is the time. So that's the only thing we need to update. And we can go update this very quickly, make a batch update instead of needing to update things individually and repaint a whole bunch. Okay, so this dramatically increases the performance of your application. So the virtual DOM is a lightweight representation of the actual DOM that is stored in memory, and it is eventually synced with your actual DOM. And this process of syncing them is called a reconciliation. The reason this is done is because manipulating the DOM is very slow, but manipulating the virtual DOM is fast. And when something changes in your application, React will create a new virtual DOM, compare it to your old virtual DOM in a process called diffing. It will find only the elements that need to be changed. It can create a batch update to change those elements, and then it will update your actual DOM when it does so. So hopefully this video gives you a good idea of what the virtual DOM is in React. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one. In today's video, I'm going to show you something that you can do in React that is likely going to allow for your functional components to be just a little bit more clean, and it might allow you to handle some kind of different errors and default values in a little bit easier of a way. So what I've got going on here is I have a card component here, and all this card component is going to do is render out someone's name, age, and job. And then I'm going to render that component within my overall app component that you see down here. And this card component is going to take 3 props. It's going to take a name, age, and job. And as you can see, when I render it out, I pass the name, age, and job all to my card component. And assuming you're familiar with React, React is going to pass these props here as a object to my card component. And on this object, the props object, it's going to contain a name, age, and job property with the values corresponding to whatever values I pass here. And currently, within my card component, I'm just rendering out props.name, props.age, and props.job. And, if we look at my web browser here, that totally works. I get Joe, 30, and Dev, because those are the props that I pass here. So it is working. However, I think that there's potentially a better way to do this, in which, like right here, we're kind of repeating ourselves quite a bit, in which we're like props.name, props.age, props.job. We're kind of adding a decent amount of code there with props. And just repeating that a decent amount. Now, you could argue that that is more self-describing, like you're taking those values from your props, which I could see an argument for that. But I generally like to do this in a little bit different way. And, if you're going to handle errors here, so let's say that someone didn't pass a name property, well, you might have to give it a default value and do something like this, or give it another name here, which that can just kind of messy up a little bit the rendering of your components and messy up kind of your JSX. So what do I think is a better way you can do this? Well, I'm going to show you a couple of different ways that you might see out there. So one way you might see is you might see someone take these values right from your props, right at the top of your function. So you might see someone go, okay, well, my name is equal to props.name. And then you wouldn't need to use props. Anymore, and you can just render out your name here. And as you can see,
that works just fine. However, this kind of gets us into the same issue to where we're kind of repeating props dot a lot and props dot a lot. So I think a improvement to this would be, instead of kind of doing props dot name, props dot age, you can just destructure your name, age, and job straight from your props here. Now, this isn't the final solution, but as you can see here, I think that this does kind of clean up a little bit, kind of the rendering of this card component a touch, to where we're just taking these values from our props here and rendering that out right here. And as you can see, that still works. But I think that an even better way of doing this is, instead of destructuring them on this line here, I think that's kind of, why put this in the body of your function? Why not just destructure these values here just straight away within your function parameters? So we can destructure the name, age, and job properties right away in my function parameters, because I know I'm going to get past a props object here, and I expect to get the name, age, and job properties on it. So I can just destructure those right away. And you can see that still works here as expected. And I think that this definitely cleans up your code a little bit, in which now you don't have the props dot all along all these renders here, and you just destructure those right away from your props. I also think this allows you to provide default values very easily here, in which here I could say, well, okay, well, maybe when I'm using this card component, I already know that a lot of my cards here are going to have a job that is equal to developer. And here I'll just put dev. So maybe when I call this card component or render it, I don't always want to have to pass dev to it, because I know that that's going to be like the main occupation. So I just want to kind of have that as a default value. Well, here you can just add this default value right to this destructuring statement of your props. And then you don't even need to pass this to your card component. And I can remove that prop. And as you can see here, I still get my job is dev. And just to make sure that you can see that this is indeed working, I'll put web dev right here. And if we render that, you see I get web dev. So I think that by destructuring your props right away in your function parameters, it allows for a little bit cleaner of a functional component here within your JSX, as well as within the body of your function. And I think it provides a nice way of adding default values. So this is just a quick React tip that I think that can help you improve your code quality just a little bit. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one. Today is going to be a complete crash course on how to use Recoil for state management within React.js. I am going to go over some of the conceptual foundations of Recoil, like what it is, what it's good for, what are different atoms, selectors, and how to kind of use it overall. But in today's video, we're going to build an application with it and show you kind of a live demonstration, a practical application of how to use it. But if you want kind of more in-depth explanations of each of the things we talk about here today, you can see those videos at the kind of earlier on in this playlist. All right. So first off, what I've done here is I have just created a basic create React app. I just ran the command npx create React app, and you can see that right over here in these docs. If you just do npx create React app and you run that in the terminal and you give your app some name, that will just spin up a new React app. All right. But now let's install Recoil and kind of get started with that. So Recoil, and I'm just going to copy and paste this here and head back to my terminal here. And I'm going to install Recoil. And for Recoil, it is a state management library that is used to manage state within React. A little bit self-explanatory there. But what I really like about Recoil, and kind of the promise of Recoil, is that it allows you to manage state and share state across different components within React without needing to write a bunch of boilerplate like you might in something like Redux or MobX or other state management libraries like that. So not a ton of boilerplate, which you will see once we set it up here. And then also, it's very React-ish, meaning Recoil just gives you some hooks to manage state, and it's very similar to the React hooks like useState, useReducer, and different things like that. So conceptually,
there's not a huge jump from just going from React to Recoil in managing state. It really just allows you an easier way to share state across components. And I think a better way than using something like context. And honestly, I think you can get very far just using Recoil rather than needing to pull in something like Redux or something like that. All right. So let's start kind of setting up this app here. So what I'm first going to do is I'm going to just run my app. So I'm going to run npm start here, and that's going to start my app in my browser here. And it is currently on another page. So let me pull it in here. And as you can see, I just have an app that has this great UI right now that just says, hey. So with that, we're going to create just a basic to-do app. And I know it's like the cliche app to make in tutorials and stuff, but it is going to be enough to give us everything we need to get started with Recoil and for this crash course. All right. So let's first start creating our state management stuff here. So I'm first going to create a folder within my src file here. I'm going to go new folder, and I'm just going to call it state. And within this folder, we're going to create two separate folders. We're going to create an atoms folder for our Recoil atoms, which I will cover in just a second. And before I get to that, say hi to Ragnar in the background there, looking at me like, Dad, why are you looking at this camera and like talking to it? And while he licks himself, I will block him from the view here. So we're going to create an atoms and selectors folder within this state folder. So we're going to call this one atoms. And then I'm going to do another one here called selectors. And within our atoms folder, well, we're going to create a to-do application here. So eventually I'm going to create an atom to manage my to-do state. And I'll explain atoms in just a second here, but let's set up this UI just a little bit more here that is going to just give us what we need to start adding that state. So let's just get the UI set up, and then we'll add the state later. And in my professional applications, that's generally what I like to do. I like to get my UI in place, and then I will set up the state at some later point. So let's add a new folder here, and let's just go components. Did I spell components right? I think so. So within here, we're just going to have a todos.jsx, and then we're also going to have a to-do.jsx. I can't talk at all today. So within our to-dos, we're going to render out individual to-do components. So let's first start within this to-do file, and I'm going to just go export default function to-dos, and then we're just going to return. Let's return. This is going to be like the wrapper for all of our to-dos here. So I'm going to have a main here, and then for our to-do UI, well, we're probably going to want a input here. So let's do an input, and then an input needs a type of, and I'm just doing all this off the top of my head. There's definitely going to be some stuff that I forget. And then maybe an ID called to do input, although I don't think I'm going to add a label here, although maybe for semantic HTML, that might be a good idea, but we're just going to forget about that right now. So this is going to be an input. And then I'm also going to want a couple of buttons, right, to add my to-dos. So I'm going to add a button here, and this is just going to say add to do. And then I think within my to-do component, I'll handle deleting to-dos. So right now I will just do another button that says clear to-dos, and we will handle the logic here once we get our state set up here. So now I have my to-dos, and now I just need to render those within my app. So I'm going to say, hey, and then let's render out my to-dos component here and check out, did I do it right? All right. So we have some UI here. We have an input. This is where you can type out a to-do. And then once we click add to-do, that will add a to-do down here. And then once we clear, that will clear all of our to-dos. Okay. So with that, let's head back here. I think I'm ready to start adding some state here. So let's go to my atoms folder, and let's add a new file here. called to-do state. And I'm just going to do .js because we're just going to write JavaScript in here. We're not going to write any JSX. All right. So now I want to set up my atom, and an atom within Recoil is just a single slice of state, a single unit of state. And then within your components, different components can use these atoms. And when they use these atoms, that's technically called subscribing to these atoms. And then when these atoms update or they change, when your state updates or changes, then that will be reflected within that component that subscribes to that state or that uses that state. All right. So atoms are just ways to create the separate slices of state, and they are all independent of each other. So if a component subscribes to one atom, if a separate atom updates, that component doesn't care. It's not going to re-render. It's only going to re-render when a atom that it uses is changed. All right, so let's head back to the Recoil docs here and create our first atom. And this reminds me, before we do that, in order to use our atoms, what we're going to have to do is wrap our application within this Recoil root component. And this just allows us to use Recoil state within our components. So a common convention in programming is that for some of these libraries, like I know this is true for like some different routing libraries like React Router DOM, or to use material UI themes within your components, you might need to wrap them with some sort of root component. And you have to do this within Recoil. And you can see we just need to import Recoil root from Recoil and then wrap our component with it right here. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to do it within our app component. I'm going to say import Recoil root from Recoil. And then here, we're going to just wrap our entire app with this Recoil root component. And I'm going to copy and paste this within my Recoil root. And I should have like prettier turned on here to automatic format, but that's not going to really change what you take away from this tutorial. So we'll just live with it for now. All right, so now I've wrapped it in my Recoil root, and now I'm ready to go create this atom. Now, when you create an atom, you're going to have to give it a key and a default state. So as you can see, an atom represents a single piece of state. Atoms can be read from and written from any component. Components that read the value of an atom are implicitly subscribed to that atom. So any atom updates will result in a re-render of all components subscribed to that atom. Okay, so with that, you can see that we create an atom by calling this atom function that we import from Recoil, and we give it a key. So it should be a unique ID. So Recoil can differentiate between these atoms. And then you also give it some default value if that is appropriate. So let's just copy this atom here, head back to our application and paste it in here. But instead of text state, we're going to call it to-do state. And that's also going to be our key. And our default value is just going to be an empty array, because for our to-dos, we're going to manage those within an array. It's just going to be an array of objects that have text and probably like an ID. All right, so we need to import atom from Recoil here. All right, so now I have this to-do state, and I'm going to actually make sure to export this to-do state from this file so I can then import it into the components in which I want to use this to-do state. All right, so let me just go back to my browser here and make sure I didn't break anything. It looks like I didn't, so that is always good to see. So now let's head back into my to-dos here, and I want to start managing state in here. So I want to, within this, when I add a to-do, I'm going to want to set some of my to-do state. And when I clear to-dos, I'm also going to want to set my to-do state, but I'm just going to want to remove all my to-dos. And also within this to-dos component, you can imagine that I'm going to want to loop over my to-dos and maybe map those and return a to-do component for every to-do. So
I'm going to both need the value of my to-dos as well as a way to set my to-do state. So within Recoil, you do that by to-dos and set to-dos is equal to use Recoil state. And then this use Recoil state hook, it's going to take an atom or a selector. Okay. So this use Recoil state hook, I'm going to pass it an atom or a selector for whatever piece of state that I want to use here. So I'm going to say, I want to use my to-do state right here. So now I should have access to all of my to-dos within my to-do state atom. And I can also set those because this use Recoil state hook, it returns the very same thing that the use state hook does in React. It returns an array of 2 values, your current state as well as a way to set that state. And I'm just destructuring those here using the square bracket notation. All right, so you can see that this is very React-ish. It's just like the use state hook, but use Recoil state. All right, so now that I have access to my to-dos here, as well as my set to-dos, well, I can now go about implementing this add to-do function. So I'm going to just write a function here called add to-do. And what am I going to want to do here? So what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to set my to-dos. And this setter function is going to work just like it does in React. We can pass it an inline function here or any function, and it's going to pass us the previous state to that function. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to return my previous to-dos, but also my new to-do. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to spread all of my previous to-dos in this array, and then I'm going to want to create a new to-do. And within my new to-do, I'm going to give it some ID here, and I'm just going to be lazy about it and use math.random. You would not want to do this within a professional application, but for our purposes, this is going to be fine. Now for the text here, well, I'm going to want to set it to my input text. So I'm going to create that state here in just a second, but let's do input text. And let me hide this Explorer here so you can see the full page. So I'm going to set it to my input text. So I need to create that state. And I'm just going to say input text, comma set input text. And I'm just going to use React state here because I only need this state locally to this component. I don't need to share it across my application. So I'm just going to use useState, and then I need to import this from React. So I'm going to go import useState from React. And I think I did that import correctly, but I'll know here in a second if I did or not. All right. So I'm going to, for my add to do, I'm going to take all of my previous to-dos. I'm going to add them into my to-dos array, and then I'm going to add a new to-do with an ID and text set to whatever my input text is right here, which also means I need to set this value to be my input text, and I need to set an onChange handler is equal to handle input change. And I'm going to write a function here called handle input change, and it's going to receive an event, and I'm going to want to set my input text to my event.target.value here. All right. So whenever this input changes, it should set my input text to whatever it changes to. And I'm going to console log my input text here. And we're going to see if all that code I just wrote is correct or not. So let's head back here. Let's open up my inspector. Let's go to my console. Let's clear it out. Let's get rid of whatever that is. And let's start typing. So you can see I do get an error. A component is changing from uncontrolled to controlled. This is likely blah, 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 blah. And I think I know what that is. So let me fix that real quick. So the reason I'm getting this right now is because I'm not setting a default value here with useState, but now I am, an empty string. So I think that'll fix it because it's no longer going to go from controlled to uncontrolled. So let me clear that and let me start typing, and you do see it fixes it. And then you can also see that my input text is being set to whatever I type in my input here. All right. And within my add to do, after I add a to do, I'm going to want to reset my input to just a blank string. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right here. All right. So I think the last thing I need to do here, and instead of console logging my input text, I'm going to console log my to-dos. And I'm going to add a couple of to-dos. So I'm going to say on click here is equal to, if I could type worth a damn today, what's it called? Add to do. All right. So theoretically, when I click on my add to do button, it should run this function here and add a to do with whatever my input text is. So let's go ahead, clear this to do 1. And as you can see, I don't have any to dos left in my array currently because I haven't clicked add to do. But when I do that, I do get an error saying input text is not a function. We're going to ignore that for the time being. And we're just going to look at my to-dos here. And you can see I've added one to-do with an ID here, just math.random, and a text of to-do 1. And I think the error here, so I see that I didn't clear my to-dos because it says input text is not a function. I bet you I tried to call my input text instead of my set input text. So I did. Let me do that right here. Set input text to a blank string. Okay, that should be good now, but we can see we are now adding to-dos within our useRecoil state. Now, what we have to do here is let's also write this clear to-dos function. OnClick is going to equal clear to-dos, and I'm going to write a function here called clear to-dos. And all we need to do is we need to do set to-dos to an empty array. And that is just going to effectively reset this state to an empty array and clear out our to-dos. So I'm confident this will work without testing it. Maybe I shouldn't be very confident considering the bugs I've already written. But now let's go ahead and open this back up and let's write our to-do component. So export default function to do, and we are going to return, let's return like some really beautiful UI here. So let's return like, a div with a p tag that has our to-do text in it. And then also let's just do a button that has, let's just do an X. And for this onClick, what we're going to do is call our delete to-do function. So when I render these to-dos out, I'm going to pass it a couple of props, and I'm going to pass it the text that I'm setting for my to-dos as well as an ID. And what I'm going to do here is I need to access my to-do state here, because when I delete a to-do, I'm going to want to delete that to-do from my overall global to-do state. So to do that, all I need is the set recoil state function, because I just need to set the state. I don't need to actually read from it within this component. So I can say const set to-dos is equal to use set recoil state. And within Recoil, it has functions for use set recoil state. It also has use recoil state, which we already talked about. It also has use recoil value if you just need to read the value and you don't need a setter. So it has a bunch of different hooks depending on your use case. But here it has a very similar API in which to use set recoil state, all I need to do is pass it an atom here. So I'll pass it my to-do state atom. And now I can write my function for delete to do. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set my to-dos, and I'm going to pass an inline function with my previous to-dos. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to return my previous to-dos, but I'm going to filter those to-dos, and the filter method's going to return an array, which is going to be perfect for our to-dos here. And for this filter function, it's going to pass every to-do to this filter function. And if you're not sure how this filter function works in JavaScript, I have videos covering it more in depth. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to check to-do.id is not equal to my ID that I pass within props here. So what it's going to say is if I return true here, that's going to filter those into my to-dos right here. It's going to set those as my to-dos. But if my ID is equal to my to-do.id, that's going to return false, and it's not going to include that in my to-dos array here. So that's going to allow me to delete each of these individual to-dos, at least theoretically, before I test this. So I think that looks good. And let's go back over here, and now let's render out my to-dos. And let me hide this here. So to do that, we're just going to take our to-dos, and then we're going to map over them. And that's going to give us a to-do. And then we are going to return a to-do component here. And then what do we need to pass this component? We need to pass it text and ID. So here we can say text is equal to to-do.text, and ID is going to be equal to to-do.id. And when I render out a component and I loop over it like I'm doing now, I need to pass it a key prop for React. So we'll set that as the to-do ID. Okay. So let's go back to the browser and see if I messed anything up. And it doesn't look like I did. So I have one to-do within my to-do state here, and you can see that being rendered out here. If I add another to-do and another to-do, and I delete one, you could see that it deletes that to-do. So surprisingly enough, everything's working here on my first go. That doesn't happen every time, just to be clear. Okay, so we have these to-dos. And that should give you an idea of sharing state between components within Recoil. But there's another key concept of Recoil you need to understand. So let's just go over this real quickly here. So all I did to use this global state here is I created this atom to-do state, and then I read and write from that within this to-dos component here using the useRecoil state, passing my to-do state atom. And then I do this similar thing within my to-do component. I use the useSetRecoil state, and that gives me access to that state because Recoil gives you global access to state to share across components. And this allows me to delete my individual components within this state here. But there's one last thing I want to show you, and that is how selectors work. So let's go ahead and write a selector that just tells us how many to-dos we have left for today. And if you're anything like me, you hate having a bunch of to-dos on the list. So this is not going to be necessarily fun to create, but let's do it anyway. So for my selectors here, I'm going to create a to-do selector, and I'm just going to say total to-dos .js. And within this file here, we're going to create a selector. So let's go back to the Recoil docs. And as we can see here, a selector represents a piece of derived state. So yes, selectors allow you to derive a certain value from some piece of state. So I can use my to-do state to derive some other value. And in this case, I'm going to use my to-do state to derive how many total to-dos that I have. So instead of creating a whole nother piece of state called total number of to-dos and creating an atom for that and going through all that, I'm just going to use a selector here to derive this new state based on some other state. So it says it is a transformation of state. You can think of derived state as the output of passing state to a pure function that modifies the given state in some way. All right, and here's kind of how it's going to look. So let me copy this, go back to this file, and you can see that to create a selector, you call the selector function within Recoil, and let me import that here. Import selector from Recoil. And in doing this here, I need to pass this selector function an object that contains a key and get property. The key is going to be just like a unique value, just like our atoms had a key in those. So I'm going to call this total to-dos. And I'm going to make sure to export this as well. I'm going to export this here. And I'm also going to give my key that value. And then for my get property, this is where I write my selector function. And I write whatever value that I want to use. So this get property, the function that you pass to it here, so this is passing an inline function here and returning some value. You can see here that to this inline function, Recoil is automatically going to pass it an object that has a get property on it. And this get property is going to allow you to access any of your Recoil state. And you just pass an atom to this get property. So I want to get my to-do state here. So I'm going to call this get function coming from this argument right here. But I want to pass it my to-do state. And I'm going to call this my to-do state. And what I want to return is my to-do state dot length. That is going to be how many to-dos that I have within my to-do state. Okay. So now I've written this selector that returns how many to-dos that I have within my to-do state here. So I'm going to go back to my to-dos component, and below, let's go to my app component. I'm going to say, hey, and then let's do another one. Let's do like a H3 below all of my to-dos and say total to-dos. Now I'm going to want to access my total to-dos. So what I can do here is I can say const total to-dos, and I'm going to say total to-do state is equal to use Recoil value here. And I can pass this a selector. And the selector I'm going to pass it is going to be my total to-dos here. And this is going to give me access to my total to-dos value that I can then render right here. And if I didn't mess anything up, which I can see I already did, I want to render out my total to-do state like so. All right, so if I didn't mess anything up and I go back to my browser, you can see that I get a bunch of errors. Okay, this component must be inside a Recoil root. Ah, you are right. So here's a key point. I am using my selector up here before this Recoil root. So the way that you can fix this is push your Recoil root higher up. And that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to actually put my Recoil root wrapping around my app right here. And this should get rid of this error because I need to make sure it's wrapped around app.js since I'm trying to use this selector right here before my Recoil root right here. Now I can get rid of this since I already wrap it around this entire app function. All right. So now let's go back to the browser. And it looks like I'm still getting some errors here. Cannot access to-do state before initialization. And I think I figured out the problem here. So I named this the same as when I named this, because I do not think things through all the time. So let's adjust that a bit. And hey, I have now fixed it. Let's add some to-dos here. Let's do 1, 2, and 3. So here we can see I have 3 to-dos. Total to-dos is 3. So you can see everything is working correctly here. And just to kind of recap, within my application here, I have this to-do state atom that allows my to-dos and my to-do component to both kind of read and write to that state. And then within my app component right here, I use a to-do state selector to derive a value based on my to-do state that just renders out nice and cleanly right here based on my total to-dos. So that is a rundown of how atoms and selectors and how Recoil works in general. As you can see, it's very React-ish, and it is a very cool library that I definitely enjoy using. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one.
React server components. What are they? Why should you care? And when should you kind of keep using React client components? And when should you actually use these server components? Well, that's what we're going to discuss in this video. And React server components, they're something that have been promised by React for a while now. I think even backwards of a couple of years, the React developer team has kind of hinted at server components coming out. And now we finally have an implementation in which you can actually use React server components within a Next.js application. And if I were to guess, I would guess that these React server components are probably going to be rolled out to maybe some other React frameworks as well. Although it kind of seems as though Next.js is taking the lead on this a little bit. So with that, we're going to dive into that. But before we kind of get to React server components, I think it's important to understand kind of the client server model when it comes to web development. So here on the Next.js docs, and they actually have a great kind of rundown of these server components, and I definitely recommend that for kind of supplementary material here, but they kind of discuss the different rendering environments and how there are two environments where your application code can be rendered, the client and the server. So they kind of show this nice little graph here of the client over here on the left and then the server over here on the right. And they kind of mention that client refers to the browser on a user's device that sends a request to a server for your application code. It then turns the response from the server into an interface the user can actually interact with. And then the server is the computer or kind of data center that stores your application code. It receives requests from a client, does some computation, and sends back an appropriate response. So your client is what the user is going to be using. That was a little redundant, but that's going to be like your browser. In a mobile application, it might also be the user's phone. It's going to be whatever they are interacting with, your user interface. And then that client, when it needs certain data or hits on certain URLs, it's going to make requests to the server, which a server is just going to be a computer that is going to serve up your application code or some data or different things like that. It's going to respond to the requests of the client. And it's just going to be this data transfer between the client, what your user is interacting with, and the server. All right. So now that we have an understanding of like this client server model, what are server components? Well, server components, they allow you to render your React components on the server over here rather than on the client. And in a classic React app, you would render all of your components on the client. You would basically get your div with an ID of root and inject all of your kind of components within your React app into that div with an ID of root, and you would kind of render out your application tree. But with server components, you can actually render your components on the server and then just send them to the client when they are requested, and they'll already be kind of rendered. So why should you care? What even is the benefit of this? Is it just because they're like this new fancy thing? Well, no, I think there are actually some like significant benefits of this kind of server component mental model. And for one, this would allow you to kind of render non-interactive components on the server while still rendering your interactive ones on the client. And
the benefit of this, by rendering these non-interactive components on the server, you don't have to wait for the browser to render them. They are already rendered. So that's a potential performance optimization there, in which it can make your kind of application feel much more snappy and much more quick. Now, not only that, but there was a talk that one of the developers of server components, Dan Abramov, mentioned, is that one of the biggest benefits here is that it can allow you to kind of move your data fetching to the server. And then you can kind of co-locate that data fetching with your server components. So co-locating is like, okay, let's say you have a component that needs certain data from your database. Well, that component itself can make that request and just receive that data right there. And that data fetching in that component is all kind of located in the same place of your application. You don't have your data fetching occurring in one place and then it filtering through to your components that need it. You can kind of have it all in one place. And personally, I really like that kind of architecture of an application, having your data fetching alongside your components and everything in that kind of same place. And the server components will automatically dedupe these requests, in which if you make the same request in multiple server components to go get the same data, it's going to kind of dedupe that. It's not going to allow you to duplicate that request, and it's just going to return you the kind of cache data from that. So you can kind of move your data fetching to the server and co-locate that with your server components. Also, you can kind of keep your component model on your server. Like right now in our current application for my job, we have React as a front end and Django and Django REST framework as a back end. And going back and forth between these two different mental models of how Django works and how React works and stuff like that, I would say I'm a front end focused developer, but maybe 35% of my work is more kind of API backend stuff. So going between those mental models can be just take a second for me to kind of get the context of, okay, what the heck is going on in this Django app now? And if the front end and the back end just used React components and it had this kind of very similar mental model, I think that would definitely increase development time. And I think that would be a better kind of developer experience for me personally. So that would definitely be a benefit. And then also you can keep more dependencies on the server. So if you have certain server components that they need to pull in external libraries and different things like that, well, you can keep those dependencies on the server and you don't have to ship all those dependencies and all the code for those dependencies to the browser, to the front end. And one of the best ways to improve performance for your applications is to just ship less code to the browser, which is why we also have lazy loading and stuff like that. And one thing that I believe Dan Abramov also mentioned in one of his talks on server components is that server components will also kind of allow you to automatically code split your application. So it also allows you to kind of split your application into these chunks and not ship as much code to the browser kind of right away. And another benefit would also be you could also cache these server components. And since these are going to be just more kind of static components, you don't really have to worry about doing a lot of cache invalidation and kind of running into those tricky issues with caches that you might run into with kind of client side components and interactive components. So with these static server components, that can make doing something like that kind of much easier. And I think that in the Next.js docs, this kind of diagram really outlines what an application using both client and server components can look like. So they have this just outline of a page here, and what's in purple is a server component or diagrammed as a server component. And then the blue would be a client component. So you can see they have the sidebar, just a static sidebar is a server component. It's a non-interactive component. So that makes sense to just render on the server and then ship to the browser. The user isn't going to be interacting with it. So we don't need the benefits of client-side components of all that nice kind of fast interactivity. We can just have a server component there. Same thing with the nav bar. But you see, the search component within the nav bar is actually a client component because the user is going to be typing into this navigation bar. It's going to be searching different things. And we want like a nice response of that nav bar of this search component here and to provide good feedback to the user. So that's an interactive component, so a client component. And then here in like the main content, this looks like kind of like a news feed to where the content of that news feed is just server components. It's static content. But the different kind of buttons within this news feed to maybe like if you're going to like a post or you're going to subscribe to some user or you're going to comment or something like that, all of those could be client components because you're going to have this interactivity. So you can have these apps that potentially get the best of both worlds of having this client-side interactivity, which is part of the reason that people started using React, is getting some of those nice kind of very fast interactions on the client. But you can also take a benefit of just rendering things on the server and improving your kind of performance and having some of those other benefits that I talked about earlier as well. So you could see using both of these in kind of the same sort of page here. So I think it would also be helpful to kind of think about, all right, well, when might you use server components versus client components? And I've kind of hit on this already, but client components, good use cases for these are going to be when you need to add any interactivity to a certain component, or you need to handle events. That's going to be helpful with client components. You need to kind of use state within a component. So using the useState or useReducer or useState or Redux or whatever kind of state manager you're using, or you need to have certain effects, or you need to use browser-only APIs. So if you're going to be using something like local storage or session storage or different things like that that are browser specific, you're going to have to use client components. But on the flip side, you would use server components when you need to fetch data and you can kind of co-locate those components to that data. You need to use different like backend libraries. You need to kind of keep sensitive data. So like environmental variables or different things like that. Those would all be good use cases for things to just have on the server components. And by default, I believe in the latest edition of Next.js, they kind of just have server components as a default component, and then you opt in to client components when you need to use like browser-only APIs, some state, some interactivity, and stuff like that. And they also have this nice chart here on when to use client versus server components. So you can see server component is going to be fetch data, accessing backend resources, keep sensitive information on the server, large dependencies, and you want to reduce client-side JavaScript. But then for your client components here, anytime you want to handle an event or you want to use state or effects, browser-only APIs, custom hooks, stuff like that. So hopefully this video gives you a good idea of what server components are, why you should care about them, how they're useful, the benefits of them, what problems they can solve, and when you might use client versus server components. I'm definitely going to have more videos on this. I haven't used Next.js much because of my professional job. I use Django and just React. So it's definitely something that I want to kind of start learning, as some of the stuff is just too cool kind of not to learn if you find this sort of cool. So thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you in that next one. We are going to build a complete Tesla clone using React, ChatGPT, CSS, Recoil for React.js, and some other different kind of features and libraries as well. So we have a good one here. And if we come to Tesla's homepage, we see that they've got this like video demo here as a landing page. And then they show all the models, and they have this like snap to page feature. As we go across the different models, we see they have like some different sections here and everything. And then they've also got like this pop-out menu to where they blur the background and darken it a bit, and have this nice kind of sidebar here. And then they even have like a shop here. So quite a bit of different little cool features. And then if we come to our completed app that we're going to build here, we have a very similar thing in which we've got this landing page with the background video. We've got this nice little snap feature for all the models. We can see all the models and some different photos of them across. We've got a sick Cybertruck here. And then we've also got like a little shopping cart. No items in there right now, but don't worry. We can come shop, add these items to our cart, and then come back to our shop and wow, let's just buy everything. Sweet toast message, menu, blurs the background, nice little sidebar as well. So today we're going to build an application largely inspired by Tesla. I'm going to show you some cool technologies along the way, and this is going to be something that you're going to be able to use for your portfolio websites to extend. And if you want to make it look even more like Tesla's website, we can actually do so. And this is my deployed site. So we're even going to go through, deploy this and everything like that. So I have the GitHub link to this and to this deployed application that you can check out in my description box below. I know that this is a bit longer of a video, but hang with me. You're going to learn a ton of interesting things in this video, and you're at the end going to have an application that is deployed that you can then extend and reuse. And you're also going to see my favorite way of deploying things, which was super easy. And you're going to learn a lot of really great stuff. So let's get to the code editor and start to get to work here. So I have just a folder in my MacBook Pro here in which I just created a new folder called Tesla Clone. So if you want to create a new folder called Tesla Clone, you can just do make dir and then Tesla Clone. And that is if you are using a Mac. For Windows, you're on your own. So now that I have this, all I'm going to do is create a React project. And for this tutorial here, we are just going to do npx create React app. I know that that's not like the new trendy thing these days. We got Next.js and all these other things, but this video is really just going to be React, JavaScript, CSS, and ChatGPT. So we're going to kind of stick to that, and it is just going to be building out the front end. So I think that this is going to be appropriate for that. So let's go ahead and do npx create React app, and then I'm going to name this Tesla Clone. So I have an outer folder called Tesla Clone, and this is going to create an inner folder called Tesla Clone. And that's going to be a little bit confusing, but I'm just going to have to deal with it. So I'm going to create this. It's going to do its thing. I won't make you watch this unless you just want to, like, listen to me, because not only do I have a pretty voice, but I have no, wait, I said that wrong. Not only do I have a pretty face, but I also have a pretty voice. Okay. So now that you think I'm the most conceited guy in the world, don't worry, I will slow down on those jokes here. So, yeah, let me, okay, actually that was enough rambling to allow this to finish. So let's go ahead and CD into Tesla Clone. So this is just entering the Tesla Clone folder here. And then once I'm in my Tesla Clone folder, I can now run npm start, and we should see just a blank React app here. And we do. So this is our starting point here. And our ending point, eventually, we're going to try to get something like this. Now, and this is Tesla's homepage right here. So with this, we're not going to do every single little detail of their website. We're going to focus on like the core fundamental UI things that are going on here and build out like a good portion of it. But, I think if we did every little thing here, it would start to get just a little bit repetitive and isn't really like developing new skills and learning new things. So we're going to focus on just like some core fundamentals of their UI. So what I'm thinking right now is we will build this like top little header here. So we'll have this Tesla home button here. And, like all these pages, if you look at them here, are pretty dang similar. If we go Model S, 3, we look through there, Model X. And as you can see, they're all like a pretty similar structure. So I don't think we need to build out all these pages for you to kind of get the gist of how you could build out all these pages. So I'm thinking that we do like 3 of them. So we could do like S, X, and we could even do like the Cybertruck. I think that sounds fun. So we'll do the Tesla homepage. We'll do like 3 of their cars here. So 3 of their kind of core pages. And then I'm also thinking that we do their menu here. Okay, so that will be our kind of top bar. We'll do this pop-out menu. I'll show you guys how to do that. And then we'll build 3 pages. We'll have the home page. And then we'll also do this like background video effect that they have going on here. And some different things like that. And, I kind of like it when pages like snap to the section. So I might show you guys how to do that. But we might add in a few other things. But yeah, just wanted to kind of make that clear. We're not going to do every single little thing and get really sucked into the details here. But I think that like if you want to expand on this, build it out more and add things to it, and maybe you add more mobile responsiveness and stuff like that to it, or maybe you want to enhance their website and like add more animations and use different libraries and stuff to do that, absolutely go for it. This is just really going to be focusing on the kind of fundamentals of the UI, but we're still going to end with something really cool that you can use for your own projects, or like I said, expand on it, which I would recommend expanding on it and kind of making it your own. Maybe you implement authentication and have implement this like account here and stuff like that. So with that set up here, let's kind of start diving into things. So I'm going to go back to VS Code here. So I have my Tesla clone, and then in my SRC file, I'm going to just remove a lot of this stuff because we're not going to implement tests here. If you really want me to do a project to where we add tests, I have a lot of experience with Cypress. So, and that's a testing framework. So we can definitely dive into that a bit more here as we go. But just let me know if that's something you want. This is really just going to be focusing on building the UI of Tesla's website here. And you might be thinking, why Tesla? Well, I don't know. It seemed interesting, I guess. Okay, so with that, I'm going to delete this setup test folder. And as I go through this, and I'm going to delete a couple more of these files here. So report web vitals. Let's get rid of that. I'm also going to get rid of this logo here. And app.test, we will not be using that. App.css, I'm also going to actually get rid of this because that's just kind of those original styles in our app there. I'll keep app or index.css. We'll keep that for now, but I'll show you how I kind of like doing my styles here in a second. Index.js, I'm going to get rid of report web vitals here and get rid of that there. And then in app.js, we're going to get rid of a lot of stuff. So I'm going to let's just remove all this. And let's just render out an H1. So in my, and there's a couple of other things I actually want to do here as we kind of get started, but we'll touch those on a sec. I'm going to just do H1 with app. We're going to remove this class name here. We're going to remove all that. And then if I come back, you see that I just have app right now. All right. Now, one thing I do want to do is I want to get Prettier installed. So Prettier is a code formatter, and I basically use this in all of my projects. So I'm going to show you how you can get this set up really quick. And the way I'm going to do it is I'm just going to ask ChatGPT, hey, how do I set up Prettier? And can you create me a config file? I feel like ChatGPT is really quite good at stuff like this. So let's head over to ChatGPT, and I do have GPT-4. I pay for this version out of like my own pocket. I find it is quite useful, but like I would say like, I've found this more useful than things like Code Whisperer or GitHub Copilot. Like, I've just found ChatGPT more useful, and I'll show you how I use it throughout this video. But I use GPT-4. It's the paid version, but GPT 3.5, the free version, I'm sure you can use that and it'll be just fine. But I want to ask, how can I add prettier to my React.js project? So let's ask it that. And it says to add prettier, you need to first install prettier. So npm install save dev -- save exact prettier. And then I'm going to have to create a configuration file. And it kind of gives me an example configuration file here. And then it says to add them to my git ignore. And I will push this up to GitHub once I finish. And if I don't, comment below, let me know that I forgot to do that, and I'll definitely do that. But that should be in the description of this video. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to install prettier. So let's go back to VS Code, and I am going to open up another terminal window here, and I'm going to paste this in here, npm install -- whatever prettier. So we have added that to the project here. And then what I'm also going to need to do is I already have prettier in my extensions. So if I do Command Shift P here in VS Code, and also, yes, I'm using VS Code, and I am using the theme font, or the VS Code theme of winter is coming is what I'm using right now. So just in case you're wondering, but I already have prettier installed here. So I open up VS Code extensions, and here is prettier code formatter. I already have that installed and enabled globally. All right. So I installed it to my project, and I have added it as an extension in VS Code. So with that, let's go back. We now need to add a configuration file. So I'm going to add this file name .prettierrc. These RC files are often used as configuration files within your different projects. So you might need to get used to seeing those. But I'm going to put this in like outside of my source folder here, just within my Tesla clone project. And it's going to be right at the same like file level as my git ignore, my package.json, and stuff like that. All right. So here is my prettier RC. And then looking at this default config here, trailing commas, semicolons, single quotes. Yeah, I think that looks okay. But let me actually add a rule to the prettier config to remove empty lines. I don't like when there's like a bunch of white lines. Oh, come on. They have something. Okay, so it removes multiple empty lines. So we can add that here. So let me go ahead and grab this right here, and you can copy from this from my GitHub. I don't think this is a very particular important part of this right now. So I'm going to add this rule to my config as well. And we'll get going here in just a second, guys. Just bear with me. So now that I have that, and what I should see is it should, so as you can see it there, jump around. So say const sum var equals text. If my prettier is working right now on save, it should remove that to single quotes, and it does. So that's working. Now, a couple things you might need to do to get it working is you might need to go to your, I think, settings maybe. Yeah. Go into your settings, and within your settings, you can search format. And then for your editor here, make sure this format on save is clicked. So every time you save, it will auto format. And then if you also search default formatter, what you're going to want to do is set it to prettier right here. All right. And if you do that, it should be working. If it's not, you could Google why prettier is not working, but I think that should set you up pretty well. And you don't necessarily need to do this. This will just make things look a little bit nicer as we go. So with all that being said, I think that sets up our project here to where we can actually get started. So we just have this boring app right here. So what should we build first? Well, I'm thinking that right off the bat, we can build our kind of top header here, as well as this menu over here. So this will allow us to get started with React Router DOM and add some routes and do all that fun stuff here. So let's first do that. So I'm going to need to set up React Router DOM, and let's see what ChatGPT says here. So how can I set up React Router DOM in my React project? And we'll see if it knows of the latest version. I'm not sure if it will. So we definitely do need to install React Router DOM. That is going to be correct. So I think this is actually the old way of doing it. So ChatGPT doesn't have all the latest updates. So this is where, like, you know, having knowledge of the latest stuff is important. So we're just going to stop that, and I'm just going to search React Router DOM setup, and we're going to come in here. This is React Router DOM's docs. And to set up this here, we're just going to npm install React Router DOM is the first thing that we're going to do here. So I'm going to copy this from their docs, head back to VS Code, and then we're going to install that. And then now that it's installed, what we're going to need to do is add a router. So to our index.js file, we're going to add this create browser router thing right here. And we're going to import those from React Router DOM. So I'm going to copy this right here, create browser router and router provider from React Router DOM. And we're going to go back to index.js here, and we're going to import those from React Router DOM. And then I'm going to head back, and we're going to copy create browser router, paste that in here. So this is effectively creating a router in which it's basically going to say, and that just jumped around there because I just hit save, and that's prettier, kind of doing its thing. But this is going to basically say, what do we want to render when we're on just our home path? And what would we want to render if we're on, say, you know, Model S or something like that? All right. So with that, I'm also going to want to do the route provider, and I'm going to render that instead of rendering my app. But actually, for my homepage here, I'm going to render my app right here. Okay. So between the React.strict mode, what we are rendering right here, so we are getting our root element and we are injecting our React within our root element here. And instead of rendering our app just straight away, we're actually going to render this router created by create browser router right in here. So when we're on our homepage here, we're still going to render our app. So if I didn't mess anything up here, what you should see is that when we come back here, I don't see app anymore. Do you guys know what I did wrong? Because I do not know what I did wrong. But let's see. I don't have problems in my workspace right now. finally figured out what the heck was going on there. So, as I said earlier, I was going to confuse myself with having a Tesla clone folder outside of a Tesla clone folder, and that's exactly what happened. I actually installed my React Router DOM in my outer folder instead of my inner folder. So I was getting an error because it was like, hey, you don't have React Router DOM installed in this project. So I was pretty confused, but you most likely won't run into that problem. Just make sure that like you are in your project folder when installing any dependencies for that project. So lesson learned for Riot. I definitely just killed like 5 minutes staring at the blank page that I edited out because you didn't need to see me go through that. But now you can see I do have this because I kind of was getting frustrated. So I just, typed on my keyboard. Yeah, I do that as well. So yeah, we have this set up now. React Router DOM. We have our router. At the home route, we do have our app component right here. So all good there. So let's get started on making a few different routes here. And what I actually like to do just for kind of my project structure here is in my SRC here, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call this pages. So this is going to be all of my pages. And I'm going to actually lowercase this just because everything else is. So we're going to do lowercase pages. And then I'm also going to do a folder. And this folder is going to be lowercase components. And that is all I'm going to do. So I'm going to have my like individual components here and all of my pages here. So let's first do a home page here. And I think I'm going to just do a new file. I might change this to a folder later on, but we'll see how things develop. So homepage.jsx, and I'm going to do export default function home page, and then we're just going to return and h1 that says home page. Okay. And then in my index, instead of returning my app at my kind of root here, I'm going to return my home page component. So I'm just going to assume that works. Probably not the best thing for me to do, but we are going to indeed do that. And then we're going to start building out our pages here. So let's do the model S. And I feel like maybe go underscore there. What do you guys think? Well, this isn't live, so I can't actually ask you that. But let's keep an underscore here in the path name. And then we'll also do model X. And what else did I say I was going to do? Oh, we're going to do the Cyber. Is Cybertruck one word or two words? Let's go look at Tesla here. Menu. Cybertruck is one word. So we're going to do Cybertruck here. And at all these routes, it's still going to render my home page. So let's build out these pages real quickly here. So we're going to do Cybertruck page.jsx, and I'm going to export default function Cybertruck, and then we're just going to return an H1 that is Cybertruck. And let's also do model s.jsx, and let's do model s page to keep things consistent, and export default function model s page, and then return an h1 that says model s. And let me quickly go back to Cybertruck and change this to page just to keep things consistent. And I also need to do model x page.jsx. And I think these are going to be our 3 different pages that we have here. H1 model X. And it's getting mad at me right now Why is it getting mad at me right now? Let me return it in a single line. And it's still getting mad at me. Do you guys know why it's getting mad at me? I almost wish I did these live so I could. Oh, I didn't say export default function. There we go. So with that, I have my 4 different pages here: homepage, Cybertruck, Model S, Model X. So in my router, let's go ahead and add these different pages. So for my Model S route, I'm going to do my Model S page. For Model X, I'm going to do my Model X page. And for Cybertruck, I'm going to do my Cybertruck page. So effectively, what this is going to say is when we are at our home route, render out our home page. When we are at our Model S route, render out our Model S page. When we're at our Model X route, render out our Model X page. And when we're at our Cybertruck route, render out our Cybertruck page. So if I didn't mess anything up, which you guys already know I do, if I go and let me actually shrink or lower this just a little bit so you can see it. If I go up to my route and I do Model S, you see I render out Model S. And if I do Model X, and then if I do Cybertruck, you see Cybertruck, and I feel like I forget one. I don't know. You guys get the gist at this point. So that adds our router here. And as we go here, like if you're focusing on learning from everything right now, I would definitely say that as you see that I'm about to build something, it'd be a good idea to try to go build that yourself before, just following me. Like trying to figure it out yourself is going to be how you learn best, or at least that's definitely how I learned best. So with that, we have kind of our main pages here. So now I think it makes sense to create our component that is going to be like basically like our router, like this top header here. Okay. And just remember our top header is going to be Tesla, S, X, Cybertruck, and then the menu over here on the right. So let's build out this header. And I think that is going to be perfect for a header component. So let's go ahead and within our components here, I am going to create a new folder, and you'll see why I'm doing a folder here in a second. But this folder, I'm going to do lowercase header, and within header, I'm going to do a new file. And this file is going to be header.jsx. I'm also going to do header.css. So I'm going to have my header folder within my components folder that is going to be my header component and my header styles. I generally kind of like this approach to styling, but there's a ton of different things you could do. And you wouldn't even have to like do this at all. Like you could use Material UI, Shocker UI, some styling library. You could use Tailwind, so on and so forth. But my contention is if you know the fundamental CSS, you can very easily do the rest of the stuff you need to do. So let's create this header component here. So for this header, basically what I'm thinking is we're just going to do an unordered list of our different items. And then we could use like Flexbox to display those across the top of the page here. And I particularly like Flexbox for something like this because it's just like we're styling this or laying this out in one dimension. It's just going to be in this single row. And anytime I just have a single row that I'm going to kind of lay out, I really like using Flexbox for that. So with that, let's head back here. And how do we want to do this? So I think that a good way to do this, and all of them like on click are going to want to navigate. So I'm thinking we actually create an array here of our different elements that we're going to want to have in our header. And then we can map over that array and render out list items for each element within that array. So let's do const header elements, and this is going to be an array. And in this array, I think it's going to make sense to do an array of objects. And here, what we can do is let's do a label. And the first one is going to be Tesla. And then we might want to add like a route here. So like where these are going to navigate to. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do route. And so when you click on Tesla of my header elements, it's going to route to just this route here. And then we're going to want to do our label of model S. And then our route is going to be model S. And I'm getting an error here. What's it telling me? Oh, I'm in my CSS file. Guys, why didn't you tell me I was doing that? You guys just wait. We are just getting started on the little things that go wrong. And hopefully this makes you like feel good that like I've been working with React for like 4 or 5 years now, and I still do all this stupid stuff. So yeah, it's not just you if you make some of these, but maybe you're a savant and you don't, which is also great. So I did Option Shift down arrow to create another object here. And I'm just going to do model X, change the route to model X, and then we're going to do Cyber Truck, and it's one word. I keep thinking, I don't know why I put camel case, a Cybertruck. I'm thinking too much in JavaScript right now. And then we want one more, and I think there's just this menu. And this one isn't going to need a route. So I'm going to just put null here, and I might change that as we go. So now I'm going to do export default function. See, I'm learning here. And I'm going to do header. And then what we're going to do is we're going to return, and this is technically going to be our like top nav here. So I'm going to do a nav element, and I'm using something called Emmet abbreviations. You can install that in the VS Code extensions. And it's basically like if I type H1, you see this Emmet abbreviation over here, and then I just click enter and it makes the tag. It's super, super helpful. So I would use Emmet abbreviations if you want to be cool like me. So with this, I got my nav element, and this is going to be an unordered list. And then within this unordered list, this is where we are going to map over our different header elements. So let's do header elements dot map, and each element, let's just destructure the label and the route from these elements. And we're going to return a list item, and the text of this list item is going to be our label. And then when we click on this list item, we're gonna want to route. And Prettier telling me I did something wrong here. So since I'm destructuring here and TLDR and destructuring, the map function is going to pass each object into this function that I'm passing into the map function. Yeah, higher order functions is functions all the way down. So I'm going to use destructuring here to pull these properties out of each object and use them right away. And in order to do this, I need to wrap this in parentheses here, and that will get rid of that. So with this, since I'm mapping over these, I also need to put a key as my top level or in my top level element. And I'm just going to use my label. And then we're actually going to want to do an on click here. And this is going to be a function. And my menu is not really going to navigate. It's just going to pop up a pop-up. So I'm going to want to use some sort of logic here that says, maybe I'll just say, and I might change this later on. And guys, there's no one way to do any of this stuff. So like, if you saw this is where I was going with this and you implemented this differently, then, you know, there's more than one ways to do it. You see, I might come back and change some of this anyway. So, yeah, if you implement it differently, don't feel bad about that. It's not bad. And I'm a big proponent, as you probably could guess by my style right now. If it works, that's what matters at the end of the day. Okay, you should care a little bit about your architecture of your code, but that's for a different video. And it's far less fun, right? Okay, so if not label is equal to menu, if that's not true, then I'm going to want to actually navigate here. So in order to do that, we're going to use the use navigate hook from React Router DOM. So constant navigate is equal to use navigate from React Router DOM. And that's, if you're familiar with older versions of React Router DOM, this would be like the same thing as doing history.push and some state here. But this is going to allow us to programmatically navigate within our router. So we're going to call this navigate function. And where are we going to navigate to? Well, that is just going to be our route. So for example, this first object here, it's labeled as Tesla. Is Tesla equal to menu? No, it's not. So we're going to enter this if block, and then we're going to call this use navigate, or the navigate function returned from use navigate. And we're going to pass in this home route. So it's going to navigate to our home route. Same thing with Model S. It's going to navigate to our Model S route, and so on and so forth. So with that, that looks like a pretty dang good header component, if you ask me. So let's render this out. And I think Tesla has this header on all of their pages. Yeah. So regardless of if I'm at Model S, Model X, Model 3, so on and so forth, it still has this header. So the great thing about React is that I can just reuse this header component in all of these pages. So instead of just rendering out each one here, I'm going to render out each one alongside my header. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to just use a React fragment, which basically allows me to return a top level, or one single top level component, which within a React application, you need to just return one top level element here. So like I can't return, well, let me just show you. So here, if I tried to just return my H1 of Cybertruck and my header here, this is going to yell at us and say JSX expressions must have one parent element. So to fix that, as I was saying, you can just return a React fragment, which is basically just like a ghost element, in which it will spookily allow you to just return one top level element, and I can return my header and my H1 of Cybertruck. So I'm going to just copy this right here. I'm going to go to my home page. I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to return this. But I'm going to do homepage still, just because I want to render out my header in all of these here. So here, do header, and this is my Model S page. And then here, get rid of that and render out my header, my Model X. And you see how this is formatted grossly right now? Shout out to Prettier. So if I go back here, we should see my beautiful header. Oh, we don't see it actually, because you know what you need to do within a React app when you want to use a component? That's right. You have to import that component. So import, and this is going to come from components, header JSX. So I'm going to copy this import, and I need to put that in all the files I use my header, because you cannot use a component if you do not import it first. So, and I did do it there. So now if we go back and refresh, you see I still get header is not defined, but didn't I just define it in all these pages? Oh, I didn't. I only put the path. What am I thinking today? All right, coming back. See, this is the stuff that can sometimes be frustrating when you're coding. It's like, oh my God, have I ever done any of this before? All right, so proper imports in place, and unexpected error. Just kidding, it works now. So as you can see, I have my beautifully styled header here. Basically looks like Tesla's. And if I click on Model X here, it does nothing. And if I click on all these, it does nothing. So clearly I've done something wrong. So let's go back here. Go back to my header. All right, what did I do wrong here? So on click, if not label equals menu, then I want to navigate to my route. That seems like the correct thing to do. So what is going on? I think I see what I'm doing wrong here. So yeah, this can also be a tricky thing that you'll run into. So I'm using the not operator here. And for this to work, I would actually need to wrap this in parentheses. So now I'm saying label equals menu, not, instead of saying I was doing not label. So I was converting whatever the label was into a Boolean. So it would be saying if true is equal to label or is equal to menu, which is never going to be the case, which is why my on click didn't work. So, and I'm actually not going to keep how I have this, but I actually think that this fixes the issue. So yeah, Cybertruck, Model X, unexpected application error. Something's wrong with my route. Let's go back. Model X, right? So this looks like it's trying to do a nested route here. So Cybertruck / Model X. So I need to change this, I believe, to just be / and then whatever route. Because the navigate function by default, it must actually append, and I need to do $ route here. It must actually just append the route you're trying to navigate to. So let's go back to my homepage here. And now if I do Cybertruck, Model X, Model S, it looks like another error. And what's going on here is, since I put this route in place here, so it just doesn't append it, I'm doing like / here. So I think if I just make this an empty quote here, and then I go to that, yeah, now it looks decent. So we got that sorted out. So now we have our routing between our pages here. And yeah, as you can see, this doesn't look great. So let's actually add some styles here. So to this UL, I'm going to add a class name, and this is going to be my header list. Yeah. Okay. So in my CSS, and I'm not going to forget, I'm going to need to import my header.css for it to work in this file. But I'm going to access my nav.header list, and we're going to do list style type is none. So that should get rid of the gross bullet points that nobody likes. And then we also want to do display flex. And then how should we set this up? So I need the 3 elements in the center to be on kind of the sides of the page. And then I need to put the other 2 or the other 3 in the middle. So I'm going to actually do space justify content space between. And if we go back and look at this, you see that they're now all like, well, kind of, we have some weird margin here, which it must just be some default margin that we can get rid of. So on the header list, it looks like, oh, padding inline start. So let's actually take this padding down and let's actually just do 10 pixels all around. So if we do that, now you can see this. But okay, with this kind of issue that we're having here, we don't want these evenly spaced. Like if we see Tesla, we want kind of our pages in the middle, menu over here, Tesla over here. So how can we fix this? Well, one way we can fix this is I could actually change my justify content to center here. And then I could move Tesla to the left and menu to the right. So I think how I want to go about doing this is I'm going to add some custom styles here. So I'm going to add a style object and I'm going to say margin right is auto. And then on my menu, I'm going to say margin left is also auto. This feels a little hacky. And then I'm going to destructure style, but I'm not going to put style on every single property. So I'm going to give it a default object here. And for my LI, we're going to actually do some inlining here. And I'm going to do style is equal to, and I'm going to spread my style, or actually I don't even need to spread my style. I can just do style. All right. And is it style or styles? I think it's just style, right? Okay. So that got us not there, but closer. So Tesla, I was able to push that all the way to the left. I want to push, I think I need this to be margin right auto as well. No. And this, should it just be margin left, it should be within a style right here. And then it should be margin left auto. So that is what we want, kind of, sort of, in a way. If you don't think about it, this is what we want. So Tesla's over here, menu's over here, and those look gross. So how can we fix that? Well, we could just add a little bit of margin between all these items, and I think that's fine to do. So header CSS. Now I'm going to just target my list items here, and let's do some margin, and let's use a shorthand property. So top and bottom, I want 0, and I think it is top, bottom, left, right, but we're going to find out here in a second. So this should be top and bottom 0 pixels, left and right 10 pixels. I might have got that backwards. Nope, that's correct. So here we have a menu that actually doesn't look that far off here, right? Like they have this in a cool little font, whatever, and different fonts all around. But overall, that's basically how they have this set up. Now, they have this on hover. They do a little bit of a gray here. And they don't do it for Tesla here. I think they almost should. So I think we're going to. And I definitely want my cursor to be a pointer when I go over them. So let's do cursor pointer. And then when I hover over these, and I think I actually want to do this padding instead because it'll make our hover look a little bit less gross. And let's do a background color here of, no, we're not going to do Alice blue, but we are going to do just like barely gray is what we're going to do. So 242, 242, 242. So now if I hover over, it doesn't look great still, but we're getting there. So let me actually do 10 pixels of padding all around. And let's also give this a little bit of a transition. So we'll transition all and maybe like 0.3 seconds. So now if I do this, hey, that doesn't look too bad, right? It looks like they have like maybe a slight border radius on here. So let's go ahead and do that. I think that actually does look better here. So border radius, and I don't know. What do you think? Like 10%? Yeah, I think that looks okay, right? Whoops, let me go back. So I think they do their padding a little bit differently. And we're not going to get too crazy about making this like no differences at all. But yeah, that looks about right for those. So I think that we're okay to keep what we have here. And looking at theirs, I mean, we could make Tesla a little bit bigger here. I don't really remember how to do this in CSS. I think I can do something like li, and what is it, like first of type? So is that like the first li? And then maybe we can do font size like, whoops, 16 pixels. And let's do that. And that didn't work. So let me ask ChatGPT a larger font using CSS. To make the first item in a list have a larger font size using CSS. Oh, that's exactly what I did, right? Oh, I did first of type, but maybe I need to do first child. And maybe it already is 16 pixels. Maybe I'm just stupid. So let's do 26 pixels. Oh, I think I had it right all the time. Let me go back to first of type here and see if that works. Okay, so that did work. Come on, Ryan. But 26 looks a little obnoxious. So let's just do slightly bigger at 20. So, hey, not too bad of a start here, guys. So, guys and gals. So, here's our kind of top little header here. Homepage, Model S, Model X, Cybertruck, menu. So, I think that's a good kind of start here. Let's next move to building out this menu. So, like when we click on it, let's have it kind of pop up to be this menu here. So if you want to give this a go first, I would definitely recommend that, but that's what we're going to move on to now. So when thinking about building out this menu here, as we can see, it fills up the entire height of this page. It also kind of has this blurred out effect on the rest of Tesla's page here. So we can see the Model X is kind of clear here. And then it gets kind of blurred out with an overlay. And if we kind of hover over these, they have this same little like gray background as they do right here. And yeah, that's kind of all there is to it. So let's go ahead and build this. It also looks like maybe there's a little bit of a drop shadow on this, on kind of the corner of this. So let's see how we can kind of do this, and we'll build out this menu, and then we'll start kind of building out these different pages here. So going back to my code editor here, let's now make a component here. And I'm going to do a new folder. And in this component, I think I'm going to go with sidebar. And I'm going to make sure that this is sidebar lowercase to keep it consistent. And then we are going to add a new file, and that's going to be sidebar.jsx. And then we're going to do another new file that is going to be sidebar.css. So I'm going to close up some of my other files here up top, which you can't really see, but I think that's going to be okay. So here within sidebar.jsx, we are going to export default function sidebar. And then we are going to return. Well, I think first we're going to make sure that we're going to import our styles. So let's import /sidebar.css. Now, for the sidebar, there's a few different ways that we could do this here, in which it's pretty common in a normal application to have this be like some UI component from an external library, so like Material UI or Shocker UI, but I think that we can do this with just similar to the header, just have like a nav element and then render out an unordered list of our kind of menu items. So let's go ahead and do that, in which we're going to return a nav, as this is still going to be like a navigational element. And then within this nav, we're going to have an unordered list. And then up at the top of this navigation here, we're going to have our button closes the sidebar. So that's just going to be, and if you wanted to get fancy, you could like go search like React icons and use a icon here and make this look a little bit better. But I think just using an X will suffice right now. And this unordered list, well, what do we want in our menu? Well, we basically want this just to be a navigation to our different pages. So for us, it's just going to be a navigation to our home page, our Model S, Model X, and Cybertruck components. So that's like the same values as our header here. So I think that we're going to actually be able to reuse our list that we used within our header.jsx here. So within our header component, I'm going to I could just export these. And I think that that will be fine to do for now. It might be a little bit cleaner if I kept these in their own file called like something to the effect of like constants.js and exported them from there. But right now I'm going to leave them in here and I'm going to do export const. And instead of header elements, I'm going to now call this nav elements, which also means that I'm going to have to change the name down here in this map method. So we're exporting that now. And then within our sidebar, I'm going to import nav elements from my header. And then we are going to do the same thing that we did prior, in which I'm going to take these nav elements and I'm going to map over them. And these map elements, they're also going to have a label and they are going to have their route that we can still use for navigation. So we can kind of reuse that. I'm not sure if we'll use the style at all yet, but we'll cover that once we get there. So here I'm going to return a list item or an LI, and the text is going to be the label. And then I'm going to set the key is going to be, well, I was going to set the key to be the label, but in my header, the key is the label on those elements. So they would that would be multiple elements with the same key on this page, I think that would still be okay. But maybe we'll change this a little bit to be just slightly different. And maybe we'll do label plus the route just to have it different than when we iterated over this last time. I actually don't know if this matters or not since it's in an entirely different component. I guess we could just keep it as the label, and then we could check the console to see if we have any like key prop errors or warnings or something like that. So let's just keep it as the label, and then I think that's all I need within this li here. But we're also going to do a similar thing to where we're going to add an on click, and this is going to be a function. And here we're going to still navigate to the route. So for this, we are going to import the navigate function from React Router DOM. So const navigate is equal to use navigate. And then I'm going to grab this here. And then we're going to navigate to our route, but making sure to kind of put the slash in there as well. So there we're going to do the route, but we also want to make sure that we do a similar thing as last time, in which I actually don't think we need to render out the menu element at all. So like we won't need this. This could still be our home page here. They don't have that here, but I think still having a link to our homepage is okay. But let's go ahead and say in our sidebar, if the label is equal to menu, then just do an early return here. So we don't need to render out our menu item within our sidebar. That's not really kind of what we're going for here. So with this, let's also give this some CSS. So class name is going to be, let's just do sidebar. And then within my sidebar.css, I'm going to access my nav with a sidebar class. And here for this nav, we're going to want this to be position fixed, as we're going to want it to be to the fixed to the right side of the page. So right is going to be 0. Top is going to be 0. And then height, it's going to be 100 VH. So the entire viewport. And then let's also give it a width here. I'm going to, for now, give it like a width of like 400 pixels. You might want to change this to add like more mobile responsiveness. Generally, it's not the best idea to just give it a kind of fixed width like this, but we're going to do this and see how it looks. So we have this sidebar here, and we're going to need to have some way of showing or not showing this sidebar. So I think it'll actually make sense if we render this sidebar within our header. Maybe it makes more sense to render it within all of our pages, but actually I think we can render it within our header here. So let's go ahead and add a React fragment here. And I'm going to take this and paste it below, so we only return one top level element. And then we're going to render out our sidebar. Now, we don't want this to just show all the time. So we'll render the sidebar out within our header. We might change this in the future. We'll see how the behavior ends up being here, but I think this is fine for now. And then we don't want this to just show all the time. So we want it to programmatically open and close. So here, let's use some state. So let's do const open sidebar. No, let's do const show sidebar and set show sidebar. And that's going to be equal to useState and import that from React. And by default, we're not going to show the sidebar. So here we're going to set show sidebar. We're going to set a prop to our show sidebar. And then we're also going to pass in our set show sidebar is equal to set show sidebar. So now our sidebar accepts these two different props here. So if we go back to our sidebar component, I'm going to destructure these props within the kind of function params here. So I'm passing it two props of show sidebar and set show sidebar. And then I want to use that within here. So what we're going to do is we only want to show this entire sidebar if show sidebar is true. So the way that we can do this is before we hit the return statement, we can just say if not show sidebar, we can return null. So if show sidebar is false, don't render out this sidebar, just return null. And then for this button, this X button here, we need to do on click is going to equal. We're going to pass a function that's going to be set show sidebar false. So when they click on this X within our sidebar, it's going to close this. So if we go back to my header here, we also need some logic to show my sidebar. And we want to show my sidebar when they click on the menu item here. So if the label doesn't equal menu, and I never went back and showed you how I actually wanted to do this. So I'm going to say if the label doesn't equal menu, or actually, I think a better way of doing this is if the label equals menu, because I generally prefer not to think in negatives, not like, always thinking positive. I don't mean that. I mean, like, if I can just use triple equals instead of not equals, I'm going to. So I'm going to say if the label equals menu, then we're going to show the sidebar, else we're just going to navigate to our route. So here we'll navigate, and then if it's equal to menu, then what do we want to do? Well, we want to set show sidebar. I think we're just going to want to set this to true here. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So now if I go back here, and we might need to adjust the styles a little bit. And I think I accidentally deleted or X'd out of my app. So coming back here, if I click on the menu here, we do see our menu. So we see our kind of sidebar menu kind of pop up. And then if I click the X, it closes. So it works, but it looks not great, right? So we could definitely make this look a little bit better. And coming back here, it looks like they make their menu white, and then they kind of darken and blur everything else. So I'm not entirely sure how to do that blur effect, but we'll figure it out, or we'll at least get something to that effect. So let's come back here to our app, and what do we want to do here? So we're going to need a way to kind of blur
the background when this shows. And we also want to make sure the background of our sidebar is a white color. So maybe what I should do first is ask ChatGPT how it thinks I should kind of do this. So in React.js, when I show my sidebar component, I want to blur and darken the background behind the sidebar. How can I do this using CSS? So let's see what my buddy ChatGPT has to say about this. So it says, to create a blur and darken effect behind your sidebar in React, you could use a backdrop component. The backdrop would be a full-size div that sits behind your sidebar in front of your content when the sidebar opens. Here are the steps. Create a backdrop component. This component will be used to darken and blur the background when the sidebar is open. Apply CSS to the backdrop. And then it also says apply CSS to the content to blur the content. Use the backdrop in your app component. So it's saying when the sidebar is shown, I should kind of show this blurred background here. So I actually think that's a decent way of going about this, but I might need to kind of restructure things in my app a little bit. So let's go back here. So I could create this backdrop component and render it within my header here. And then I could also just like show or not show my sidebar based on my logic prior. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's create this backdrop component. So I'm going to do new folder, and then we're going to do backdrop. And then let's do a folder within that called backdrop.jsx. And then let's do another new file called backdrop.css. And now I have my backdrop.jsx and .css here. So let's go back to ChatGPT, and it says props.show. So it just renders out this backdrop. So let's go ahead and just use this and see how this kind of works. So adds the class name of backdrop to this div. And then it also expects me to pass in props.clicked. But I prefer we'll see what it actually wants. I'm not sure if we actually want to do anything when it's clicked, but we'll see what we end up with. And then we're going to also use these styles here. So in backdrop.css, I'm going to paste these styles in, and you can grab these from my GitHub as well. So these are going to apply these styles when my backdrop shows here. And then this is to apply this CSS to my content. But I think that we could do this when actually, I wonder if we can just do this to apply it to my background. I think we might be able to do it that. So I'm going to add these styles as well to my backdrop and see if we can just add a blur to the backdrop. And then it wants us to render this backdrop when the sidebar is open and close it when we click on the backdrop. So
I think that actually makes sense as well. So let's go ahead and instead of what I have right now, I'm going to say if show sidebar is true. So a way to kind of short circuit that is to use the double ampersand. So this is saying if sidebar is true, then return whatever I return right here. So if show sidebar is true, I'm going to want to show my sidebar here. And I'm also going to want to render out my backdrop. Now, since I'm using this logic here, if I go in my sidebar, I shouldn't need this anymore. So I don't actually need my show sidebar prop because it's not even going to render unless that's true. So I can get rid of that. I still want to keep set show sidebar in there though. And then here, I also want to render out my backdrop if this is true. And then my backdrop, what props does it need? So it needs show. Well, I actually don't think I need that prop because I'm only going to render this backdrop if my sidebar is showing. So I don't think I need this. So I'm going to remove this and we're just going to return a div with a class name here. And that should be sufficient. And then we're actually going to pass an on click. And then I'm just going to pass in on click just to keep that terminology consistent. I would say it is important within your applications to keep your terminology consistent, like when you're using props and stuff like that. So when they click on the backdrop, we are going to set the show sidebar to false. So let me see. So this sets a Z index to 100, but I might need to, within my sidebar CSS, I might set a Z index to 200 because I want this to show on top of my backdrop. So let's see if this has worked at all. So it doesn't look like it does. So when I click on menu, I'm still just getting my menu here and nothing else is showing. So I think it's something with the styles. So maybe if I try position absolute, it is still not working. So in these situations to where something's not working where I expect it to, let me just console log showing backdrop here to make sure that I am indeed showing my backdrop. So I'll open up my console. And when I click on this, you do see that I am showing my backdrop, or at least I'm trying to. So if I go to my elements, I do have my div with my class of backdrop, but it looks like it doesn't have any height on it. So let me go back to my backdrop CSS. And maybe if I do, my height is 100 VH and my width is 100 VW, and that still does not work here. So let's go to my backdrop. So it looks like I'm not applying styles to it. So let's go back. So this is class backdrop. Oh, I am so dumb. I did not import my styles to my backdrop component. That's not going to be the first time I do that, guys. So now, hey, now if we look at it, you see that it does kind of give this blackened effect now to this. Now, we still have some issues, but at least it gets us at least partially there. So, okay. That works. It doesn't look like it's blurring, but I think that's okay for now. Let's go ahead and fix this up. So let's do background color is going to be white. My color is going to be black. And then let's also do in my unordered list, let's remove my list style type. Let's set that to none. And then I'm also going to want to, well, let's see how this looks first. Hey, we are getting there, ladies and gentlemen. And it does actually look, does it look like it's blurring this a little bit? I kind of think it does. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Maybe I'll crank up the CSS here in just a second, but this, it doesn't look terrible, but it still doesn't look quite right. So what I want to do, and it looks like it's already maybe applying a little bit of margin there, which isn't too bad, but I want to move this button over here to the right side. And then I want to space these out just a little bit. So let's go back here, and for my list items within my sidebar here, let's go ahead and give them a padding of maybe 10 pixels all around. And that spreads them out a little bit more. And then let's also grab the button here and move it to the right side. So I think I can do that with margin left set to auto. Let's make sure to select the button. Whoops. So that didn't work. Actually, I think a better way to do this would be to go, I think I could do position relative, and I could do top, or here I can do position relative, and then here I can do position absolute, and then I can do top. I'm going to do top of 0 and then right of 0. And that totally messed things up. It did move it over here, but what if okay, I didn't need to adjust it on the other element here. But now, as you can see, and let me move my page over. So it's in the top right, but it's like just a little bit too close, and I'm gonna bring that in as well. It is just a little bit too close. So for this button, let's give it some margin here. So I think just like 10 pixels all around is appropriate. Okay, so now it's moved my button over here a little bit, and I want to move my list down a little bit. So for my unordered list, I'm going to do margin. Let's do some margin top of like 20 pixels to effectively move it down a little bit. Let's move it down a little bit more. Let's maybe do 40 pixels. Okay. So now we've moved our list items down here, and we have our X here, but we're still going to want to do, when we hover over this, we're going to want to set a little bit of a cursor to pointer. So we're going to do cursor pointer, same thing with the button, cursor pointer. And then for my LIs, when we hover, we're going to want to do the same thing we did for our header here. So if I go back to header CSS, we're going to want to do, when we hover, we're going to want to set this background color. And the correct thing to do here would be to go into my index.css, and then I think I can just do root, and then I can set
hover background, and that's equal to my background color. I'm not 100% sure. Hold on. Let me just have ChatGPT do this. Can you write the CSS to set a global variable called hover background to background color, RGB, so on and so forth. So to define global variables in CSS, you can use CSS custom properties, also known as CSS variables, inside the root selector. Okay, so I was actually setting that up correctly. So that should work. And then we can just use var, and then we can use this hover background. So let me go back here. So now that I've set this in my root here, and I'm not sure why, I'm getting a warning here from Prettier, but it's saying that I have too many spaces here. So, oh. So what I'm actually doing is I don't need my background color in here. I can remove that. Okay, so now it's not getting mad at me anymore. See, Prettier can sometimes catch stupid little mistakes that I make. So let me copy my hover background, and then within my header.css, we're now just going to use var hover background, and then within my sidebar.css, we're going to do the same thing and set my background color is var hover background. So if I go back, now you can see I get the same little background color when I hover over this here. And then same thing here. So I'm using the same background, and that's just using that same variable, making our code a little bit more reusable and a little bit less kind of bad there. So this all looks good. Now that looks pretty solid, I think. It looks pretty close to kind of their background. They probably maybe blur it out just a little bit more, but we're kind of getting to that effect here a little bit. So one thing I did notice is theirs is just an X instead of what I have here. So let me actually go back to this button and let's do background of none, border none. And when I hover over my button, I'm going to want to put this background on it. So I'm going to also do within my nav sidebar for my button, I'm going to also, so I'm just grouping these selectors together. I'm going to put my background color of hovering over it. So, and I need to make sure that I use the pseudo selector of hover here as well. So now when I hover over this, you see it does give that little bit of a background there. Similar to what they do here, but I think that to make this just a little bit better, for my button, I'm going to add just a little bit of padding. So let's do like 6 pixels of padding. Or maybe instead of margin here, I'll just use padding of 10 pixels. And let's also do the font size of like 20 pixels to make it a little bit bigger. So if I come back here, it's a little bit bigger. And that looks all right. I still think I actually want a little bit of margin in there though. So let's add back maybe a margin of 8 pixels now. And that moves it off the side a little bit. So I think that looks pretty good. So we have this X, we have kind of our hover over these. It darkens the background. It doesn't look like it's blurring it though. So let me just verify that that is true. Let's do like a big blur of 10 pixels just to make sure.
Yeah, so that's not working. So let's go ahead and I think I need to put this blur on the body of my element. So this is going to be a little bit hacky, but what if I add a class list to my body or to my root element where all my content is going to be, and do that once this backdrop shows. So I actually am going to do this way. This is a little bit hacky, but sometimes you need to do stuff like this. I don't know. Need might be a strong word. You can do stuff like this, or it could be an indication that I could probably maybe structure things just a little bit better here. But let's go ahead here and do a useEffect. And when this component mounts, so I'm going to add an empty array here. When this backdrop mounts, let's go ahead and see. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's document.querySelector, my hashtag root, and then let's get my root element, and then let's do rootl.classlist.add blur content. And then when this component unmounts, I want to return a function that takes my rootl, and I'm going to remove my class list blur content. So when this mounts, we're going to add a class list to my root element called blur content. And when it unmounts, we're going to run this function, and that's going to remove my blur content class list. So within my backdrop styles, I'm going to do blur content. And now we're going to do this filter on it. And I have no idea if this is going to work. Hey, it definitely worked, but it worked too well. So now we can't see anything. So, okay. What I actually need to do here is something that's probably a little bit more appropriate. And that is, I can still keep this blur content. I think 10 pixels is way too strong here, though. And I don't need to do this, but within my pages here, what do I want to blur? Well, I want to blur my header as well as whatever's in my homepage. So I'm going to actually wrap all of my pages in a main tag right here. And within my main tag, I'm going to just do a class name of content. All right. So I'm going to do this for all of my pages. So a main with class name of content is what we're going to render out. Main class name content for all pages. And this is going to effectively allow me to blur the content with my styles. So we've got all this here. And if we go back to my backdrop, I don't need to do this, but I can do main with a class name of content instead of my root L. And I'll do content L. And I believe this should now work. So it does indeed work a little bit, but it's still blurring my sidebar here. So how can I fix this? Well, what I can do is, well, for one, it might actually be better if I render out my sidebar instead of rendering it out within my header. It might be better if I render it out within my pages here. So render header and my sidebar within my pages. One thing that you'll notice here is that I am rendering out like my header within all these pages, which isn't necessarily wrong, but I almost feel like I should render out my app component around all of these pages. And then I could just render my header within my app component here. And then I could also render my sidebar within my app component here. And then that might allow me to kind of do this in a less hacky way. So let's go ahead and do a quick refactor here. I know this is not necessarily the funnest thing, but let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to actually do is, instead of just rendering my homepage, I'm going to render out my app, and I'm going to render out my homepage within my app. Okay. And then my app, it's going to take in children, and it's going to render out these children here. Okay. So what I'm doing here is, for my home path, I'm going to render my app, and then I'm rendering my homepage as a child to my app. So that is going to effectively render out my homepage there. And I'm going to do this for all of these here as well. And there's many different ways you can do this. I just think that with where we're at right now, this does make a little bit of sense, to me at least. So let's go ahead and do this and render out all of my pages within my overall app, which we weren't really using my app anyways. So I think this is going to be just fine. So now we're rendering all of my pages within my app component here, and we're rendering those children out here. So now what I can do is I can render out, and I'm going to, for now, remove this. I'm going to render out my header component, because we're definitely going to want that. And then I'm also going to render out my sidebar component, as we're going to both want my header and my sidebar. Now, a couple of things here. So we actually are going to move this up, the sidebar state. We're going to render this up here. And within my header, we don't need this anymore, or I'm going to move this to my app. So I'm going to remove all this, and I might need to pass in my set show sidebar to my header now, which I will do. So moving this around, and then here we're going to want to show our sidebar like so. And then we're going to want to pass in set show sidebar to my header here. And then this looks good. I can clean all that up. All right, and let's go back to my app here. For my children that I render here, I could render them. Well, actually, I could render my main right here alongside my header and my children. And then here I can do a class name of content. I think that should be pretty close to what I want. And we still have this blur content, but actually what I can do is, instead of within my backdrop doing all of this stuff, I actually don't need to do any of that. And we can remove that useEffect, which is good. And then if I go back to my app.js, instead of class name content here, what I can do is I can say, if I want to show my sidebar, then I want to do blur content, else I don't want a class at all. So if I'm showing my sidebar, I want to blur my header and my page content and just show my sidebar here. So I think useState is not defined, backdrop is not defined. So I need to make sure to import backdrop here, import useState from React. So now I'm rendering out multiple headers here. So in my pages, I still need to, need to remove that. I can also remove my main tag here. I can remove that. I can do that in all of my pages. So just let me clean this up here really quick. And hey, this is part of programming. Like sometimes you go down a route and realize that's not the best route to go. And then you have to come back and kind of restructure things a little bit to make it better. And that's what we're doing here. And, you know, it can be annoying to do, but it's just kind of got to be done when you run into a problem like I did. So I think this is going to just lead to a bit better app here at this point. So we kind of cleaned all that up. So now if I go back, so I have my header, my home page. I can still navigate between all of my pages here. And when I open up my menu, it still works here, but it doesn't look like it's blurring the content here. So let me go back. Let's go back to app. And I put blue content, which that doesn't make any sense. So let's go back to blur content. And hey, we finally got the blur effect that we wanted. Hip, hip, hooray. So yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of a cluster F to get to where we wanted to be, but now we have this blur effect. We darken the background. We have this nice little sidebar, nice little hover animations here. And honestly, like for what they have, they blur it, they darken it a little bit. They have this hover effect. They have it over here. So like for the sidebar effect that we have here, we're genuinely not too far off. And we also didn't use like any external libraries. We just did CSS and stuff. So also one thing I want to say is like, you know, I know we have only just done the header here and this sidebar, but like this will look much better once we start actually implementing our different pages here. So I think we have our navigation and our header and our sidebar mostly set up here. We might tweak this a little bit later here, but I think for now it's totally fine. So now I think we can let's start working on our homepage, and then we'll start moving through our pages here and start really making some progress. I think from here on, it'll really start to feel like we're moving a little bit quicker, as there is a little bit of boilerplate needed to be set up for our different pages and our routing. And, you know, this little sidebar feature, like we learned quite a bit of CSS, and I showed you some different things that you could do there with a little bit of a hacky solution and using ChatGPT to kind of get the CSS variables and stuff like that. So hopefully you still learned a ton from that, but let's go ahead now and move to building out this actual homepage here, this same homepage that you're going to see right here. And a good thing for you to do would be to try to build this out yourself. I think we're going to build out, well, we probably won't build out every single section here, but maybe we'll build out like the top 3 sections or the top 4 for our Cybertruck, Model X, Model S, and just this homepage here. All right. So I would say give that a go yourself, but now let's start to dive in and do this ourselves here. Also, I did have the thought that it would probably be kind of cool to also do like this shop feature, which I'm planning to record my intro after I actually finish this clone here. So you're probably already aware of that, but we're also going to like build out some version of this shop here just so we can like implement a cart and have a little bit more logic there, just because I feel like what we kind of currently have as a setup, there is some logic here and there, but I think implementing kind of the shop feature would also be kind of good for that. So with that, let's continue on this homepage here. So as you can see, looks pretty ugly here. So what we want is we want a section, this initial section here, in which it's a video background, and then we just have a little bit of text in this like top third, and then a little bit of text here or a button in the bottom third. And then we'll kind of work on building out these hero images. I think that's what they're generally called. These image sections of the different models of vehicle here. And as you can see, these are all like a very similar structure, and all could probably just be a single React component in which we pass props as like model Y, model 3, model whatever, and the different buttons as well. So I think that'll be pretty straightforward. But this video background, I haven't really done this before, but I know there's like a video element in HTML, and for the record, I kind of am doing this off of the top of my head. Like I don't build this entire thing out first, so you can kind of see my thought process when it comes to like building these things, running into things I don't know how to do, and solving those kind of on the go here. So now that we have this handy dandy thing called ChatGPT, I'm going to see if it can create a React component that can basically be this home section right here. So I'm going to ask it, can you build a React.js functional component that has a video background and also has two sections overlaying the video that display text. One section is toward the top and one toward the bottom. The section should take up the entire viewport. So let's see what it comes up with. Sure, I want it to be a little bit more excited. I like it better when it does like, certainly, I can do that for you, sir. Like that's a little bit more cool, but whatever. So it's writing out some CSS, which is great because I definitely don't want to do that. And then it's writing out the component as well. So it's creating a video background component, and then it's kind of giving you your top and bottom overlay text for this component. So this actually looks pretty dang good. I'm not sure if I love the naming of the component as video background, because I feel like that suggests maybe there's not like this text that is involved in the video background. So yeah, but I think this will do. So let's go back to our code editor here, and I'm going to rename this component probably. So within my components folder, let's go ahead and do a new folder. And I think that we will do, man, now I just have video background stuck in my head and I can't think of something better. So let's do home section. This is terrible. This is even worse than ChatGPT. Video, home section, video, background. I mean, that's not great. It's still, maybe I'll just do home section, video. Let's just do that. All right. and I don't need JSX yet. And I just broke my kind of naming convention of doing lowercase, but I think in this instance, since I have multiple words here, I'm just going to keep it like this. You guys are going to hate me for the lack of consistency here, but there are multiple words here. So making each word capital, I think, is a little bit reasonable here. So let's go ahead and just go with it. And then we'll do home section video.jsx. And then we'll also do home section video.css. And then let's go back to my man ChatGPT and let's go ahead and grab this CSS. And you can grab this from my GitHub, assuming I remembered to put this up on GitHub, which don't put it past me. I'm not sure if I actually did do that, but I'm sure you'll let me know. And what it's going to do here is, so it's going to get the element with a video background. It's going to set it to a fixed position. I think that's going to be okay. We might need to adjust it because we are going to have to allow for, kind of this scrolling behavior. And you also see how it like snaps to a position here. We can also give that a go as well. I think we can actually do that with just CSS, but we'll figure it out as we go. So as I was saying, it puts it, so full video width, z-index -1. So it puts it behind it. And then also gives some styles for this overlay text. I'm not sure if we're going to keep this here. I don't know if we're going to have to do position absolute for the overlay text. And it does do kind of top and bottom here. Let me actually, and go back to ChatGPT. Could you use CSS Flexbox for the overlay text styles? It's thinking, our systems have detected unusual activity from your system. Please try again later. Come on, I was being nice. So I ran out of messages in my GPT-4. I think they throttle how many messages that you can use. So I basically just started a new chat with GPT-3.5 and basically gave it the same prompt. But I asked it to use CSS Flexbox or the overlay text, but I still don't love kind of how it did things here. So it looks like it does like the same video background here, top section and bottom section. Where's it put the overlays? Oh, okay. So right there. Okay, this actually might, column space between absolute. This actually might be decent. Let me see. Flex 1. I don't know why it's doing this. Nor do I know why it's doing this or this. So let's actually just do it ourselves here. So sometimes I think ChatGPT can do stuff like that to where it's like, it kind of gives you a good starting place like it did here. And then it's just going to take a programmer to refine it a little bit. So let's come back here and let's also grab this React component here, video background, and put that in home section video, but we're going to adjust this to be consistent. So I'm going to do export default function home section video, and then everything else looks good. I don't think we need to import React from React here. And I can remove that comment, and we want to import home section video.css here. So we're going to need a video here, and we'll go grab that in a second. The overlay. Okay, so I think this looks okay, but let's now get a video. And then once we get a video, we will then see how this actually ends up looking. So to get a video, I'm of course not going to use, I could do like a screen recording of this, but it would look gross. So I'm just going to use a free video site called Pexels, and we're going to go to videos, and I'm going to search Tesla. And for these, we're going to use this guy right here for this. So we're going to download. Now that we've downloaded it here, I'm just going to copy and paste and put this into our project here. So I went to my Finder and I copied it and then pasted it in my SRC folder here. But within my SRC folder, so it's right here, but inside my SRC folder, I'm going to actually create a new folder. I'm going to call this assets. And then I'm going to drag this video into assets here. And then I'm also going to rename this and just say teslavid.mp4. All right, so I have my video within my assets. And then within my home section video, if I open this back up, I'm going to close out a couple of these files at the top. I am now going to want to import this video. So import Tesla vid from assets. And then let me see, it's called Tesla vid.mp4. So I'm going to import it like this. And then for my source here, I think that I can just change my SRC to be this Tesla vid. And I think that's all I need here. We're of course going to need to adjust these sections a little bit. And we'll see if I actually end up wanting to adjust the styles at all. But then we're going to go into our home page. Instead of rendering out home page here, we're going to render out our home section video. And render that out like so. And then if we go back here to the app, hey, we see that we do indeed get something here. Something looks a little bit gross there. I don't know what's going on there, but this doesn't look too terrible here. Definitely a couple of things to work out. And let me also see. Okay, so they do put all the text here in white. So that is actually going to work out because we cannot see anything with our header right now. So let's go ahead. First, let's fix the styles on these videos and see what's going on. So we have top section, homepage, top section, bottom section. And then if we go to, I did import home section video.css. So this has position fixed, right, 0, blah, blah, blah. And then I actually think that for this overlay here, I don't think that we need to do any of this. Let's just actually see if we can do Flexbox here, as I was trying to get ChatGPT to do earlier. But since AI is not going to replace me, I'm going to just do it myself. And I'm not sure if I really mean that. It is a little spooky about AI replacing developers, but I think that we're okay for a little bit. For a while, I should say. Flex direction, column, and then I want to do justify content, space. I kind of want to do, I think I want to do space around. And then I think we want to align items to the center as well. So if I come back here, it's still looking a little funky. I don't really know what's going on. Like, why is, and you can't see. So let me adjust this a little bit. Okay, so this is going to hide the URL here, but you're going to be able to see this a little bit better on the screen recording. I'm getting like a weird sort of deal down here. But let's look at this a little bit further. So maybe I have to do position absolute here. Okay, that did absolutely nothing. So that's not it. And this is where Ryan just tries a bunch of different things. Let's change this to VW and VH. And that also did nothing. But I also like to do it based on the viewport here, just for preference. So we're going to do that. Okay, so one problem is that ChatGPT, this is overlay. but this is overlay text. So that's not gonna work. And that might have been our entire issue. Okay, so we're getting there. Maybe I did need to do a position relative, absolute. Okay, so that fills the entire screen here. But I feel like we don't need to do that though. Let's go back. Position fixed. Let's go back and look at how this is structured. So we have our video here, but that should be behind everything. So video background. I don't actually currently use either of these, so I'm going to get rid of those class names. And then we got overlay. So the main issue is that this is showing up as, like, if we inspect this isn't being a background to these here. Like, these are being displayed as two separate blocks. So I think I need to take this out of the document flow, and I think position absolute will do that. But it doesn't do that. So maybe position fix will be fine here. I think I might actually need to take this out of the document flow as well and do position absolute on it. And maybe I also need to set the, oh, hold on. So it's setting the same Z index for all of this. So we don't want to do that. What we want to do is we want this video. I think we just want this video to have the class name of video background, not all of it. Let's see if that does anything. That does do everything. Okay. ChatGPT, why are you leading me down a stray like that? So let me see if I can remove this now. And then head back. And I can. So this actually all looks pretty good, except those still look gross. And that's because I just need to increase the size of this a little bit. So if I come back here, I think I should be able to, for this overlay, I think I should be able to also do a width and height of a hundo. So let's do that. And then we come back here and that is looking much better, except I don't love, what if I just do width and height 100 for both of these? So I want it to be exactly, I don't want it to be a minimum. So we have these scroll bars. I want my page to scroll vertically, but hide horizontal scroll bars. How can I do this in CSS? All right, cool. Overflow X, hidden, overflow Y, auto. So let's go back and see if that works. See, like, I almost view ChatGPT right now as a replacement to just Googling and Stack Overflowing things. Like, I do think it's a little bit quicker at stuff like that, and it gives me a pretty good response. Cool. So now we see, we do have this, like, a little bit of like this white kind of margin or border around here. Let's inspect that and see. Okay. This also looks off. I don't know why it's doing that. Is it doing that when I go mobile mode all the time? So it is. So it's preserving the aspect ratio of that video, which I don't want it to do. Let's ask ChatGPT. So that's kind of what we have though, right? Home section video. Yeah. Do I need to set my video element to cover and maintain its aspect ratio? I don't know if I want that, but let's see what it does. So we go to cover. Hey, that's what we want. Okay, cool. So we have kind of a little bit of what we want here. We definitely want our text in white, but I think that maybe we might just be able to set that in our body here. Set like the default color to be white. And that does work. All right. So we're getting there, guys. So look at this. Look at us. We have basically built Tesla. Okay, we have a little bit further to go, but you can start to see stuff come together a little bit better here. So that is good. Now, what do they have? Experience Tesla, schedule a demo drive today. Let's go ahead and do that. So in this video section, we will do an H1 with experience Tesla. And then what do you think? Like, I'm thinking an H5, schedule a demo drive today. And that doesn't look great. So we're going to adjust the overlay and we're going to do text align to be center. And that looks much better. And the bottom section, what's that say? Demo drive. And looks like it's a button with some fancy styles. So let's go do that. So home section video, instead of an H1, we're just going to do a button. And what did it say again? Demo drive. Demo drive. So let's do that. Demo drive. And this is also going to look gross, but we'll fix it. So let's add some styles to this. So the Tesla styles for their button, it has a white border around it. And then when you hover, it does black text and a white background. So, and it looks like it has a little bit of border radius here. So let's go back here. Let's do my overlay and select the button. And then what we're going to do is a background of none. And then we're going to do border. It's going to be 1 pixel solid white. Border radius is going to be, I don't know, what do you guys think? 20 pixels maybe? So we need to do that. And then I think they also had a bigger font size here. So let's just do like 20 pixels. And then we'll do overlay button, but on hover here. Now we're going to do the background is going to be white. And then the color of the button or the color of the text is going to be black. And then we're also going to put a little bit of a transition. So like, let's do all 1 second. So it just takes a little bit, and that's going to be too long. So let's do all 0.3 seconds. So it's just a little smoother. So if I come back here, so definitely too much border. Button needs a little bit of padding here. And we need a cursor pointer. And we need to make the text white when it's not being hovered. So color is going to be white. We're going to add a bit of padding. Let's do 10 pixels. We added way too much border radius. So let's do 5 pixels for that. So now let's check it out. Okay, that doesn't look as bad. I forgot to do cursor pointer. Come on, Ryan. And I think not just on hover, but we want to do that all the time. Cursor pointer. All right, so that looks pretty decent. Let's look at theirs again. So they have theirs a little bit wider. So let's go ahead and do, and I don't think theirs is quite as big. So let's do 16 pixels. And then for the padding, let's do 10 pixels top and bottom, but 20 pixels left and right, and see how that looks.
a little bit more left and right. So let's do 40 pixels left and right. So here's ours. Looking pretty good. And here's theirs. So I think that's pretty close. I don't think they actually have a transition on it, but we're fancier than Tesla. So, and I think theirs is actually a little bit wider. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's just crank her up to 60 pixels. All right. And that's looking pretty good there, right? So yeah, here's the homepage, guys. We have built out this top header. We have some text here, the video, the background, and this menu item. So this is their app, of course. And then if we go to ours, see we have our header. You know, there are some styling differences. And now I'm seeing it looks like we should adjust this background hover effect here. But we have Experience Tesla, schedule a demo drive. You know, they have a little bit different font, a little bit different positioning here. And it looks like for their text here, it's a little bit darker. So let's go ahead and go to my header styles. And actually, see, this is where it comes in handy that we used CSS variables. So I can just tweak this a little bit. Let's just do a little bit darker and let's see if that looks a little bit better here. And do they switch to black text on hover? They don't, do they? So I think what I actually need to do is just tone down the opacity a little bit on it. Because like that is still pretty in your face. So let's go ahead and do RGBA. And then like 0.3 maybe. So it's almost like non-existent. Yeah, that looks a lot better. I think we can even tone it down further. So let's do 0.2 and then come over it. Yeah, that looks much better. It's not, you know, exactly what they have, but it's pretty good. And then you can see, so a little bit of an issue we have going on there, but we'll address that as we go here a little bit. So this is looking pretty decent, I would say, but let's add a few more of the sections of their homepage here. So we need to add our section for, we're going to do the Model S, Model X, and Cybertruck here. And then we'll also do the snap to scroll as well. So let's go ahead and start working on those sections. And then one thing that we're definitely going to have to do at some point is fix whatever's going on here with kind of this behavior here as well, because this little stripe at the top doesn't look right. But we'll address that maybe once we finish the homepage. We'll come back to that. All right. So let's continue building out these sections here. So heading back to the code editor here, what we need to do, and actually let's first see what we need to do. So I actually need a very similar component here as what I did before, but instead of a video, it's just an image. And then we have two buttons here instead of just the one. So I'm going to make this a different component just because there's kind of more going on with a video, in which for the images, I think that we're going to be able to make those a little bit easier. So, or a little bit differently. So going back here, let's actually ask ChatGPT if it can give us a good start here. So can you create me a React functional component that has an image background taking up the entire view port, and then some text toward the top of the component, overlaying the video and 2 buttons toward the bottom also overlaying the video. Here's an example of blah, blah, blah. And it went way too fast for me to see this. So basically what it has here is it created an image background component. It has a div to where it sets an image background. And it has my kind of top section and bottom section here. And this is the overlay. So I actually think this looks pretty decent. See how here it can do it all with CSS, to whereas our earlier component, we needed to use the video HTML here. So you can't just set with CSS, set some background as a video. That would have actually made it easier to make these the same component, but we're just going to do it like this. So with this, I again don't love the styles it's putting on the overlay text. So we're probably just going to use the styles for the image background and maybe the overlay as well. But apart from that, we're mostly just going to kind of use this template for a component here. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to move this back. And again, this is where I think ChatGPT like shines, is like giving you just like a template for something, and then you can adjust it yourself. So for my components, so the first one we called home section video. I don't want to do this time because for this component specifically, we're going to be able to reuse this a lot. So like on our homepage, we have Model 3, Model Y, Model S. So all these same components here. But then if we go to Model S, you see, well, this is basically the same component here as well. Like it's a background image, some text towards the top, 2 buttons at the bottom. Yeah, it has another little fancy thing here, but we could definitely feed that in as a component or something. And that's like the initial landing page for these. Same thing with the X. Same thing for the, was I just on the S? Yeah, it was. But it's the same for all of them. So we're going to do a pretty similar thing. And then we can build out like, you know, maybe we'll do 3 sections for the S, X, and Cybertruck of these kind of full image things, and then kind of move from there. But let's first make the rest of this. So going back to VS Code here in my components, we're going to call this a new folder, and it's going to be a section that has an image background and some text. So let's just I'm going to just do image background section. And then here we're going to do image background section.jsx. And here we're going to do image background section.css. So for the JSX, we are going to go ahead and I'm going to move this back up here so you can see kind of where I'm at in my code editor here. But we're going to paste this in here, and we're going to do the same thing we did before, keep things consistent. We don't need that. So we're going to do export default image background section. And we're going to do this and this. Now, this is actually interesting. So we're going to want to set this background programmatically here. So, and I forgot to put function in front of this as well. So we're not going to actually want to just do, ChatGPT wants us to just do a URL here. We're not going to actually want to do that, but we can import an image and set that as our background and then kind of move from there. So I'm going to just copy these top two. I'm not even sure if I'm going to use overlay, but let's go back here. And then for this, we're going to remove our background image because we're going to actually set that programmatically here. We're going to do style, and then we're going to say background image. And I'm not actually sure if this is going to work. And then some image here. And we're going to see if this works. If this doesn't work, we might need to use an image component, because what I'm getting at is that we're going to want to probably pass a prop to this component, which is the image that we want to use for our background, because we're going to want to reuse this component across our pages. So we're going to do something like that. And then we're also going to want to, well, let me go back and check, but I think we're going to want to pass this text at the top here and this here. So let me think about how I want to do this. I think we could do like top heading and top description, maybe. Top heading, top description. Or I could just do like top text. I think I'm just going to do maybe just heading in general and do that. Actually, it does have a description here for the homepage. So let's do heading description as two props. And then we have these button components. But if we go to the page itself, like model 3, okay, so it is the same button components, order now and demo drive, right? Same as our homepage here. Order now, demo drive, a little bit different styles, but we're not going to worry about that. So we can keep the buttons the same, but we're also going to want this optional like descriptor component, but we'll handle that once we get to these. So I think for now, we just need to add header, description, and we'll kind of bake in our two buttons here. So let's go ahead and we're going to pass a background image, header, and a description. So this background image, I'm hoping this will work. We're going to set that to our image background here. And then we're not going to have that within our styles here. And we need to import not app.css, but image background section.css. And then our header is going to be our H1. And actually, this semantically speaking, I think we should only have one H1 per page. So we're going to actually make this an H2. And more descriptive might be actually doing header text, but I don't know. I tend to not try to get too caught up in that stuff, although sometimes it can be important. But we're just going to make this a P tag. And then for our buttons here, those are going to say order now and demo drive. So we're going to do order now and demo drive. So now we need to go get some images here. So let's go back to Pexels and grab a few different images that we can use here. So let's go photos and let's just search Tesla again and see if we can get, if there's any kind of decent ones. And I think I want horizontal orientation. So this might, okay, this one actually looks decent. So I think that's a Model 3 though. You guys probably don't care if this is like, you know, okay, that's a Model S. We could use that for our Model S. That's an older one. But thanks to that guy, I just downloaded that. Now I'm going to copy and put this in my assets folder here.
So go ahead and go to your download. If you did just download this, just copy it, put it in your assets folder, and then we'll use it from there. So I have this in my assets folder. I'm going to rename it just to be, I'm going to just do model S, model-S. So now we need to go back to our home page, and I have my home section video. And now I'm going to do my image background section. So this is where I'm going to need to pass a few different props here. We're going to do the header, and that is going to be, I think it's just model S. And then we're going to want to do a description, and let's go see what they have as their description here. So starting at whatever, and hold on, let me actually go back here. So we're doing the model S. So it actually is just view inventory. So let's just go ahead and go with that. View inventory, question mark. And prettier, I wanted this on multiple lines. Background image. So here, this is where we're going to import model S. And let's make it clear it's an image. And we're going to import that from assets, and then model S dot, and I think this is a JPEG, something like that. So there we go. And then it did wrap that. So, okay. Now we have our image background section, passing it the necessary props it needs. And there's a chance that this works, but there's also a chance it doesn't work. So okay. So it definitely didn't work, but model S, view inventory, and then that's like rendered within our order now in demo drive. So interesting. Let's see what the CSS is looking like here. I don't actually want, I'm going to remove that. Okay. Experience Tesla demo drive. Okay. So we have our two different sections now, but as you can see, the background image is not showing up. Let me go back. Let me see if ChatGPT knows what to do. I need to programmatically set my background image via a prop in React. Can you refactor to do that? Okay, it says it can. So I need to do it like this. Okay. So let's go back. So instead of just doing this, I need to make this a template string. So I'm using the backticks. And then I need to say URL and then parenthesis, $ curly brace, close that curly brace, close my parenthesis. And now that might work, but it might not. Okay. Hey, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. I now have my homepage that's a video. And then we scroll down and we see the Model S. This should probably be black here based on this. So let's go ahead and change that. Well, depending on our image, we might not always want this to be black. So I could pass it as a prop. I don't know. What do you think? Does that look terrible? Yeah, it does. Maybe I should put, can I do an image overlay to just darken this a little bit? Let me see. Overlay to the image to darken it a bit. Nice. So it says to put some before content to my image background and to put a background color to that. So that actually might be somewhat genius. So let's go ahead and do as it's saying. So saying put this to position relative and then do this. Yeah. I get how opacity works. So let's go back. Hey, that looks a lot better. However, my text is getting darkened as well, and we don't want that to happen. So I'm going to do dot overlay, and maybe I can ask ChatGPT to fix this. I'm going to say, that's great, but it also, it already did fix it, guys. I just ignored it. It wanted me to do my overlay and give it a Z index and a position relative, which is what I was going to try. So let's do that. And then I feel like I've used this overlay name before. So I'm going to, and that might actually be what I've run into with that issue with the menu that we had earlier, but we'll tackle that one in a sec. Hey, there we go. So now we have our nice little menu. Man, something is going on with opening this up. We'll fix this as soon as we finish this page though. I think I have some colliding styles here, but we'll be able to debug that and get that working again. Don't you worry. So, okay, we have this, and then Model S, view inventory, order now, demo drive, and it looks like that's still, so it's using the same styles here, which I'm totally cool with. So yeah, okay, so they do have a little bit of margin between those buttons. So let's go back and do a little bit of that here. So for these, let's do dot bottom. And this is where just using basic CSS can get tricky, because I think we are running into some style collisions with why my menu isn't working, but we'll fix that. Let's just do some margin, and we're going to do top and bottom of 0 pixels, but left and right, let's just do 10 pixels. And that's not my app, that's their app. So that gives a little bit, maybe we'll do a little bit more. 20 pixels, give it a little more room to breathe. Yeah, I think that looks good. And I'm fine with keeping these styles here. So I think that looks solid. So, and guys, this whole time, did I spell this wrong this entire time? Tesla? Okay. Why didn't anybody let me know? So let's go back. What was that? Home section video. That was my styles. Tesla. Okay. There we go. So I think this is looking pretty snazzy here, but let's now do the Model X as well as the Cybertruck. And lucky for us, the way that we structured this is actually going to be pretty easy. So should we use this for the Model X? Or is that a Model X too? Let me just search. Model X. Okay, so it included like actual models. Not what we're trying to do right now anyways. I think this one looks good because it's already blackened out, except, yeah, that'll work. So I'm going to do that Model X. You can do whatever you want to do, but let's also do, I don't know if any pictures of the Cybertruck are going to exist on this website. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a picture of the Cybertruck on this website right now. So, shoot. Well, instead of doing a picture of the Cybertruck, since we can't find it, what if I just do Tesla truck? Oh, I could do a Ford Raptor. I mean, that kind of works, right? What if I just do like
futuristic truck. Ford Raptor. Should I use a Ford Raptor? Hey, that I can't use those. Let's just do truck and see what we find for a truck. Does anybody else kind of wish, like, the Cybertruck's cool and all, but like, I personally have a GMC truck, and I kind of wish that they would have made something that looks a little bit more like an actual truck. I'm not going to lie. Well, I mean, if we can't do a Cybertruck, we might as well use this old school truck right here. Am I right? Okay, let's just do that. The image of this is not really going to matter. So I'm going to copy both of these images, put it in my assets folder, and I will see you in just a second. All right. So you can do the same with whatever images you use. All right. So I have these in here now, and this is what we are going to call our Cybertruck. Maybe I should have checked if they had these images before, and because then I would have just done like the Model 3, but I don't know. That's a cool looking old truck anyways. Although it has like fire line, do not cross. Okay, whatever. And then let's go to the Model X and rename that just to be Model X. That is the Model X, right? Yeah, the Falcon doors and whatnot. So now we have our different images. So we can go back to our homepage, and now, assuming everything is working correctly here, I can now do Model X and the Cybertruck. And we're just going to have to import Model X image from our assets folder, Model X, and was it a JPEG? Yeah, they are all JPEGs. So JPG. And then here, we're going to go down yonder to the Chattahoochee and then get the Cybertruck image. And then we'll do Cybertruck. And if nothing's broken, I should be able to go back to my React app, and we should see the Model S, Model X, and the Cybertruck. Nice. I'm pretty stoked. So, hey, we have done a pretty good job on this homepage, if you ask me. We have all of our different kind of things here, in which, yeah, it looks a little bit different, but it's mostly just looking a little different because like styles and stuff like that. Like, if you really wanted to, you could definitely go style things differently here and make everything's link up just fine. So I think this looks awesome. So what I want to do now is, let's see if we can do this scroll snap feature that it's doing here, to where like you get partially on it and then it snaps to the page. So within our app, I would ideally get to like right here, and then it would snap to be the Model S here. And then I'd get here, and then it'd snap to the Model X. And then we'd get here, and then I'd snap to the Cybertruck. So let's go ahead, and I think it makes sense to ask our handy dandy friend this. So I want to have the browser snap to a section when it's mostly in view. How can I do this? I think I can do it just using CSS. Maybe I should have said, can I do this? Okay. So to achieve the snapping effect when a section is mostly in view, you can use CSS scroll snap. You can define positions to where you allow it to snap to. Here's an example of how to implement it. So I have a container scroll snap type, Y mandatory. And then this, I can have a section, and then it will snap it into place. Let's go ahead and give this a go. So I think my container can just be my body element of my page. So let's do index.css. And then I think that I can do this. And then I might need to also have my height be 100 VH. Let's see if that broke anything first before I do that. So did I break you? Okay, everything still looks good here. Does this work yet? Nope, still looks disgusting. All right, we'll fix that in a sec. Don't worry. And if I forget to fix that, definitely comment below and chew me out for doing so, because I 100% do genuinely intend to come back and make sure that's working like it was. So, and then I just need to do dot section and do the scroll snap align. So I'm going to do this. And then do I use like a section class anywhere here? What am I doing? Let's do view, explore. So for my homepage here, for my image background sections, I want to add a class name of section. Can I just do that? Okay, that doesn't seem to be working. Let me ask ChatGPT. I think I have to do like an array of classes or something. How can I add multiple classes in React to a JSX element? Class 1, class 2. I think that's effectively what I did, right? You can also do an array and then join those together. But I think what I did is actually fine. So I think that should actually be okay. So I just beat myself. No, I did beat myself. I beat my head against the wall for about 20 minutes here trying to figure out what in the heck is going on. So I found a structure that fixed all of our issues. Okay. So what I did is within my homepage here, instead of what we had before, in which I was trying to add a section, and you're going to hate me for like doing this, but I'll walk you through with what I did and how you can get this to work as well. So for our kind of home section video here, I was trying to put a section like as a class name up here. And then I was trying to do the same thing with the image background section. I was putting the section in here. You actually don't need to do that. Okay. And that doesn't work as well as what I found works. So remove those sections if you did have them. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is in my homepage here, I'm going to wrap all of my sections with a section HTML component that is set with a class name of section. Okay. So I'm wrapping all of my sections with an HTML section component here. Okay. So pretty straightforward. But then I'm going to also, my homepage, I'm going to wrap that with a div that has a class name of container. All right. So those are only the changes that I made here. So class name container, and those are all wrapped in a section. And then in my index.css, what I did was on my body, I put overflow Y as hidden. Okay. So on your body, put overflow Y as hidden. And then on for your class container, that's where you're going to want overflow Y as scroll snap type is Y mandatory, and then height is 100 VH. And then for your sections, dot section, set your height to 100 VH and scroll snap align to start. Okay. And that this gets us most of the way there. So I made those two changes, but then also within your header, I believe within your header, this is just a nav right here. And one thing I hadn't done is style
this navigation element here. So in your header.css, I added a selector for nav, and I set that to position fixed with a top and right of 0, and then a width of 100 VW. Okay, so it's entire width, and it's fixed to the top of our page. That was important for me to do to fix what was going on. Okay, so those are the only changes I made right here within header.css. And then within my sections here, I removed the class name of section for these components. So those, I just removed the section class name. And then for my homepage, wrap all of your sections with a HTML section with a class name of section, and then wrap it all with a div with a class name of container. And then in your index.css, add these two rules for your container and your section. And on your body, do overflow y is hidden. All right, so those are the changes I made. If you need to go grab any of that code off of GitHub, feel free to do so. And you should be all set. But heading back here, now you see I still have this scroll bar at the bottom. I think we might be able to fix that with, I think we can actually do overflow X as hidden on our container. And yes, it does indeed fix that. So, okay. Now this is like our home. And as we scroll here, you see that it snaps to position like magic. Boom. Snap into position. Perfect. And we'll go up, snaps to position. And when I open my menu, you see we now have our blur effect and our menu, and nothing is broken anymore. Hallelujah. So we now effectively have very similar to what Tesla has here. See how they snap to position? Just like us, because we are as good as the Tesla developers, which is not true, but it is true. You guys are awesome. So with that, that gives us our homepage. I think our homepage is effectively done now, or as far as I'm going to take it, you can of course take it further, but that gives us I think this actually looks pretty dang good. And then, so we have our homepage, but you know, we don't have much in our Model S page, and like our background looks kind of gross here. So we definitely need to work on that. We need to work on Model X, Cybertruck, and then also we still have the cart to go. But this is actually going to go pretty quick here, as the landing page of all of these pages is effectively the component we already made. We do need to add like this single component here, but effectively speaking, like we already got this. We already have these landing pages down. So let's go ahead here and let's just build out the landing page for our Model S, Model X, and our Cybertruck, because it's effectively just going to be this component right here. So within our code here, I think this, and I'm going to close all of my files here. All right. So closing out of everything up top here, which for you, it's off the screen a little bit, but just trust I'm doing as I'm saying. So closed everything out. So now what I want to do is I want to put one of these image background components, but I want to put this in the Cybertruck page, the Model S page, and the Model X page. So just like our homepage here, I'm going to have a div with a class name container. And let's start with the Cybertruck. So I'm going to do a div here, div, and then we're going to do class name is container. Okay. And then just like my homepage, I'm not going to have the home section video because that they don't do that for all their pages here. I am going to just do this image background section, but for the Cybertruck. And we are also, I think the scroll to snap thing is kind of cool. So let's keep doing that kind of across our application. I think that makes sense to do here. So let's go ahead and remove Cybertruck here and do this. Now, as you probably already can tell, I need to import this. So I need to import image background section from that. And I also need to import my Cybertruck image from my assets folder. Oh, my dog's having a bad dream right now, which is always sad. And I think it's a JPEG. And I think that should give us the background of our page. Image background section is not defined. Oh, why do I always do that? But that should not work. Okay, something's going on here. I don't know where that came from, but okay, this looks correct now. Okay, so if I click Cybertruck, we now see the big old Cybertruck here as our kind of landing page. So this is like the cool thing about React. We can reuse these functional components all over the place, and yeah, it works quite well. Now, we are going to have to add, so we're going to have to add something like this that they kind of do here. But I think that will be actually pretty easy. I mean, this is just like a list of stats. So let's go ahead and I'm going to have to adjust my image background section a little bit. But before I do that, let's just go ahead and add this landing page to all of my pages. So Model S, I'm going to just copy and paste and div with a class name and container section. But instead of this, we're going to do Model S, and we're going to have to import everything, but it's going to be the same imports as this. So import that, but we actually want the Model S image from the Model S JPEG. And then if we go back, and my header is gone here because I did something wrong, but that's fine. We'll fix that in a sec. Model. And then did I do underscore S? Yeah. Okay, so we have our Model S landing page, which is looking good. And they put plaid here. I mean, you guys can change that if you want. I'm going to just keep view inventory right now because it's pretty trivial to change. So let me go back here and let's do the Model X, and then I'll figure out why within those pages it's not including my header anymore like it was in the past. And knowing me, I probably messed something like super easy up. So here, but we're going to want this to be Model X image from assets dot Model X. Here, Model X. So now if I go to Model X, we see our Model X landing page. Now I've lost my header here. I don't particularly know what's going on with that. So let's go back to my home page. So I think maybe one of the biggest differences is maybe my header is being shown like behind something. So maybe I need to like set my Z index on this to be like a little bit higher. And that is actually what was going on. So my Z index wasn't working correctly, but setting a Z index on our nav here to a little bit more fixes the issue. It was just getting covered by the background image. All right. So there we go. There's our homepage, Model S, X, Cybertruck. And you get a little bit of a flash there because it's loading the video, but I think that that's fine for now. So cool. So we have all of our landing pages here. Now what we need to do is and does this work? Did we ever test this? Cybertruck, Model X, Model S, homepage. So yeah, this works. But we could close this modal on click. I mean, some people like that behavior, some people don't. I'm pretty impartial to it, but if you want, you can close this modal or the sidebar when we click, like Model X, Cybertruck, and stuff. But the main thing I'm worried about right now is that it navigates correctly, and it looks like it does. So now that we have these different pages in place, what we need to do here is we need to add like the little text here towards the top, to where it kind of gives like some different features of Model S, X, and Cybertruck. So to do that, we're going to need to adjust our image background component a little bit here, in which we have like an optional UL that we show here. So what I think that we can do is add another prop here called like feature items. And then we're going to set this as a default to an empty array. And then what we'll do here is we'll just say effectively if, well, maybe, yeah, I think it's fine to render this out here. We'll see how it looks. I might pull this up a little bit into the body of my component if this looks a little bit gross, but we'll see how this looks. Feature items, and then we'll check if the length of these items is greater than 0, then we are going to render out. Actually, we're going to want to map over these items. So I think that, yeah, this is going to be fine. So if its length is greater than 0, then we're going to map over them. And what are these items going to contain? Well, it's basically going to be like, I'm going to just say a header and a description, or a title, description, title, description. So we're going to just render out a title and I think DESC. I won't be lazy. Description. And then we're going to render out. We're just going to render out a. Actually, we don't. This is right, but we're actually going to just say if it's greater than 0, then we are going to return an unordered list. And within that unordered list, there we're going to map over our feature items. And I'm going to paste what I just had, feature items.map. And then we're going to return a list item that has, well, actually, yeah, we're going to return a list item. Whoops. An LI, but this LI, it's going to have like, I don't know, maybe an H6, which is going to be the title. And then a P tag that is going to be the description. And then I need to set the key, and we're just going to set that is equal to the title. So what I'm saying here is if we have feature items, then we're going to want to render out this feature item component. And we're going to map over our feature items, and we're going to place those in an unordered list that is above order now and demo drive. Now, we're going to give this a class name of feature items here. that's not consistent with my other class name. So we'll do this. And I'm not sure if all my class names have been consistent. That would generally be a good idea for you guys to do. But now let's go to the Cybertruck page. And then let's just do const feature items. And this is going to be an array of objects. And each object is going to have a title. And this is going to be like, 2.3 second, 0 to 60. And then a description of very fast. Okay. And because this is just trivial at this point, we're going to just leave that as all four of them. Of course, if you want to, you can come in here and you can do like, the 0 to 60, the range, all that stuff. But like at this point, it's just a matter of changing this text. And I think that is, a pretty trivial thing that, it's just taking us more time and you're not actually learning more stuff. So let's render out those feature items here as a prop to this background section. And then if I go to my Cybertruck, you see, I do get my feature items here, but you also see it definitely needs some styling. So let's go ahead and give this some styles, and then we can implement this in our Model S and Model X. Okay. So where are we at? Let's go to our image background section and let's style our feature items. So we go to our CSS, we can do our dot feature items, and this is going to be our UL, and we want to do display flex for sure. Justify content is going to be, we're going to space these evenly, and then we're going to do align items to the center, and then we're going to do list style type is going to be none. So this should already get it looking a lot less gross, and it does. So as you can see, this is already looking, honestly, this looks pretty decent. And it does kind of make me laugh that these are all the same. Actually, it doesn't make me laugh. Why would I laugh at that? That is not even funny. This is where my girlfriend would give me like a stupid look and be like, dude, why are you laughing at this? This is not funny at all. But let's get these list items, and the way they do it is this is bigger than this. So let's go ahead and do the same thing. So let's do within our feature items, let's get our H6s and give those some style. So feature item H6, and then we'll do font size 16 pixels. And then let's do our paragraph tags, and then maybe like 12 pixels. Let's go back and look at what this looks like. And that's looking okay. I think they can actually be bigger though. So let's do 20 and 14. And then let's also do our feature items LI, and let's give them all a little bit of padding of 10 pixels here. Spread them out a little bit more. And then maybe a little bit of margin left and right. So 0 pixels, and let's do 10 pixels left and right. And that spreads that out a bit more as well. And I think that is looking pretty decent. I don't think I think I actually did that wrong. Did I do that wrong? Hold on, let me see. No, that was correct. But I want to actually give a little bit more left and right. And I only want my padding. I don't want it to be top and bottom. I just want it to be left and right as well. So there's that. I don't need so much margin there. So let's crank that soldier boy back to 15. And there's still a little bit too much margin. So those must have some default margin top and bottom on them or something. So let me go ahead and set this margin to 0 pixels and see if, yeah, that brings them together. So sometimes the browser will put these default styles on stuff and it kind of makes things look a little bit gross there. So overall, I would say this looks pretty decent, but you can see that they're kind of like off centered a little bit. Let's see. I think for this bottom section, I just want to make sure it's all centered. So let's do bottom section right here. So let's do display, flex direction, column, and then we're going to want to do align items center. And then that does center everything, but now you can see our buttons are not how we want them. So for our buttons, let's go back here and let's just wrap these in a div. And this might be all we need. So I'm going to come back and check this, and that is all we need. So this looks pretty good. They still look a little off center though, don't they? Oh, because it has this. Why does it always do this? It gives it some leading margin on it. So I probably didn't even need to do it. I just did. So padding of 0 pixels. You got to be careful with that. Those default styles. Okay, that actually looks good. So yeah, I think that looks pretty solid. So, it's not exactly the same, but it's looking pretty good here. So now let's go ahead and do the Model S and the Model X. And this should go pretty quickly, as it's basically going to be exactly what we just did here. So let's go back to our Cybertruck page. And I'm going to use the same feature items. So feel free to change these up if you would like. But this is just one of those things to where I don't think it really matters that much. So we're going to just use those for both of our pages. Whoops. And do this. And we'll add our feature items is feature items. And then ipso facto, we now have all of our little feature items above our different buttons here. Our menu still works. And we still have our sick homepage with our little snap feature. And you see how these don't have the feature items, just like how Tesla does, because we didn't pass them as a prop there. So, hey, it's starting to come together here, don't you think? Like, things are looking pretty good. But now let's add to our Model S, X, and Cybertruck. All we're going to do is add like a couple more sections here. So for the Model X, you see how it has like this hero image, and then it has like, a carousel of images and text here. Maybe we'll do just an image, and then maybe we'll do a carousel, or maybe I'll show you how CSS grid works, and we'll just do a grid like this. I actually think that kind of looks cool. So let's just do like an image and then a grid section. And then we'll do that for we'll do that for the X, Cybertruck, and Model S. Then we'll implement the cart. And then we're pretty good. The cart will take us some time, but I think we should move through the other two sections of this pretty quickly. So hang in there. You're doing an awesome job. But now let's move to just adding a couple more sections to like our different model pages. And then we'll get to the shopping cart after that. We already have like this image background component. So I think that we can make like maybe an image background component that doesn't have any text. So let me go back to our app here. And for this image background, I mean, we could make this section just have an option to have no text in it and pass it as a prop, or we could create a different component that just doesn't have any text whatsoever. And I think, either one would be fine here, but I'm kind of thinking we keep this image background section the way it is, and we actually just create a new component here. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. You could do it either way though. I think either is fine, but let's do image background. And then I'm specifically going to call this one no text. And then let's create a new file, image background.jsx. And I'm going to rename that to suck less. So let's do image background no text.jsx, and then a new file, and we'll do image background no text.css. Although I actually don't think we're going to need to write new CSS for this. So let me actually delete that and cancel that. And I'm going to go back to my image background section. I'm going to copy this entire file here. And I'm going to go back to my image background no text. I'm going to paste this file in. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to keep my just initial div right here. So we're just going to render out this div. And we're going to keep the class name of image background. We're going to remove all these props. I don't need to import the CSS here because I already import it in my image background section. And let's do image background no text. And I believe this is all we need. And let's go back to the Model S page here. I'm going to do another section here, and I'm going to give it a class name of section. So we still have our snap to whatever thing. And then we're going to do image background no text. And I need to still pass this an image. So I'm going to pass it the Model S image again, but we can go grab another photo here. I just want to see if this works. So added another section here. And as you can see, we now have just a section that is a blank image here. And you see it does its little snap do feature there. So that looks really good. Let's go grab another Model S image on Pexels and see if we can find another one quick that looks pretty good. Let's do a horizontal one only. Okay, these are not Tesla Model S's, except that one is. Okay, let's just do Tesla car and see if we can find a Model S here. So I think that's technically Model 3, but if we have to use one of those, that's fine. Where to use this one? This one just kind of looks cool, but it's definitely not a Tesla. I don't want to spend too much time looking at these. So since I am not seeing a Model S here, let's actually just use this kind of Tesla logo here. And then I think it's fine for us to reuse this across pages. Like, you already get the gist of how we could change the image and make this look better. So I'm going to download this, put it in the project, and I'll see you in just a second. All right. So I now have this in my project here, and I'm going to change the name of this. I'm going to just say Tesla. And I think this is maybe a part of a charger. So I'm going to do Tesla charger. But if you actually know what this is, then you can, of course, use a correct name here. But I'm going to go to the Model S. And then we just need to import Tesla charger image from our assets folder here. Assets. And then Tesla charger. I think it was a JPEG, but if this doesn't work, we'll know in a hurry. And I'll paste that in there. And then we'll go back to our React app here. And we do see the Tesla charger image is now in place. So I think that looks fine at all. So let's go ahead and add this image to the Model X and Cybertruck. I think you could definitely go ahead and do this yourself. So give that a try, and then I'll do it here right now. So all we need to do, super easy, we can just grab this section. We can go to our Model X page. We can paste this section in, and I am going to have to import this background image, no text. And we're also going to need to import my Tesla charger image from the assets folder here, JPG. And then I'm going to copy this again, go to the Cybertruck page, put this in here, import this here, and then we're going to import our Tesla charger image from our assets folder here again, JPG. And if we go back to the app here, we should see on the Model S page, we have this little image. Model X, we have this image as well. Cybertruck, we also have this image. So, this, you could definitely switch these images to make them unique to the Model X, the Cybertruck, so on and so forth. But I don't think doing that is gonna facilitate your learning a whole lot. And you already get the gist of how we could do that. So I think right now this is a just fine implementation here. So there we go. We're getting these pages built out. Now let's do one more kind of section here for our kind of main pages. And I'm thinking that we just do kind of like a little image grid, like what you see here. So I think this could be its own component that we could reuse across our different pages here. And I think for the layout of this, we can use CSS grid. That'll give me a chance to show you kind of one way to see how that works. And then we really just need a component that it has a little bit of text. And I could definitely do this with Flexbox as well. But I think that this definitely looks like a grid, so we can do it with a grid. But maybe I can ask ChatGPT to write a React component that looks like this. So let's see if we can do that and save us some time. So can you write a React.js functional component that contains 2 images and 2 sections of text in a 2x2 grid? You should use CSS grid for styles, and the component should accept props for the images and text. And let's see if it gives us a good kind of starting place for this, so we don't have to write all of the text for this. So as you can see, it rolls through this pretty dang quick here. So it gives us a image grid in which it gives a grid container. And then our first grid item is an image with the SRC being set to image 1. And then second grid item, and it does the same thing here. And then it writes the CSS here. So let's go ahead and use this. And then it shows an example of how to use this component as well. So let's just go ahead and turn this into a component here and give this a go. So as you can see, when using ChatGPT, I really just like to, and I'm going to call this image grid as well. I really just like to kind of get a template and then just kind of tweak the template. And I think that prevents me from sometimes when I'm thinking about a component, I'm thinking how do I kind of get started on this? And it's almost like you have that writer's block of not really knowing where to kind of start. So I think ChatGPT does a good job of kind of getting you started. So I'm going to create an image grid folder with a imagegrid.jsx within my components page. And I'm going to paste in here what I got from Chat GPT. And I'm going to eventually want to import imagegrid.css. And I'm going to keep things consistent. So I'm going to do export default function image grid. And then we're going to remove the export down here. And I also don't need to import React from React because I'm on a new enough version to where I don't need to do that anymore. So this is our grid component. And then let's go back and grab the CSS. And it looks like I needed to save my Model S page. So I just went back and did that real quick. But let's take this styles here, come back, and we'll create a image grid.css. And then we'll paste this in here. And now I want to, let's go to the Model S page. I'm going to do another section here with the class name of section. And within this, let's do a image grid. Now, I need to pass this 2 images as well as I need to pass it the text. So let's just at first here pass it the Model S image as well as the Tesla charger image. And I think that we're actually probably fine to just use these for this section. If you want to use new images, you can, and you can just pass them as a prop as you see here. I just don't think it's adding much value for you guys. Like, you've already seen me go to Pixels, find a free image, download it, put it in my assets folder. Like, we would just do that again and use that. So I think that we're fine to just reuse these images here in this section. But if you want to make the website look maybe a little cooler, you could, extend that and use some different images for your own project. But what I'm going to do here is I also need to, and I forget what the prop was called, text 1 and text 2. So let's see what text that they use here in theirs. So stay connected, instantly connect with a blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to copy this text here. And we will use that within my Model S page. So text 1 is going to equal stay connected. And I'm going to just keep this as 1 line here. Stay connected, instantly connect, yada, yada. And then we'll do text 2. And then we'll do Sublime sound and paste this in here. And I'm going to move this back to 1 line and just do a dash there. So here is our image grid. And if I come back to my Model S page, you see that it is not really working here. So let's go back and check out the styles here. So grid container, display grid, template columns, 1FR, 1FR, gap, 20 pixels, grid item, display flex direction column. So grid container, that looks good. Grid item. So I don't want flex direction column here because I just want them next to each other in my grid. And then I think with my image here, I think I need to set a width and height on my image. So let's see what happens when I do width is equal to 100%. Height is equal to 100%. I don't know if I can actually use percentages for images. Okay, so it's starting to work a little bit, but not quite here. So it is putting a bit of a grid gap in there. I actually don't know if I want a grid gap, but we'll see here. So let's go back here. I think I want my background color to just be black here. And then we actually don't need to. So it's putting this in a column and it's putting this in a column. So that's why it was doing display flex and then doing this. But I think that we can actually, if I just do something like, let's just wrap the image in a div and we'll wrap the second image in a div as well. And we'll move these all to be on the same level. So you can see we just have this div, this div, this div, and this div. That should, yeah, that makes things look a little bit better here, in which it's getting closer, but we definitely want to improve this here. So we have our two columns of 1FR, 1FR, and then I think we want to do align items center. So that centers things. And then I want to remove the grid gap. Maybe I didn't want to do that. Let's also justify the content to the center. And that did nothing. So we don't need to do that. But let's, for my image grid here, let's add a class name of grid item on all these divs. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to use that. And then I'm going to give this that. So we're going to make these all grid items. And I'm going to do text align center. And let's see what that looks like. So that centers it. Now I still have a little bit too much space here. So after a few minutes of trying to figure out what was going on here with the styles, just looking a little bit off here in this page, I figured out a better way to do this. So like we've done before in our image background, to where we just use a div and then we do the background like this, let's do the same thing here within our image grid, in which for this div, we just do a style of background image and then set it to our image URLs. And then I'm going to get rid of this and then just do it like that. So I'm going to do this for the second one as well. We're going to just set this style here, put her there, and then we're going to do image 2 here. And then we're going to get rid of that. And then I'm also going to put a class name here, and I'm just going to do image grid image. And I'm going to copy that and I'm going to put it on this one down here as well. And then in the CSS here, for this, we're going to do dot image grid image. And then similar to our CSS that we had right here, I'm going to take this and we're going to place it in here. And then I'm also going to do a width of 100% and a height of 100%. And then I also think I need to, on my grid container here, I need to set a height of 100% and a width of 100%. And when I go back here, you're going to see that we do indeed get more or less kind of the grid that we're shooting for, but it is just a little bit different here. So the way that Tesla has this is image, kind of kitty corner, and same with the text, and it has much more padding here. So the way that we can achieve a similar thing is I think I can just restructure this HTML a little bit, in which we can, I think I can just flip these and I can cut this and put it here. And I think that that will get us the kitty corner, which it does. And then for the text here, I think that we can just, so for text, I'm going to say these are going to be grid item text. I'm going to give it this class name. And then in the CSS here, let's do .grid item text. And let's give it quite a bit of padding here. Let's give it like 50 pixels and see what that looks like. So it brings it in a little bit, but let's do even more. Let's do like 100 pixels. And that is a little bit better. Let's make the font a little bit bigger here. So let's do font size like 18 pixels. Yeah, and I think that looks decent. I mean, you could structure this a little bit differently and have it look a little bit closer to kind of what Tesla has here, but I think that you see how we can do this and how we can get a similar layout here, and we could adjust the padding of the grid container to make this look a little bit closer. So I could come back here and I could do like, padding of 20 pixels and make that look a little bit more kind of condensed there. But I think that for what we have and what we're shooting for, this looks pretty good. So yeah, this is our Model S page. Nice image there. Nice little grid there. And I think that looks pretty solid. So let's go ahead and add this to the Model X page as well as the Cyber truck page here as well. So let me go back to the code editor here. And all we need to do is reuse this image grid component. So if I go to Cybertruck page, I'm going to do another section here, and we're going to do an image grid. And I'm going to cheat a little bit and go back to the Model S here. And we're going to copy all of these props here, use that within the Cybertruck page. And of course, you can, change the chat text however you want and adjust things a little bit more here. But I think that this is going to be sufficient here. So all we need to do here is grab the Cybertruck image, or the quote Cybertruck image. And I believe the Tesla charger image is the same. And then we're going to do the very same thing here for the Model X page, add another section with our image grid, and then it should just be the Model X image that we replace the Cybertruck image with. And if nothing went wrong here, which, as you already know, well, look at me go here. Well, as I was going to say, as you already know, is not super common in my development, at least. My image grid is not imported. So easy fix. Let's make sure that we get that imported here. So there we go there. Cybertruck. Let's also get the image grid imported there. Okay, so that did import it. And then Model S, just to make sure we do have it imported. So going back here, let's just start from the top. So we have our home page with our nice video, snap to this section, snap to this section, snap to Cybertruck, Model S, and then we have this background image here, and then our grid here. We go to Model X, we have the same sort of deal, and then our Cybertruck, we have the grid, image, and so on. And then we still have our menu here as usual. And now I think the final kind of feature that I want to develop with you guys is the shopping feature. So with Tesla here, you have this kind of shop here, and then it takes you to a shop, and then now you get this cart, and you can like add items to your cart. So what I'm thinking that we're going to do is we will maybe just add our shop next to Cybertruck here, and then we'll create our shop page, and then we'll have like a list of items that you can put in a cart, and then we'll like programmatically show a cart here, and then, or maybe we'll show it next to here, depending on what makes sense within our app right now. And you could definitely adjust those styles, but we're going to focus a little bit more on the functionality of like the UX and UI of a cart rather than specifically having everything like they have for their cart. So we'll probably add the shop here. Then when you're on the shop page, you'll see some sort of cart, and we'll create some items on that page, maybe just a grid of items that you can add to your cart. And maybe we'll use like useReducer or something for that. And maybe even pull in like Recoil for some global state or something like that, depending on what we see there. But yeah, I think that's kind of the last feature I want to go here. So you're doing an awesome job. Hang with me here, and then we'll get going on that cart, and then we'll be basically done here, and you can extend this, use it within your own portfolio of projects, and do kind of whatever you want with it. So yeah, let's get started on that cart. So the first thing that we need to do here to start building out this, we'll build out a shopping page and then a cart page as well. So within our header here, we need to add a shop element to our nav elements. So here we'll go ahead and add an additional object with shop, and then the route is just going to be shop. So we will do that, and then I'm going to need to also, within our index.js, we're going to have to add a route for our shop page, and we're going to have to add a new shop page here. So within pages, I'm going to do a new page called shop page.jsx. And within this page, we are just going to export default function shop page. And I could be using arrow functions for all of this. My preference is just to use function definitions as I find them more readable. So do as you wish, but that's just my preference. So here we'll do an H1 and we'll just render out shop page. And then within index.js, we will add another route here. So I'll just copy the Cybertruck one, and then we'll do, when we're on the shop route, we're going to want to render the shop page. And I have that imported there. So ideally, if I head back here, we now see shop, and it still has the same highlight here. And when I click on it, it takes me to the shop page. But since my text is white and my background is all white here, I can't really see anything here. But we'll work on the styles here in just a second. But yeah, that gives us a start. And I'm noticing this over here is a little bit close to the scroll bar. So let's kind of fix that. Let's go back to our header. And we'll go to the header styles. I could just add a little bit more padding here, which I think is fine to do. I'll do 20 pixels left and right. And that kind of scoots it over a little bit more. And I think that's okay, but I actually want to bring it in even further. So we'll do 40 pixels, and that just brings that in a little bit more. So, all right, we have those. We have the shop page. Now we need to start building out the shop page. So in order to do this, well, first off, I think I'm going to want to copy the Cybertruck page. I'm going to copy all this. I'm going to go to my shop page, and I'm going to return everything in my Cybertruck page here. But then I'm going to delete all of my sections except for my top one. And in this one here, I'm just going to do an H1 of shop page. And then I think what I'll also do, I kind of want to make it a black or a dark background here, because what I'm thinking that we do is, I'm thinking that we just do like a dark background, and then we'll just have like a few rows of products, and then you can click add to cart to add the products to your cart. It will populate a
a cart up here, and we will kind of go with that. So I want the background of my shop page to be black. So I'm going to add a CSS style here called shop page. And then I think just within index.css, I could, if I wanted specific styles for all these pages, then it'd probably be best if I followed my kind of folder convention here of component and CSS class. But for the sake of not wanting to do that, I'm going to just go over here, and then we're going to do dot shop page, and I'm going to do background color, and we're just going to do black. So now if I go back to my shop page, you see that it is indeed black, and you do see shop page up here at the top. But what I'm going to want to do here is I'm going to want to, like I said, just have like a few different rows of products. So I think that the way that I want to do this is, well, first off, I'm going to just center everything. So I'm going to do display grid here on my shop page, and then I'm going to do place items, and we're going to place them to the center. So now, then I need to do display grid there and not display gid. And then within my shop page, I don't actually think that we're going to have the little sections feature that we had prior to where we'll snap to scroll. I think this is just going to be not any scrolling. It's just going to be the shop page, and we're going to change this to, we're going to do products, and then we'll have our list of products. So now I see this kind of centered in the middle of my page here. So let's go ahead and build out some components for our products. So I'm thinking that I will have a product component as well as a products component that renders out all of my products. So let's go ahead and let's see what ChatGPT comes up with here. So I want to create a React functional component that represents a product. Each product should have an image, title, description, and price. Would you be so kind to create this for me? And then as you see, it creates this product here in which it creates a functional component here, and it has image, title, description, and price are all things that you can pass to it. It has the image right here, the title, the description, and the price. And let's see what it does for the styles here. So for the image, okay, that looks decent. So let's go ahead and give this a go. So I'm going to copy this here, head back to the code editor, and we're going to do a new folder, and we're going to do product, and then we're going to do product.jsx, product.css in this folder. So product.jsx, and then we're going to do product.css, and in the JSX folder, I'm going to paste this. But as you already know, I prefer to do a function declaration. So I'm going to do export default function product. And I'm going to remove this. And it did import product.css for me already. So that is good. I can remove that there. And then within product.css, I need to go grab this CSS here. So I'm going to copy all of this and head back here. And effectively, it looks like it's creating the product. It's making the display flex. It's putting them in a column, which I think will be fine.
It's aligning the text to the center, the items to the center. I'm not sure if we're going to need the margin bottom and so much padding, but we'll see how it ends up looking. It's putting a border on it and a border radius. For the image itself, it's targeting that and it's making it 200 by 200 pixels, which I think will be fine. It's setting it to object fit cover, putting a bit of a margin on the bottom of the image. And then for the product title, it's setting its font size and margin. Product description, setting a margin. And the product price, it's putting in bold. So I actually think those are like reasonable decisions to make here. So I want to end up, let's render a couple of these products out and see what it ends up looking like here. So let's go ahead and let's just go straight to the shop page. And for products here, we will render out one single product. And what we need to pass to it is, it shows us an example here of the props that it passes. So image, title, description, and price. And for our image, let's actually import an image. Let's sell the Cybertruck. So import Cybertruck image from, and we'll do that from our assets folder. .jpg. So our image is going to be like so. And let's see how this looks. So if I go back to the React app, hey, this actually doesn't look too bad. I'm actually like, that probably saved us a decent amount of time. I didn't even have to think really about the CSS. Yeah, I reviewed it and stuff. But I think this was an instance to where, I didn't have to mess with it a whole lot here. So I think this looks pretty dang good here, but we don't want just any product. And we also want a add to cart button in our product here. So I guess since I forgot to ask ChatGPT, we'll go to our product here and we'll add a button and just do add to cart. And let's see how gross that looks. And I did card, not cart. So let's go back to cart and we'll do a class name and I'll do product button. And for this product button here, I'm going to go to product.css. I'm going to target it here. And then we're going to do let's do this same border here. So 1 pixel solid, this kind of grayish color here. And then we're going to do background of none. We're going to do cursor, pointer. And then how about when someone hovers over the button, we will do a transform and then we'll scale it to 1.3 so it pops out a bit. And we'll also do, I think that's probably enough, maybe a transition of all 0.3 seconds. So let's see what that does to our button. And I need to do a color of white on the button as well. So add to cart. Yeah, that's actually decent. We'll have to, I'm going to add a little bit of padding to this button here. So let's do padding. Let's do just like 6 pixels top and bottom, maybe like 12 pixels left and right. And yeah, I think that looks fine. I'm pretty satisfied with that. So the idea is we'll have several products here, and then we will, when we add to cart, I should probably put like a cart up here, or I could just put it right next to the shop, or we'll see what I want to do there. But yeah, let's move forward and actually render out a products component. So for this products component, I think that I'll ask ChatGPT if it can you also make me a products component that renders out 6 different products? You should create an array of objects representing a product and map over those to generate the 6 products. Let's see how it does with something like this. So it generates the products and then it maps over them and renders them out in app. So it says add more product objects here. And these look pretty good here, but I want it to generate all of my product objects. Like we're trying to be efficient here. So can you generate all 6 product objects, please? Yeah, perfect. So okay, I've had enough. Let's go ahead and take all of this, and then we're going to create our products folder. So we'll do products, and then I will go with products.jsx, and of course, products.css. And in products.jsx, we're just going to paste it all. And I'm going to put these products outside of my products component. I think that will be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Just so, I mean, reinitializing this on every re-render isn't going to be a big deal, but, you know, for the sake of potential gains there, I don't see a downside of putting it outside here. So that's what I'm going to do. And then we're going to do, of course, export default function products, and that should be export. And then I'll remove this here. And then what else do I want to do here? So it is importing products.css. Did it write any CSS for this? So no, it did not, which is fine. So we still might do some products.css, but I'll just add as needed. But we need to change the import of product here. So we need to import product from my product folder /product. So fixing that import, and then it maps over each product. It sets a key, which is good to see. And then the image, so on and so forth. So I think that looks fine, but we do need to adjust our images here. So let's go ahead and let's just grab our images that we already have. So let's do import Cybertruck image from my assets /Cybertruck. And then we're going to do model S image from assets.model S. And I need to do .jpg. And then we'll also do the model X image from the model X. And then we need to put these. So for our image, we will just reference these here. And what other images do I have in there? So let's go to my assets. We have the Tesla charger. And then we might need to reuse a couple of these. So Tesla charger from assets.Tesla charger. And we will use that. Whoops. I just saw a mistake I made. I made it multiple times, didn't I? So Cybertruck, we'll change this to Cybertruck. And then this should be Model S, and we'll change this to Model S. And then this should be Model X, and we'll change this to Model X. Charger, we'll do Charger. And then just because I like the Cybertruck, well, I at least like how our image of the Cybertruck looks. I think I already told you earlier my thoughts on the Cybertruck, but we'll do the Cybertruck and we'll just repeat these for the sake of not spending a ton of time just kind of sorting this through. So these are our products. And now let's go back to our shop page. And instead of rendering out one product, let's render out our products. And we'll see how this looks by default. It could look a little ugly. Okay, so we do have our products here, but it does look a little bit gross. So I think what I want to do is, so in my container, I center these two, which I think should be fine. But I think that for my product, it's doing display flex and display column. I think in my products.css, I want to target my products class name. And I think if we do display flex box, that it should fix this maybe. So if I just do display flex, what happens here? So yes, now they all go next to each other. And I think I want to do flex wrap. I'll set that to wrap. And then I want to do flex. Is there flex gap? Is that a thing? What if I just do gap? Because I want them to be separated a little bit. So, hey, that looks like it worked. But let's do quite a bit more gap here. Let's do like, I don't know, 40 pixels. So that spreads them out. And as you can see, that like wraps around the page here pretty well. So if I inspect and just move this in and out, you see that our products now wrap pretty decently. And that doesn't look too shabby. But I think that what I want to do here is I am placing these items center, but my products, that seems a little bit high here compared to my, well, I guess it comes together here pretty decently. But as you can see, we kind of hit the top of the page there a little bit. When we kind of come to here, it squeezes that up. So I think that to prevent that, we could probably do a couple of things here. And let me think what might make the most sense. When using Flexbox, can you set how many you want per row? Can you set a maximum amount of items per row? Let's see if you can. Maximum 4 items per row. Okay. Let's see if we can do that. So going back, let's go to our product. And then for our product, let's see if we could do a flex basis of calc 100% 4. Let's see if that worked. Hey, that worked pretty decently to where now it splits them like this. But now you can see even more that we're running into this issue here with my products going up above my header. So in order to fix this, in my index.css, for my shop page, that's where we'll add a bunch of padding there. But we don't want to add so much padding left and right. So actually, we only want to do padding top, honestly. So padding top, whoops, padding top, 100 pixels. I'm not sure why it's moved over so far to the left here. Let me see what's going on. So I think I just need to make sure that these are justified to the center is what I need to do. All right. So I think that does it here for our products page, except as you will see, we are running into an issue to where our products are being cut off down here at the bottom. So let's see. And I think it's because I'm putting so much padding on the top here, in which it's kind of pushing it down. And what if I switch it to, what if I do margin top? Does that help me at all? Does it hurt me? Oh, that looks disgusting. So we definitely don't want to do that. I'm not sure why that had that effect. So let's get rid of that. We'll also get rid of the padding for now. So, okay, we have this going on, and we don't want it to just run into the top of the page. And also, like, for the record, you can't quite see the bottom of my page here. So I'm actually looking at this. So it doesn't look quite as bad, probably for you, but we definitely don't want like this action going on. And it's mostly going on here because our header has a different positioned property that's taking it out of the document flow, like position fixed, compared to our products here. So I'm trying to think here what might be the best way to solve this issue. And I think that we are going to want, well, maybe let's just do like padding 40 pixels all around. Let's see how that ends up looking. And that looks okay. And what happened if I did 100 all around? That looks okay, but it's not looking particularly great. And what happens if I go back to my shop page? And what happens if I wrap this in a section here? As you can see, my development style is very much so trial and error. And I think developers are lying if they say that they just write the correct code right off the bat. Okay, so I don't particularly want that either. So let's remove that. We shouldn't need that. Let's look at my class name of container and see. I feel like it's got to be something to do with the overflow here. So let's check my body overflow. So I think it might be this. Let me switch overflow Y to auto on my body. And then if I come back, it does indeed look like my products are looking correct. So there we go. There's our shop page. Now, I think we can make this a little bit more fancy. So let's go back to ChatGPT. How can I add a backdrop to each product to make it pop out a bit more using CSS? So we want to make this look just a little more fancy. Okay. So for each product, we can just do box shadow. And as you can see, I basically just use my ChatGPT as a way to Google stuff, in which I don't need to Google it. So that doesn't look like it did anything, right? I was hoping that it would. Let me see here. Product. If I go to product, that is what I definitely want to do a box shadow on. Oh, it's set to black. Why would it set it to black? So if I do it now, it still did nothing. Let's crank up I can't tell if it's not being applied or if I just need to crank up okay, there we go. Now you can see them like popping out a little bit. And what do you think? Do you think that's too much? Let's add 20 pixels just for fun. All right, 20 pixels. Let's actually do 30 pixels to be really crazy with it. But let's also add let's make it a little bit softer.
and do RGBA and then come back. Okay, do you think that's a bit much? I think that's fine, right? Maybe it's a bit much. Okay, let's go back to 20 pixels. Okay, I think that actually looks kind of cool. So now when we go over our products, or when we see our products, they kind of pop out a little bit. They look a little more fancy. It looked a little like dead and boring earlier. And what we can also do here, just for fun, I want to like see the effect of when we go over the products, when we hover over them, I want to scale them up a little bit just for some fun. So I'm going to do transform matrix 3D. That sounds pretty wild, but I just want to do scale. So what's scale 3D? What's the difference between scale and scale 3D? Let's ask ChatGPT. What's the difference between scale and scale 3D in CSS? Are both transform functions that allow you to apply scaling transformation to an element. However, they differ in the way they specify the scaling factors. One scale is applied uniformly to both horizontal and vertical dimensions and takes a single argument, where scale 3D, you specify different scaling factors for each axis individually. Okay, let's do scale 3D and let's just see how it looks. Scale 3D, and then we're going to do transition, all, and then like 0.3 seconds here. So, whoa, that's a bit much, right? So, I don't think we need 2 here. I think like 1.2, baby. This is so weird. Okay, let's go back to scale. And then let's just do like have it jump out a little bit as you move your cursor over it. So, and I even think that's too much. So how about like 1.05? Just like nice and subtle. I think even more subtle. 1.03. So now you just have this nice little effect here as you're kind of going over the products. I think that looks pretty good here. So, all right, we have that. And now basically we need to add our cart. And when I click on add to cart, it should add these items to the cart, and we should be able to go to the cart and, check out and actually buy the items. So let's first, how do I want to do this here? So I think we might need some form of global state to manage like our cart icon. Like we probably want to show that it has a certain amount of items in our cart icon. And then for our cart page, we're going to have to know like what items are in there, but those are going to be like probably siblings to this products page or the shop page here. So I think global state is what we're going to need for that. But let's first add a cart icon. So I think what I want to do is ask ChatGPT, what's a good cart icon to use in my React app? Okay, so it says I can do font awesome, I can do material UI, and I can do bootstraps. So I think I'm going to go with material UI here. So we're going to need to, I'm going to install material UI, and let me actually go to material UI icons. And then we'll go here, and then it looks like I need to install these. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to my terminal, and hold on, let me make sure I did my
correct project, as I wasn't at the start of this. Man, that feels so long ago at this point, the start of this project. Thank you for hanging in with me. Hopefully this has been pretty fun to do, but we're going to go ahead and install MUI icons material, MUI material, emotion styled, and emotion react. And you can find that from this material icons homepage right here. And then I'm going to go with a shopping cart, and I think that this one looks like it will do the trick. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to head back, and we want to add this to our nav bar in our header. So here we're going to add another element here, and this is going to be, ooh, interesting. So we're not rendering a label here. We want to render an icon. So I think what I want to do, what do I want to do? How do I want to do this? Because if we set the key as an icon, I think that's going to break things. So I'm going to actually take this, wrap it in parens, move this to a new line, add a return statement. And then I'm going to go, how about if label is equal to cart icon, then I'm going to just return I'm still going to do an LI. I'm going to return an LI. So for some reason, my emit abbreviations are not working here. So we'll do that. And then I'm going to return actually, I'm going to do if route is equal to cart, then I'm going to return my label, but I'm going to make my label. This is going to be my shopping cart icon right here. And I'm going to make that a React element and then set my route to cart. So label, this should render out my icon. And I'll still set I'm going to set this key to be route. And then for my on click, we still want it to do some navigation here. And we do want to do it to route because I'm going to create a cart page. So I think that is probably going to work. I'm not incredibly confident that it's going to work, but we do indeed see my cart here. So that is what we want. And I think that maybe it would look better over here. So I'm not sure if this is going to work, but let me see if I can just add this margin little trick here and see if that slides it over. And it doesn't look like that worked, but I also am not applying my styles, which will not apply my styles. Okay. Well, that did move it over, but it did not move it over like I wanted it to. So what happens if I remove that? Hey, there we go. So now we have our cart over here, and I think this looks pretty good. So now what I'm going to want to do is, like, when I add products here, I'm going to want to add them, of course, to my cart. So in order to do this, what am I going to do? I think I'm going to want to use Recoil here to manage or use some global state manager. And I think I'm going to use Recoil, which is a global state manager for React. And I'm trying to think okay, how could I actually do let's actually focus on So for my cart here, I want to show like a little number by my cart that tells me how many items are in my cart. I think that would be kind of neat. So we'll try to do that. But the trick here is going to be to do it in a way that doesn't look totally ugly. So let me see. I mean, could we do it in a way that is as easy as like, rendering out a span here? So let me do span and let's put like 2 items. And then let's do a class name of cart items count, maybe makes sense. And let's not do camel case. Let's do kebab case because it looks like a kebab, I guess. So let's do this. And then let's go to header.css. Well, actually, let's see what this looks like. Okay. Honestly, that doesn't look bad already. I was going to style this, but I'm actually pretty happy with how that looks already. So, yeah, we're just going to keep this. I'm actually pleasantly surprised with how decent that looks. But we're going to want to set this based on how many items we actually have in our cart. So let's go ahead here and we are going to, within our SRC, we're going to add a folder and we're going to call this global state. So within our global state folder, this is where we're going to manage our Recoil state. So I'm going to add a new file. And since I don't plan on having a lot of global state, like literally just our cart items, but I'm going to name this cart items.js. And then we are actually going to set up Recoil. And let me move this down a little bit so you can see where I'm at here. So let me ask ChatGPT. I'm not sure if it's going to have the latest up-to-date information though. How can I set up Recoil in my React app? I've used Recoil before, but I would definitely appreciate it just creating like the default state for me here. Oh, wow. It's even kind of using my cart example here, which is kind of cool. So, okay. All I want to do is kind of set this up. So I'm not sure if that's right. Let me go to the Recoil docs. Recoil.js. So I'm going to do getting started. And yeah, I think I just need to do npm install Recoil. So let's go ahead and do that. See, this is where you have to double check ChatGPT sometimes. Like, as you could see throughout this app, it has been useful, but it hasn't been, perfect. And then we need to import Recoil root and wrap our app with Recoil root. So let's go ahead and go back to index.js. And we're going to wrap this with Recoil root. And we're going to need to import that from Recoil, which we'll do here in a sec. I'm going to copy and paste all this. But we, of course, are just going to need to use Recoil root. So this should wrap our app in Recoil root. And then we're going to have to create an atom, which represents a single piece of state here, which ChatGPT did get correct here. So we need to create this atom, which I will do right now. So I'll go back to cart items. I'll import atom from Recoil. And then we'll create our cart state and set it to the return value of calling our atom with a key of cart state and a default of just a empty array. So we are initializing our Recoil state here which is going to be global. We're going to be able to use this all over our app, and we're just initializing it with an empty array. So we will be able to use this to update and do different things to our state here. So this looks good. Let me go ahead and we can start adding. I think now what we want to do is when they click add to cart, we want to add our items to our cart, which we're going to want to use this useRecoil state, and we're going to want to add them to our cart here. Now, I think that's actually going to be okay to do here. And let me see, do our products have an ID on them? Let me see. Let's go back to our products. And they do have IDs. So, because I'm trying to think through like all the different operations we're going to want to do, but for now, let's go to product.jsx. And when they click add to cart, we're going to want to add a product to our cart. So we're going to start here with function add to cart. And then what we're going to need to do here is we're going to want to import these two elements. So let's go back, and we're going to want to use useSetRecoil state from, and this is just from Recoil. And then we are going to want to import cart state from our atoms, which isn't going to be here. It's actually going to be, that's going to be in our global state cart items. This is going to be our cart state. And let me just double check and make sure it is called cart state. So let's head back to product here. And what we're going to want to do is, I mean, pretty simply, is we're going to want to add each product to our cart state here. So we're going to want to do, the way that this is going to work is to get the setter function from Recoil, we need to do this. So we need to call the useSetRecoil state function, and we need to pass it the atom that we want to set the state for. So that's going to be our cart state here. So we're going to pass this cart state atom into useSetRecoil state, and that returns a setter to set our state. And then all we're going to want to do is when we set our cart, Recoil does pass our previous cart in as an argument here. So prev cart, and then we're going to want to return an array. And this array, it's going to have all the items in our prev cart. We're going to spread those in, but then we're going to want our new product in our item. So how can we do that? Well, we can just add this information in. And I think each product is going to be an object here that represents a product. So let's actually do, we're going to destructure these outside of my product here and set that to equal product. And then here, we're just going to set this as product. Our props, we're setting that to product. Then we'll destructure image, title, description, and price. But here, product is going to be an object here. So we can just add our product when this button is clicked. So when this button is clicked, we will do on, click, and set that to add to cart. So that should add an item to our cart within our Recoil state. And then going back to our header here, we now want to use our Recoil state to get how many products are in our cart. So to do that, we can use the useRecoil value and pass in our cart state atom here again. So let me copy these two. And at the top of header.jsx, I'm going to use or import useRecoil value and import that from just recoil here. And then import my cart state from my cart state atoms, which is going to be in my global state and then my cart items. And then let's go back to ChatGPT to copy this. And this is going to give us our cart items here. And then what we can do, so the way this works is we call this useRecoil value. We pass in our cart items atom, and that's going to return the state of our cart right here, which is going to be an array. So here, instead of just hard coding 2, what we can pass here is we can do our cart items and just simply the length of our cart items, which will be the number of items in our cart. So did I break my app? I thought for a second it looked like I broke my app, but it looks like everything still works. And it says I have 0 items in my cart. And that is because I haven't added any items to my cart. I'm a little scared to hit add to cart on any of these because, I mean, we wrote a decent amount of code there. And the odds that I didn't break something are, pretty low. But let's add to cart. And as you can see, we are adding items to our cart. So, hey, this looks pretty dang good here. So what we can do now is now we want to implement our cart page. So we haven't done that right now. So when I click on this cart, I should be able to go check out my cart. So let's now move forward and implement our cart page so we can kind of finish our checkout and also finish our Tesla app. So now let's get started with adding our cart page here. So what we're going to want to do is create a component that effectively will display items in our cart if we have cart items, but not display them if we don't. I don't know if what I just said made sense, but I think you get what I mean. So maybe our buddy here will help us out. So can you create a React functional component that represents our cart? It should list the items in our cart if we have items in our cart, but should say there are not items in our cart if there are not items in our cart. There should also be a complete purchase, maybe buy everything button in the cart. Okay, let's start with that. So it pulls our cart items from useRecoil value from the cart state, which looks correct. If the cart items.length is 0, then it says just return there are no items in the cart. Else, we're going to return an H2 with our cart, and then an unordered list that renders out a list item with the items in our cart with a button that says buy everything. So I think this is pretty close. I think that the structure of our products, let me see if I can find our products here. They are product.title. So this is going to be product.title. And then we might also want to include the price of each product. And we might also want to, no, I think that sounds good. I was going somewhere else in my head, but I think this will be a starting point for us. So I'm going to copy this here. And if you guys don't like me using ChatGPT, because it's harder to follow along or something, let me know and I can avoid that in the future. But I just think with the way modern development is going, using these two tools yourself as you're doing this stuff can definitely be helpful. But, you know, I will still explain what's going on here. So we're going to just make a cart component. And then for this cart component, we're going to make a new file called cart.jsx. And then I'm going to paste this in here. So what we have to do is we need to create our cart function. So I'm going to do export default function cart, and then this cart, and I'm going to remove that. And this cart, we don't need to import React from React here, but we do need our recoil value of our cart state here. So we need to import that not from /atoms. That's the incorrect import path. We need to go to our global state here and from our cart items. And then if cart items.length, this looks good. And then as I said before, they do have an ID. So that might not be okay. And I say might not be because if they have two of the same items in the cart, then this won't have a unique ID. I believe we also get an index here. So I'm just going to say IDX. And this is a little bit of a hacky solution here, but I think it will suffice to where we can do a template literal in which we do, I couldn't find the $sign on my keyboard, item.id dash, and then the index, because the index will be different even if we have kind of multiple items here. And I just broke something. I have one too many curly braces here. So that should make it unique. Now I'm trying to think here. We might want to do more here. This might be where we start, but I feel like they should be able to remove items from their cart. So we'll probably want to do that. And that also might change how we do our add to cart. As let me actually go back. Where is our shop page? So let's go back to our products. And this is where we do our add to cart, I think. Or where do we do our add to cart? In product? Yeah. So here, when we add a product to our cart, we do have the product ID, but it's not going to be unique. So we need a way to create a unique ID for each product here. So what I think we can do is ask ChatGPT how to create a unique ID in React. So how can I create a unique ID in React? And then it says I can do the UUID libraries. And I've used this before, so I think this is actually a decent solution. So yeah, we're going to install this unique ID library. So let's go back here. Let's clear my messy terminal and then install this UUID library. And then we are going to import v4 as UUID v4 from UUID. So we're going to do that here. And then we're going to create a unique ID by calling UUID v4. But we're going to do that within our add to cart function. So this will give us a unique ID. And then for our product here, we're going to spread our product, but we're going to overwrite the ID here to be this unique ID. So that should make every product within our cart here have a unique ID. So I believe that should work. And then that also means that within our cart, we don't need to do this, not so great looking thing here. We can just do the item.id because that's going to be unique. And then that should be good. And then instead of just rendering the item, and it's not the name, or is it the name? I don't know if it's the name or it's the title. So we'll do the item.title, but what I actually want to do here is within our list item, I also want to render out the price. So I think that what I want to do is let's do a div here, and then let's do another div. So you'll see where I'm going with this here in a second, hopefully. So this is the first one's going to be our item title. And then we're going to do a div here. And this is going to be our item.price. And then we're going to do one more div. No, let's actually do a button below that. And that's going to be remove from cart. And then we got to do a button or a on click equals remove from cart. And we're going to need the item ID to do this. So I'm going to pass an inline function here. And then when I call remove from cart, I'm going to pass it my item.id. And then I just saved prettier. So we're returning a list item that has our title, price, and then a remove from cart button that when we click it, it should remove the item from our cart. So we don't want this anymore. We want to do I forget what it's called. I think it's use Recoil. I think just the use Recoil state. And then if we call use Recoil state, that's going to return an array of our cart items as well as a setter to set our cart items. So once we have that, we can do a function to remove from cart. And then here, what we can do is we can set our cart items to be, well, what do we want to do here? Well, we want to say we have our items, but we want to filter those items in which I want to return items.filter, and that's going to pass an item. And here I'm just going to call it I don't know if I love that. I'll say cart item. It's not going to let me. No, I think that's fine to do. And then what do we want to do here? Well, remove from cart, we're going to have the ID of the item we want to remove. So the way that I like to think about the filter function in JavaScript is that return true if you want to keep it in the array. So you want to filter things into your array. So I'm going to say the cart item.id does not equal our ID. And that's going to filter all items that don't have this ID back into our array. So that should filter everything we need there. And then I think that should set things up pretty well, except we also want to do for this handle buy everything. After they buy everything, we're going to want to clear our cart. So we can just set our cart items to a empty array here. And I think we might also maybe I'll do a toast message to show you guys how to do that. So, okay. We have all of this in place, but now we need to create our cart page. So here, I'm going to say cart page.jsx, and I think it's going to be a little similar to our shop page. And let me remove some of these redundant imports that we don't need, or needless imports, I should say, not necessarily redundant. But we're going to copy our shop page here, go back to our cart page. We're going to paste this, but instead of shop page, I'm going to call this cart page. And actually, how about we just return our cart element here? So let's just do that, which, means that we probably don't really need to have this shop page in which it's actually a cart page. We probably don't need this wrapper, but just to keep things consistent with all of our other pages. So with that, let's go back to index.js, and we need to add our route here for our cart. So here, this is going to be cart, and then we're going to render out our cart page, and then that should correctly add the route. And we're probably going to need to add some styles to this, so we will definitely do that. But I just want to see if the functionality here works, because we wrote quite a bit of code here, and that should do the trick. So let's go back here. Okay, so cart is not defined in cart page. So I forgot to import cart from our components here. So that was mistake number one. And then we'll import that from our components folder, cart. Okay. Okay, so we don't see anything broken here. So let's add a few of our items. We'll buy the Model S, Model X, and the Cybertruck here. Let's click on our cart, and this is kind of what we would expect right now. It looks very gross, but we have our items in our cart. We can't see anything, so let's go ahead and start styling this better. But I think we do have the labels of our Model X. You could see it there, model something, and so on and so forth. So let's go ahead and add a cart.css file here. So I'm going to do cart.css, and then for our cart, for this div, I'm going to give it a class name of cart container. And let's go ahead and do cart container and do a background color. Let's just do black, and let's see how this looks. So it looks awful. Something is wrong here. And I just refreshed my page. So did I not import it? Yeah, I didn't import it. So import cart dot wait. Import cart. Nope. Import /cart .css. Okay, still not working. I have cart container, and then cart.css. I'm doing .cart container. Oh, so since I refreshed my page here, I'm not actually getting, there are no items in the cart here. So I think that what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to do this. I'm going to say const, let's just do cart list is equal to this. And then that means I'll be able to remove all of this, and I'll occasionally do stuff like this. And actually, let's keep the buy everything in here as well. So cart list, and I'm going to end up doing one of these. I'm going to I'm going to put my buy everything button in here, and then I'm going to cut this, paste it here. So this is just a little bit different of a way to kind of do things here. And then I'm going to say const cart message, or let's actually do no items in cart is equal to, and we'll just do this div right here. And then I'll just use a ternary in which I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to say, instead of rendering this out, I'm going to say cart items, right? Cart items dot length is greater than 0. If that's true, then I want to render my cart list. Else, I want to render my no items in cart. So if it has no items in my cart, I'm going to render out this message here. But if it does have items in my cart, I'm going to render out my cart list. So if we go back here, we see that I do get there are no items in my cart, but a couple of issues here. For one, the page does not take up the viewport. So we're going to go ahead and set the height to 100 VH here. And this looks better here, but we're still getting some weirdness. So what I want to do is let's go ahead and let's center the cart to the page. How about? So let's do our display grid, and then we'll place our items to the center. See how that looks? Okay, so that almost fixes it. But there are no items in your cart is way down yonder. You know, it's not. It could be worse, right? Like, well, a lot of things could be worse, but let's go back. Where was I? My cart. So it's going to place these in the center, but I'm going to actually do, I'm going to give this another little bit of a containing div here. And we're going to wrap that up there. So now we have this. Okay, so cart, there are no items in your cart. Of course, you could make this a lot better. And actually, I don't think this H2 here is appropriate when there's no items in the cart. So let's go ahead and move that above our cart list and just do this. And here, there we go. Just some text say there are no items in the cart. You could definitely play around with this, make this look better, but maybe it's a good idea to make this look like extra depressing, like, oh, there are no items in your cart. And maybe we should like play some audio in the background, like, in the eyes of an angel, you know, like that sad, like adopt a puppy music. Okay. I've clearly been recording for a long time and I've started to become delusional here at this point. So let's go back. And also, we probably don't want to lose our cart when we refresh here. So like when I add items to my cart here and I go to the cart, we see, and the styles here do not look great. So we're going to address that, but see if I refresh this here, it goes to no items in the cart because I'm not persisting my data in local storage. So we're going to do that. So let's first style this and then we'll persist them in local storage. And then if everything works, then we'll add a toast message and then we'll deploy this application and Ryan can, you know, go get some sleep. So with this, let's go back to the shop. Let's add a few of our items here. Let's go over here and then let's add a little bit of style. So let's do cart container, but then grab our unordered list here. And let's do list style type. We're going to do none. And then in our cart container, let's also grab our button and we're going to do border going just to be 1 pixel solid. Let's just do white. And then background is going to be none Padding is going to be, let's do 8 pixels top and bottom, 16 pixels left and right, cursor pointer. And then when we hover over this button, we can work some magic here. And on hovering the button, we can set the background to white. And we can set the color to black. If I can get that going there, and then we should be good on those. So let's go ahead and see how this looks. So, un momento, por favor. We need to do color as white here, and that looks a little bit better. But you see they are all kind of offset here. So let's actually give this div a class name of cart wrapper. Okay, that's barely different from cart container, but at this point, you know, we're just going to go with it. Okay. Please forgive me for my poor names and potential poor structure there, but cart wrapper. And let's do display flex direction. Let's do column. Let's do justify content, center. Let's also do align items, center. Let's do text align to be center. And that still doesn't look great. I'm going to remove. Well, let me see here. Let me inspect. I think this comes back to the stupid padding that occurs on these list items. So let's do cart container and then LIs. And this should not have any padding on them. Let's go back. Okay, that did not fix it, and I thought it was going to. So let's see what's going on here. So, okay, that's centered. That's centered. This is not centered. So this unordered list, see this initial padding that it has? This is so dumb. So I can remove this and this, and I can just do padding 0 on my unordered list, I believe. Okay. That centers everything, but this still doesn't look great. What if we do something like this? What if we actually do my cart wrapper? What if we do background color as white here? And then we do the color of everything as black. And then this is going to be black until I flip it. And then I do black. And then I do, I don't need to change that on hover. I can do black for that. But when they hover, I can do that. So, okay. Still looks awful. So let's keep working a little bit more here. So I'm going to add some padding here of, let's do 30 pixels. Let's give it plenty of padding. Okay, that makes it look a little bit better. And then for my list items, let's actually go back to my cart. So I want there to be some margin, between my list items, I believe. So let's grab this. Let's do list items, and let's give them some margin on the top and bottom. So margin, top and bottom, let's do 10 pixels and 0 on left and right. See what that does. Let's give it a little more. Let's double it. Let's give it 20. Okay, so that spreads those out a little bit. And then let's give the buttons a little room to breathe too. So let's do some margin top and do like 10 pixels. All right, so that spaces those out more. I want more left and right padding though, to make this look more like a box instead of like a gross rectangle. So let's actually set a min width to like 600 pixels. Okay. Let's give it a little bit of a border radius here. So let's do border radius, maybe like 10 pixels. Okay. And then let's increase the cart H2 here. So we'll do cart container H2. Let's make that a little bit bigger font. H2, and then font size. Let's just do 16 pixels, see what that looks like. It looks even worse. So let's do 30 pixels. That looks a little better. Okay. And then what else do I want to do here? Let's do the same little drop shadow thing. I forget. We did that for our products.css, right? So let's grab this again and go back to our cart and go to our cart wrapper and add some drop shadow. And let's be a little bit more irrational with it. So let's crank that up a little bit. Beautiful. That is a fantastic cart. I still don't love the styles here. And I actually think that it might look a little bit better if we had the image of all of our items as well. But for now, we're going to call this our cart. Okay. Like if you want to improve the styles and spend more time there, that's great. I think it's a good thing to do. But for now, we're going to focus on the functionality. So I remove items. See, I removed it there. It also updated it there because Recoil is updating state everywhere. If I remove all my items, there are no items in the cart. So let's do some more shopping. I want to buy another Cybertruck. Go back to our cart. I'm going to buy everything. And it just says there's no items in our cart. But that is like incredibly anticlimactic. So let's actually go to React Hot Toast and let's do some toast messages like that. So how do we do this? So I think npm install React Hot Toast is what I'm thinking we need to do. So let's do npm install React Hot Toast. So we've installed the package and I need to add this toaster to the top level of our app here. So let's go ahead and go to index.js and up here, I'm going to import this toaster and let's see, I'm going to have to look further at the docs to see where I need to import this from. So, all right, let's go to their documentation here. So npm install React Hot Toast, and then I need to import toast and toaster from React Hot Toast, but I think I can just do import the toaster like so. And then to use this, I can do just toast, but I think I can do like toast.success, and you can see how you can configure this differently if you'd like. But we want to do this here, toast.success. So in our cart, when they buy everything, what we're going to do is we're going to toast.success and we're going to need to make sure that we import this. So you can see there's a lot of different things that you can do with this, but we're going to need to import this from our React Hot Toast library. And let's do something like all items have been purchased and are on the way. Explanation point. So let's go back here. And now if we go to our shop, we add a few of our items here. All 5 of them. And then we buy everything. We should see all items have been purchased and are on the way. Success message is shown. Our cart is cleared. And ladies and gentlemen, we have our Tesla app here to where everything is functioning pretty dang solid here. And hey, I think that we did a heck of a job here. It's not exactly like the Tesla app that is on Tesla's website, but like we got a lot of the core functionality of their UX and UI here. And here we can go to our shopping cart, shop products, and we did a lot of the kind of functionality here to where you can extend this, you can make it look closer. I just didn't think that, focusing on those extra little styling details and all the different little sections would be, kind of still the best learning experience for you building this out. And you can now extend this into your own app and make it look really cool. But one last step, let's get this thing deployed. Okay, just kidding. This is future Ryan here editing this video. And what we completely forgot to do, or what I completely forgot to do, not necessarily we, is implement the persistent state in Recoil. So on my shop page here, if I add a couple of these items, I go to my cart and I refresh the page here, you see no items in cart, which is probably not what we want. So to fix this issue, we can use a library called Recoil Persist. So this is on npmjs.com, Recoil Persist. And basically it's going to allow us to persist our data from our Recoil state. So when we refresh, it's still there. So this is super easy to do. So we just need to npm install Recoil Persist. So we're going to go ahead and do that here. npm I Recoil Persist, which will install this package quick. And then once we install that, all we need to do is when we create our atom, we just need to add this property to it. The effects _ unstable persist atom. So we're going to get that persist atom from Recoil Persist. So we're going to do that there. And then I just need to copy effects unstable persist atom. And we're going to add that there. And I believe that's all we need to do here. So now if I go back to my app, I see that Recoil Persist is not defined. I need to import Recoil Persist. So let's import that from Recoil Persist, which we can do there. And then this is actually all we need to do, I believe. So now we have this. Let's go back to our shop. Let's add a few Cybertrucks. And then if I refresh here, you see that when clicking refresh, everything still stays in my cart and I can buy everything. So that is all we needed to do there to persist that data in our kind of local storage. So refreshing doesn't clear everything, as is probably what we would want in an actual app. So now that we have that, let's now go to the last step and deploy this application. And let's go ahead and use a Vercel here. So for this, I just created a new Vercel account. I just signed up on vercel.com, free account, and I'm now on my overview page here. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a new project, and I linked it to my GitHub repo. You might, if you don't see your repo here, you might have to click add GitHub account and then just authorize it. But eventually you should see your repo. And before I even get to that, I have pushed my code up to GitHub. So if I go to GitHub here, you can see my repo is code Ryan Solomon. And I just created a new repository by clicking on this plus icon, new repository. And then I did git init within my project and I pushed my project up to this repo. So if you want to see this, it's code Ryan Solomon / Tesla clone here.
Okay. But all you need to do is create a Git repo and push your code up to that. And then once that's pushed to GitHub, you can connect to Vercel to GitHub. And then I can import my Tesla clone here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Project name. I think my root directory is good. Create React app is good. I'm going to leave all of these settings here and I'm going to click deploy here. And then it's going to give it a sec to deploy here. So it'll kind of show you the steps. So it's building here and I'll catch up back to you once it kind of finishes this deployment process here. Okay. And the deployment is over here and it says that congratulations, I just deployed a new project to Vercel. And if I click on that here, we now see this project is deployed to this URL. You could add a custom URL here and that should, be just fine if you want that, but this is just a free URL that you can use. And you can see our different pages working here, which is fantastic. Cybertruck, so on and so forth. Our beautiful shopping page here. Let's check out the cart. Also working. Get out of my cart. Buy everything. Toast message shows up. Let's check out the menu. Looking good. Back to the home page. Our snap features working. So everything looks like it's working here. So we have now deployed our project. Thank you so much for sticking with me here. Hopefully you learned a bunch. I know it wasn't like the exact Tesla website, but I think we covered a lot of the main functionality here. So again, thank you so much for tuning into this. I hope it helped. If it did, make sure to do all the YouTube stuff to help me out. I would really appreciate, you sharing this or giving it a like, subscribing to the channel, because I'm definitely going to make some more projects like this, as I found this to be a good time. So yeah, thanks for tuning in and I will see you in that next one.